Sunday, January 30, 2022. That's when we started this season, and almost 1,200 matches later, here we are on final day. We've got 7 weeks off after today, but it's going to be a great conclusion here in Barcelona. Only the top 4 teams remain out of the 16 that started this journey. We hope you can spend this special day with us. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the final day of the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now. Good morning to you. Buenos dias. Welcome to the last day of the year on the European Cricket Network. I'm Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, once again for ECN. And we are getting ready for the final 4 games of 2022. So really all we have left are the top 2 teams from each group, Group A and Group B. And these teams, they've had to win a lot of games to get here. They've had to play well. They've had some challenges along the way as well. But whoever wins today, they will be deserving champions in the biggest ECS of 2022. So we do start the day with match 121, and that is the eliminator here on final day. These 2 teams, they won their way through to final day by winning the playoff day in their respective groups. So we've got Sabadell from Group A, we've got Gracia from Group B. Only one of these 2 teams will survive, and well, let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Yoko.
Yeah.
Yoko.
Yes. Tails.
Tails is good. It is tails.
Bowling ball first.
So it is Gracia. They've won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. You can understand that. They certainly have chased well in this series and they'll know exactly what they have to do. Always a bit more pressure doing that in the final, I think. They've also made big runs batting first. I think it may be just to do with the conditions. We do see more teams kind of wanting to bowl first. And I think that Vibor Yadav's been really good for them. He's improved all the way along. Gracia, they're a team. They're on a big winning streak. They do seem to be timing their run at the moment. And well, they'll have to win 5 games this weekend to win the trophy. They have to win all 5. And you know what? They've already won 2 of them. They just have to win 3 today. But they've got some pretty good opposition, including Sabadell. And they're a team we haven't seen for a couple of weeks because they were from Group A, but they certainly, again, timed their run, didn't they? They had to win 3 games on the playoff day in Group A, but they did that and they're here. They've got a couple of really good pickups as well, including Javid Zadran and Arslan Arif, who have arrived. We have seen them in Austrian colours before, but they are here. So both teams got a bit of international flavour about it. I can't wait to see how this one goes down. 2 teams will arrive, only 1 will survive to later in the day. Let's talk about the conditions today. Now, not so much dew this time. Doesn't seem like the field is too wet, but it is a bit chilly. Currently, it's only 5 degrees. And to be honest, we're only expecting a maximum temperature of 9, but we shouldn't have really any rain issues. Slight chance of a shower in the middle of the day, but hopefully it stays away. And we can really enjoy this conclusion to season 2022. Well, I'm going to be in the cube, at least for starters, because it did blow away yesterday. But let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss here out in the middle is that in match 21, the eliminator, it is Gracia. They've won the toss and they're going to bowl. Hello and welcome. It's great to have your company today. And it is the final day of the season. Let's get ready for the last 4 games. And yeah, just after sunrise once again here in Barcelona. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And welcome to the last day of 2022. This is what happened yesterday. And well, this is how we found our 4th team. It was Ali Youngsters versus Ripoll Warriors in the morning. And these are basically the matches that decided who qualified out of the playoffs from Group B. Ali Youngsters were able to only manage 85. They had a big collapse in there. And once they started falling, they all fell like 9 pins. They were bowled out for 85. 87 Ripoll Warriors chased it down 8 overs. But yeah, it wasn't as easy as that. But they did get there with time to spare in the end. Tariq Mahmood 4 for 9. It was brilliant for Ripoll Warriors. But really, they all bowled and fielded pretty well in the morning session. Then Raval Sporting took on Gracia. It didn't go well for Raval Sporting. They only managed 70 off their 10 overs. Just never had the answers against Gracia in this competition. Gracia ended up with 71 and chased down pretty easily in the 6th over. You can see Vibor Yadav with 50. And Gracia, we will see them first up this morning. We'll come to that in a second. And that meant that Raval Sporting, they did get the double chance, but unfortunately, they weren't able to win that one either. They only made 91. Despite only losing 3 wickets, they just could not get going. The Warriors, well, this is a real tussle, a real tense tussle. Prince Saman just went for 12, and so they needed somebody to step up. Well, then in the end, 2 players stood up. Naqtadar Khan, man of the match performance. 19 off 9 to go with his 1 wicket in the first innings. And Azim Makbul, 24 off 11. And then, final match, Grathia. They put away the Warriors, 164, basically batted them out of the game. Prince Saman, he had a serious injury. He continued to bat. He ended up retiring hurt for 35. But, I mean, a lot of those runs he hit just without being able to move. It was quite dramatic. But, yeah, Warriors never really in the hunt. Gave it a shake, but only made 90 in the end. So that meant that it was all over Red Rover, and it was ready. We were ready for the final day with the top 4 teams in the tournament. This is here at Sabadell versus Gracia, first up in the Eliminator. So you can see both these teams winning 11 matches through the tournament to this stage. And here at Sabadell, a couple of big ins that I mentioned. I said that they've got Javid Zadran in there and Arslan Arif, both Austrian internationals. And Gracia, well, they've got a bit of international flavour as well with Jaipal Singh and Simranjit Singh, who play their cricket in Italy most of the time. Looking at the 2 teams, Gracia, they are on a winning streak, aren't they? And they're 7-run favourites. I mean, will it be a case that the team that have played recently have a bit of an advantage? Well, maybe, as long as they don't have injury issues. I don't really think they do. Here is Sabadell, though, with those pickups. I mean, that takes them to another level as well. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing exactly what transpires here this morning. And obviously, so great that you can be here with us. And looks like we're almost ready to go. You saw the news from the toss, Gracia. They are fielding first. And whatever you do, you got to do it well. Well, be all of our viewers on FanCode in India, and all of you as well on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. As we prepare for the first ball of the last day of the season here in 2022. Let's roll. It's Yadav to bowl to Kaiser Nabil. And it's blocked out. And no run. Good anticlimax, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of action here today. Hello to Noli is in the chat, just logging in for the first time today. All right, Chucha saying, why Javid Zadran playing Vihira? Well, why not? I suppose. It's a pretty good get. Remember, Saeed Ali was such a good player for them. Oh, this is going to be 4 runs. It's a lucky one from Nabil, but it's going to get to the boundary. It's a big swing, and yet to win the championship when you've got such good opposition, you're going to need a bit of luck, aren't you? And Nabil gets a bit of luck first up. And here is Sabadell, really did it the hard way. They basically had to win 6 in a row in finals cricket. Yeah, so Shafat Ali Saeed, of course, he suffered that injury. So I suppose someone like Zadran, it's a pretty good replacement for him. He's going to fly down to 3rd man region. That's normally Rathod territory. Yeah, hello to Mahmood, hope you're well. Hello to Sundori as well. Hello to Kai, hello to Rob Thompson. He's had a good one from New Zealand for the last time this year. He watched it since January, first game each day. He'll miss it till next year. Send a message to Rico. Thanks, Vinny. We'll see you again. See you again next year. Yeah, thank you, Rob. That's really nice of you to say. Quresh Hussain, the other opener. This will just be worked away for a single. So, yeah, any questions or comments, put them in the chat. Again, Rico, unfortunately, due to a family situation, had to leave unexpectedly and prematurely. But I know he certainly passed on to me how much he appreciates the support of everyone at this difficult time. He'll be back start of next year. Gone, knocked him over, and the top of off is tilted back, and Yadav, right, he starts this day like he finished the last, on fire. And so Hussain has to go for a globe. That's a really good ball. Really good ball from Yadav. First up in the morning, as a batter, your feet aren't really moving. This one has Hussein's name on it, and he's got to go 6 for 1. Let's have a look at that. That is a really good ball. And Yadav is fired up. Can't be easy, really, after the matches yesterday to keep that intensity up. It's kind of a bizarre finish to the Group B in the qualifying final. It is the first wicket of the day. I'll bring Abid Ali to the crease. Had a really good group stage. So, yeah, we're seeing basically top 4 teams in the tournament. And there's no room in the top 4 for a team like Pakai Barcelona, who are European champions. Pac Moncada as well played a very good series and had some excellent players. But, yeah, it's going to be great. And we're excited to share it with you. Oh, this one seems back towards Abid Ali. Pardon me, that was Kaiser Nabil that had to go. It was a single before that ball, so Nabil goes for 5. Good one to Eason D1 as well. And yeah, but football news, we'll come to that in a second. At 6 for 1 after 1 over. Yeah, looking at these teams, out of the players you see in this 11, you see Abid Ali, leading run scorer. Back to our Khalid. Yeah, he is in the lineup for Hiris Abadel as well. The cross-handed bandit Nabil's already been knocked over. And look at some of those figures. Ikram Ul-Haq, 27 wickets. That's crazy stuff for the captain. Abid Ali with 23 of his own. Grathia, though, they had some very good performers yesterday. And, well, this has been a feature of this series as well. Bit of dog watch. Sunday morning. It's just occurring to me, and I did just before the first ball, that this is actually Sunday. Sunday cricket. So it's actually our 7th day consecutively of being here. And look, we're loving it. Everyone's very excited, of course. This is why I think it's important to have a little break, because I think that gives us time to sit back and reflect and have a think about what's happened. In the air, won't carry. Oh, he almost did. And he should come back and stop it. It'll go back. It'll be 2. Well, I said it won't carry because I thought there was absolutely no chance that Simran gets near this. Brilliant effort. Oh, yeah, just hurls himself at the ball. I like that intensity. Grathia look on for this. It can't be easy for Hiris Abadel to take them on when they've got this kind of momentum. And look, Hiris Abadel found their own momentum, didn't they, in finals day? They basically beat 3 opponents. 2 were higher ranked and 2 were much bigger favourites than them in the game. They put away Pac Moncada and Pakai Care in their last 2 performances, so you've got to give credit to a team that can pull off something like that. Push and just 1 this time. Here Mahe does the fielding. Yeah, so you've got to give them credit. You think about some of the players they brought in. The question for me also will be, players like, and particularly Javid Zadran, I think will be a weapon with the ball. We saw him starring for Vienna CC earlier in the year. We saw him play for Austria as well in the ECC. But can he adjust to this pitch? I mean, it's a bit different, isn't it? I mean, the run-up, or everything like that. But yeah, just don't forget that the last time we saw Hiris Abadel, they knocked over Pakai Barcelona for 42 and bowled him out in 7 overs. And that was without the key player. This is going to be 4, turned around the corner. And Abid Ali gets off the mark. Not the best ball. Trilchan Singh's into the attack now. That one disappears to the boundary. So, yeah, Trilchan he's had a good series. Don't get me wrong. But he's a bit more dangerous when the ball's moving around, swinging around. There's been a lot of it so far. Pretty straight, but this is a slight miss hit. Here Mahe goes back, can't reach it, just out of his grasp. They'll come back for 2, that's good running. I think they just spotted here Mahe was still kind of travelling backwards towards the boundary. That momentum going the wrong way, it was hard to turn around. Trilchan be upset that didn't go to hand. Certainly a shot that wasn't controlled. Well, this is a good shot, really good shot. He skips down a couple of steps and sends it over the fence. Maximo! Well, here is Sabadell. They might have taken a little bit of time to get warmed up, but they are a very good cricket team. That is a fantastic shot. And it ends the over. Abid Ali moves to 12. That's a sign of what he can do. To score 22 for 1 after 2 overs. So I'll cast your mind back to Group A. And here is Sabadell actually finished 4th. They had to beat Men in Blue, then Pac Moncada, then Pac I Care to get here. And they did all those things. It was an incredible finals day. I don't think anyone really thought they could do it, but they did. Especially, like I said, with no Shafat. And they impressed. They blew Pac I Care out of the water. It was one of those games for Pac I Care. That's why here Sabadell are here, so don't count them out today either. This is a good shot as it is launched over the leg side. Goes for 4. Now Gulrez Hussain gets in on the action. And he's a guy we have seen batting more in the middle order. They decide to get him up the top, and, well, it's a good sign. I think he's got Javid Zadran coming in. Also another weapon with the bat. He's hyper attacking. He's dangerously attacking. Doesn't always work, but he's very capable. Hello to Noli as well in the chat. Just popping my eyes in that. Hello to Sam Downs as well. Hope you're well. Oh, gets lucky, and he's going to get 4 here. An attempted pull, but ends up as an edge down towards third man. And 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Gulrez Hussain trying to keep things moving. Hello to Chris Schinkel from the Netherlands as well. Hello to Binge Watcher. Hello to Kai, I think I mentioned that already, but yeah, everyone. Are you excited for final day as we are? Hope you are. Vinod gets hit high up in the air. It's not an easy catch, and he's just totally misjudged this. Cool one. He was really on the long march to nowhere, and yeah, maybe Yadav wanted to call him off, but I mean, Yadav saw in his peripheral vision that Kulwant's coming back, and really, you can't really blame the outfielder. So another one just out of the grasp of the infielder. This is in the air. This should be gone. It is. So, well, they'll get the key wicket in the end of Abid Ali. That one might be even more valuable, really, when you look at the numbers. But Vinod Kumar comes up with a wicket, and, well, second time lucky for Kulwant. He's going to have to go. And now there's a few post-mortems about the last one. But anyway, Gracia, they're a team that have a bit of a ruthless streak, and they don't want to have any mercy on Hiris Abadel. And with Abid Ali gone, that makes it a bit tougher for the Group A playoff champions. The score now 31 for 2. Abid Ali just not timing that pull shot. Yeah, it's not an easy sky to judge the ball as well. I have to say that the kind of early morning light and the cloud cover just would mean that it's difficult to find, to pick out the ball, and it'd be difficult to get that perspective. This one's a lot flatter. I mean, that's an easier catch. But the first one, you could see Kulwant just completely misjudged it. He probably knew it was in his general orbit. But yeah, not an easy sky to catch, I will say that. Well, this should be interesting. Bakhtiar Khalid is in, the cross-handed bandit. And he is fiery in a different way. He wears his heart in his sleeve. But the most amazing thing about Bakhtiar, if you missed out on Group A, is he actually bats with his hands the other way around on the bat. So, yeah, just watch this. Once he sets up here, there you go. You see, he bats with his top hand's on the bottom and his bottom hand's on the top. So I guess that's not his top hand or bottom hand. Yeah, so as a right-hander, normally your right hand is on the bottom, but his right hand is on the top and his left hand's on the bottom. So it's a bit crazy. It's a bit like eating a pizza with a spoon. I mean, you can do it, but I don't know why you would. Oh, and a chance goes down. So then the over, and Hussain gets dropped. Chow did some really, really good things last night for Gracia. This is a thick edge. It flies to him. Look, I know he had a bit of a finger injury last night, where he had sore fingers after an edge, and then he got high-fived as he was assessing the damage, and it made it even worse. I think that was Paramjit Singh, who's not in the team today. I wonder if that's any coincidence. But, yeah, I think he does have a bit of a sore right hand. And, yeah, I mean, it's a catch he should take 9 times out of 10, probably more often. But it went quickly, it didn't stick, that's life. So a bit of luck for Hussain. Kuldeep comes on pretty early here. They're going to use an over of him now. Probably one a bit later on. Oh, this just misses the stumps. Completely off balance there. Back to Khalid. Got to be a few nerves around as well. I mean, this is just a huge swing. It's a massive swing. Khalid survives. Again, not going to be easily knocked him over. See John saying back to Khalid, very dangerous. He sure is. He gets nothing on this. Kuldeep almost. Almost. Now there's a slight mix-up. And they won't throw. And look at Simran. He's run all the way from long on to try and back up that throw. Yeah, real enthusiasm around Grathia at the moment. And Kuldeep gave that everything. Kuldeep, of course, eligible to play for Grathia at the ECL, but there's some issue, perhaps, that he might be getting married around that time. Well, Kuldeep, either move the marriage to Malaga or just tell him it'll be the next week. We need you there. Good shot. Digs out of Yorker. Well bowled. Rico has sent me a message just then. He said, have a super Sunday. Happy finals day. Let's have a big finish on our final day of 2022. Give my love to everyone. So pass that on from Rico. He's having a tough time today, I know. Yeah, it's a tough time in general. But anyway, this is in the air. Now someone has to catch this. Chow, and we drop one. Will he drop this? No, he will catch it. And Kuldeep gets his man in the end. And really 2 consecutive deliveries. Hussain gives Chow a chance. This one was a lot simpler, I suppose. He just looped up in the air, had plenty of time to get under it. And I suppose the drop doesn't cost him anything at all. As Gul raises the third man to fall, 33 for 3. Chow knows it's his. And again, this is easy, but when you just put one down, nothing's easy. Kuldeep. Well, he was in prime position if he didn't catch it to have some words about it, but no, Kuldeep. Good bowling. It's just kind of stock ball, isn't it? Attempted kind of clearing of the leg and whack away on the leg side, but he just hits it pretty much straight up in the air. And this will bring Ahmed Amir Raza to the crease. Yeah, what's so interesting about this tournament format is, you know, you're asking teams who are already on big streaks to keep them up. If you look at all the teams today, Grathia on a big winning streak, Catalunya Tigers on a big winning streak, Badalona Shaheen on a big winning streak, and same with Hiris Abadel, who won all 3 sudden death matches against big opponents last time. Normally, there's a correction somewhere along the line, but for one of these teams, they're just going to keep winning. I mean, I think of it a bit like, think of a tennis tournament like, you know, like Wimbledon or something like that. You know, someone's got to win them all. So I guess we'll find who that is today. I'll say maximum temperature of 9 expected today. It's not gonna be too warm. Wow, this one gets straight through the third man fielder in the circle. And that's going to be 4. That's Paramjit Singh, who really, we should have done better here. There's no bad bounces on here, and he's annoyed with himself. Bhatia Khalid gets 4. A bit of a lucky one. That will be the end of the over. Still brilliant over from Kuldeep. Even with that boundary off of his field, he only concedes 6, and the score's 38 for 3 after 4 overs. Batting still to come. Takil Mazar next in on the sheet. That's on the reef. Austrian international. Javed Zadran to come. I think Javed Zadran, if they're smart, they use him around about the 6-7 over mark if they lose a wicket. 9.5 and over. I mean, how many's enough here? I suppose. Have a go at bowling at 100. They've got some very good bowlers. Nabil Ali's had a very good series. Go back and talk about Zadran again. He's here, Mahe, with his leg spin. First one's a hanging full toss. The thing with Mahe is can't be easy for him to bowl first up in the morning. Five degrees at the moment. You see this one? He's kind of crouching, so no issues with height there. It's a better ball. This is up in the air, and it's travelling out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs, and well, there we are. And well, I'm here, and hope you're enjoying the action. I am. Had a good view of that one. That one was almost cube bound. I think Kuldeep would have caught this, except he's a bit worried about getting tangled up in the cube. Wouldn't mind Kuldeep as a guest commentator sometime. Well, shorter and needs to be hit, will be hit. That's 4. And that's Bakhtiar Khalid's real strength. Square of the wicket on the offside. He gets this unnatural bat speed. It's like a blur when that bat comes through with the hands the other way around. He's had a little bit of luck, but he's making the most of it. And obviously, he's one guy that can score very quickly. Hello to Wayne. Nice to have you in the chat as well. Charges and changes his mind. Probably a good change of mind. They hustle through for a single. Goes after this and he gets it as high. It's not far enough. Yadav camped under it and takes it. So Muhammad Amir Raza's got to go. And it's finger guns for Yadav on a Sunday morning. Mahe gets the wicket. That's well bowled. Again, not easy conditions for him to bowl. Not easy conditions to catch Yadav. He spent a lot of time in the UK, so he'll be used to it being freezing. But still, again, look at that the ball against the sky today. You can see how it can be difficult to pick up and pick it out. Yadav, he makes perfect position. That's the correct technique as well. Perfect reverse cup. And that sends the batter back. And so Muhammad Amir Raza, 2 off 3, brings Taki Mazar to the crease. So no sign of the Austrians yet in the top 6. Here Mahe into Taki. Well bowled, pushes him back, makes him play from the crease. 12 off the over into the first half. 50's come up in that over, but the loss of 4 wickets. 50 for 4 after 5. If you want to know what's happening today, I can tell you that this is the final day of the season. It's the last day until we come back on Monday the 30th of January. Today, we are watching the Eliminator right now. Here is Abdel versus Granthia. Then, the 2 top teams in each group, Barcelona Shaheen and Caledonia Tigers, they've got the double chance. They'll be on next. And then, whoever wins this game will play the loser of the next game in qualifier 2. And then, of course, got the final, match 124, a bit later on, 3:30 GMT, 4:30 Central Europe, and 9 p.m. in India. That is our final game of 2022. I make it game 1,188. So, plenty of cricket. Here's Kuldeep. Edge and gone. This time there's no mistake. And now Bakhtiar Khalid's going to have to go. And you can see Granthia, they are zoned in right now. They're a team that only took 1 point away from their first 4 matches with 3 losses and a washout. But they are ECL representatives. And they will be in a couple of months. And they're playing like it this morning. They are on such a burst of momentum in this series. Let's have a look at this. It's just a genuine outside edge. Okay, opens himself up a little bit, but that's the way he plays. That time, no mistake from Chown behind the stumps and Bakhtiar. Yeah, he knows, and he's gone. And Kuldeep, well, again, the finger guns are on this morning. A bit of the pointing, looking around. They're saying, come on, guys, we're a team. We are in this together. We're going all the way. Have to win all 3 games today. So here is Sabadell. From the end of their group campaign, they needed to win 6 in a row to win the trophy. For Gracia, they'll need to win 5 in a row. Both teams 3 games away from the trophy here. Now here is a good moment, I think. Javid Zadran, the first time in the series, Austrian international. He's been picked up by Hira Sabadell. Dynamical round. I mean, this guy is built for T10 cricket. But, I mean, how easy will it be for him? Probably not that easy. Again, different conditions, different pitch. And here he is facing Kuldeep Lal. And, of course, he tries to smash it first ball. That's the way he bats. Just a single. I want to say quick hello to Marnus. Saying hello to me and all the viewers watching from right across the intergalactic universe. I mean, if there are people on other planets, if there's life outside Earth and they've got advanced technology and they could tune in, I feel like they would. We know that some of this cricket is out of this world. Kuldeep with the old fake angry throw and smile combo. And I think everyone knows Kuldeep actually. He's a lovely human being. Right now, he's all game face. Oh, this is a wide. Gets the edge of the pitch. Javid's looking for it. And this can be one thing about coming in and playing in a team and playing with players that you're not that familiar with. When you get out there and running between the wickets, you might not have that natural understanding. It's only natural. This one's hit back. Kuldeep. He's got 2 for 8. He's been a real good bowler at any stage innings really. But what I really like about him is he can produce that Yorker. And he can hit it time after time after time. And once again, same kind of length. Well, Paramjit's misfielded 2 balls, and I don't know how. And now he'll get back. But see, finally, Tucky gets off the mark. And they decide to go. Again, nobody home. The keeper says so we'll get a couple. Wayne saying it's 28 degrees in sunny North Queensland. I do actually plan to spend some time in North Queensland. Where are you again, Wayne? In North Queensland? Beautiful part of Australia. I am planning actually to have a little bit of a trip all around Australia in my summer break. Not just visiting my hometown. This is going to be another French cut. It's like how the scoring started, but it will be 4. And Paramjit's gone to the other side now, as if that'll help. And this one he just has to chase, doesn't have a play on it. And Takil Mazar will get 4. And it also takes us to the end of the over, 58 for 5 after 6. No one cracking 20 yet for Hira Sabadell. 2 for 14. Kuldeep Lal had some bad luck in there as well. And one that got misfielded went for 4. That one went for 4. And when you consider that's 8 of the 14 runs that he conceded, I think that's an outstanding performance from Kuldeep Lal. Giramahe. So he's going to come back, or is he? Maybe not. I actually think they're going to go for Paramjit here. Keeper coming up. No, he's going back now. I think they made a late change and late decision. So Javid Zadran only faced the 1 ball so far. And let's see what he can do. Oh, so Wayne's from Mackay. I think it's where Alan Border's from. Is that right, Wayne? Just a Reef saying this tournament is like WWE. You're not wrong. Wide called. And so, yeah, a little bit curious about going to the 6th bowler here. Paramjit seeing maybe they just want to give him a bowl. I think this is a good time to do it, but the top 5 bowlers have done the job. Now this is pumped out of the ground. It's a good shot from Zadran. He has arrived in España. Maximo. Well, Javid Zadran, we call him the wild thing. And he proactively gets down the wicket, gets something in the slot. And that one disappears. He's enjoying the Spanish conditions so far. Slow ball. He tennises it up in the air here. It comes around. He catches it. Well, that's clever bowling. It's brave bowling from Paramjit, who saw the dancing tactics of Zadran. He was left, he was right, he was forward, he was back. And Paramjit said, well, here, hit it then. He just took all the pace off it. And here Amahe takes the catch. That's just a simple fact of whether Zadran would middle it or not. He didn't, and he has to go. 6 and out. 65 for 6. And good catching. No easy catches this morning. It's still 5 degrees. 5. And Javid Zadran, unfortunately for him, it's a bit of a one-hit wonder in this eliminator. Where can they get to here? Got 22 balls remaining. Let's say they get 44, 109. Yeah. Hard to see them cracking the 100, isn't it, with 6 wickets down. That's the pace they're on, though, 103 pace at the moment. Some goes down to deep mid-wicket. It's Yadav territory. Again, they've got good fielders everywhere, don't they? Pretty much. Especially in those key positions, the outfield positions. Fielding super important. Teams have cottoned on to that. It's well bowled. New batter. There's Murad Ali. Oh, this is Taki, who's on strike at the moment. Oh, gets this wrong. This is a no ball off the pitch. So it's an attempted slower ball. It just goes wrong. Length was all right, just the line. Well off, so this will be a free hit. And this won't be out, even though he catches it. Because the previous ball was off the pitch. Everyone's aware of that. Pretty firmly down to Hiramahe. Takes it with a minimum of fuss, end of the over. And it is 68 for 6 after 7. I'll just dip below that 10 and over, really for the first time in a while. Let's have a look at the Crickathon question, because it's the last day to answer this question. So I think it will be open for a few more days, but you can go to crickathon.com. The question of the week, the last week of the year, is how will you use data for analysing the field setup and drive changes during the match? You can go to crickathon.com. No matter where you're watching from around the world, get involved. And that's powered by our friends at HCL Software. And there are internships, there are interviews available. So those of you interested in sports science, in kind of data science, sports science, why don't you go to crickathon.com and participate? And if you're creative, if they see something in your answer, there's every chance that you could get an opportunity to work with HCL Software. Here we go with Vibhor Yadav coming back in the 8th. They spent Kuldeep, so they don't have him at the end. They still got some very good bowlers. Yadav gets this wrong. It's going to be a full toss. And yeah, it's an attempted Yorker, but he just basically lets go a bit too early. See it on the replay. Remember in ECN cricket, if it's waist high or above, it's a no ball. There's a slight change in wording. I mean, yeah, that's waist high. And I think, no doubt for me, that's got to be called right at the waist. That's one that's pretty much straight at the waist, and that's the wording that we go by now. He misses out on the free hit because it's a slower ball. So maybe in another level of cricket or a different form of cricket, maybe that ball would be okay because they'd say it's at the waist. But I think everyone that knows cricket knows that's not okay, that ball. So I think that's a very good playing condition. Yadav. Yeah, he gets this right. Well, think about a run-out attempt, but I think he would have been home anyway. Wayne said he's not sure where Captain Grumpy is from. He's talking about Alan Border. That was his nickname. I'll see if I can do a bit of digging. That's what I thought. He's born in Creemorn. Seem to remember that he at least played in Mackay. Spent a lot of time in Mackay. Ow, but stopped. That's one way to do it. Again, someone like Yadav, we don't really need him to break a foot at this stage in the day, especially with his team in a reasonable position in this game. Big swing and a miss. Slow ball, effective. I mean, Yadav is showing all his tricks here. You see him bowling 1 and 3 sometimes, so you don't see so many slow balls and these kinds of things from him at that stage of the innings, but you can see he's very clever the way he operates. And haven't seen us on a reef yet either in the top 8. Misses out, that's the quicker one, that's the speed difference, which just does Takil Mazar, who's struggling. He's 8 off 13 now. Yeah, Wayne saying they're redoing the cricket ground up in Mackay. I wouldn't be surprised if they get one international up there soon. Had the WBBL teams up there. They call it the Great Barrier Reef Arena. Well, if I'm ever in the area, Wayne, I'll definitely check it out. This one's a bit of a lucky one. Now, there's just confusion, and I think they don't want to run there. I think that's to do with the fact that Murad's saying, well, you're not doing too much, so I want to have a go, because that's the end of the over. 71 for 6. I'm pretty sure there was no run there on the last ball. So lost their way. Maybe we're talking about, okay, can they get 100 here? I mean, it doesn't look like it, does it? You see wickets in 6 of the first 7 overs. Just that second over really was won by Hira Sabadell. All the others, I think, I would say, even the ones that went for like 12 off Hiramahe's over, there's a wicket in it. Paramjit had 10 off his over, there's a wicket in it. That over, I mean, remember it started with no ball plus 1. There was just another single in the over, 3 off the over. And now Paramjit is bowling over number 9. So yeah, Hiramahe only won the 1 over in this innings. I wonder if that's just to do with the conditions. I know that he didn't bowl in one of the games earlier in the series when it was the first game of the day. This one would have been wide. Well, I guess right back. Now they're going to have a pop at him. Would have been out. That'll be a long dot ball. And really, these two not on the same page with the running. Paramjit doing a job. Tucky bogged down. So he does get something on. He'll get to the other end, but yeah, he's frustrated. He whacks his pad again. He feels now, yeah, we just slipped a long way behind this cricket match. Hira from Group 8, the home of basketball, baby. It's not happening at the moment for them. This is an attempted 6, but I think it's going to be out. Simran, he will take the catch. He's not natural blonde, but he's a natural pair of hands there at long on. And so he'll have to go. Gives a few fake high fives. And he ends the innings of Murad Ali. Yeah. Be frustrated he couldn't help more. He'll end up going for 3. And once again, Paramjit doing the business. In the 9th over, it is 73 for 7. Wayne, very kind of you. Said he's a 2-minute drive from the cricket ground. He has 2 spare bedrooms. always welcome. I'll have to bring a friend then, won't I? Yeah, I would love to actually go spend some more time in North Queensland. It's one of my favourite parts of Australia, actually. Nicely taken by Simran. Yeah, I'm planning a little bit of a trip around Australia with my break, not just visiting my family and friends in Perth, but also got friends all around Australia I'll be able to catch up with. And, a lot of them follow European cricket, not surprisingly. Couple to come then in the 9th. Cromwell Hart comes out. He's come out pretty low. This is the captain, leading wicket taker. And hello once again to Eason. Glad that so many people tuning in for final day of ECN. One down to deep mid wicket. This will just be a single. So Tucker will retain the strike. Crumbs trying to goad them into throwing and maybe making a mistake, but it will just be a single. So it's 75 for 7 after 9. So I mean, it'll go all the way to back to 30th of January. That was the first game of the season. It was down the road. I say down the road. It's actually quite a long way, but it was in Gibraltar. There will be a road that gets you there. But that was at Europa Points. I remember doing the first game of the season with Joe Wigasani. Joe's kind of our night specialist. But yeah, Joe, might see some of him next year as well. Always great to have him on the mic. And then we went into the ECL, which went for 6 weeks this year. The ECL coming up, it's slightly shorter, but it's more teams. And it's almost as many games as well. So just doing a quick calculation, I think it's 109 matches. I was saying 109, yeah, 109 matches, I think. And the ECL we just had was 144. So even though it's 2 weeks less, it's only slightly less matches. Anyway, here we go with over number 10. And Vinod's going to have it. Mishandles this one for a single, but real damage on the scoreboard. In the air, caught. Nice catching, and they're enjoying themselves out there. Well, even Paramjit's catching them now. He gets lifted up. It's always a risky celebration because it can go wrong. But yeah, Paramjit, he mishandled a couple earlier. About that time, takes a good catch running to his right. That's the right approach from Ikram, the captain, but he's going to go for just a single as well. And now, yeah, Arslan Arif and Zishan Ashraf, the only batters remaining. Just looking like this total's a bit light on. Having said that, this is finals cricket and runs on the board are good runs. No one can take them away from you. But Grathia, they've been looking very, very in form. Hello to Matt Naravides. Nice to have you with us. He said he's enjoying the coverage while cleaning up the house in prep for some upcoming Christmas dinners. ECN makes housework fun again. I got to agree with you there, Matt. I've done the same thing before. Oh, this could be a catch. First ball, Arslan Arif come a long way. He's going to have to go straight back. Just drives through this. It's last over, so you might as well try from the get-go here. Mahate does well. And Grathia are having a party out there at the moment. They won the toss, selected to field. They've taken 9 wickets. As we go down to the last wicket now. Arif goes for a golden. And as Rico would say, that duck sound does sound like the duck needs to go to a doctor, doesn't it? But I'm trying. And of course, yeah, missing Rico, of course. But it's important that he has his priorities right. And, yeah. Elvira's got a good idea that we just actually maybe download a duck sound. Or we can just record Rico doing it so we can play it any time. That's probably a better idea. So down to their last wicket. Scrape to 80. and hope to bowl and field out of your skin. That's probably the plan from here. Kumar on a hat trick, and doesn't get it. See, Taki Mazar stuck at the other end, but you can't just run on anything now, because if you run on that, you get run out. It's finished, and you should get run out on that because there's no run there. Well, this is up, it's in the air, and it's flying out of the ground. Well, that's a decent shot from a number 11. Zishan Ashraf goes Maximo. Well, fantastic. Where did that come from? It's been the 80s. That's all they'll get. Should be gone. Watch the edge of the pitch here. Will be run out. So 6 now for Ashraf, but he gets his 6, and that's useful runs. Will it be enough? I mean, time will tell, but right now I think it's advantage Gracia. I think you're kind of seeing in real time. One of the disadvantages of being Group A is that you don't really have that momentum. You're coming in cold, coming against team with the momentum. It can go the other way as well with injuries. Gives you injuries, time to recover. Shafat Ali Said couldn't get up though for this game. You see a bit of luck to start, but really not a lot of luck throughout the 10 overs for Hira Sabadell, and that was a peach from Vibor Yadav. Set the tone for a pretty professional performance. See, the intent was there. I mean, they're right up for this. I think it probably helps Gracia that they did have a pretty bad start to the tournament. They lost their first 3 games. They had a washout in the 4th game. But it makes them realise, look, we're not taking anything for granted here. We have to play our best cricket, and we have to try and bring it every time. And that was a rare miss from Gracia, but didn't cost them much, as Kuldeep broke 3 and it broke through soon after. And it was a very, very good performance from Kuldeep. I mean, that was not great fielding. And there were quite a few sky balls though. And Gracia have a bunch of good fielders. Vibor Yadav, he was in the right place at the right time there. This one was held by Chowan behind the stumps. And Gracia on the move. But so was Joey Zadran, who looked dangerous. He went walkabout once too often. Just did not get that out of the middle. He held out to Mahe, 6 and out for him. And this was the other issue. And I think that Taki Umazaki was frustrated, to say the least. They couldn't get anything going. The chances kept coming, the wickets kept coming. And well, in the end, there was a late highlight with Zishan Ashraf able to pump a 6. We'll see that in a second. As you can see, it was tough going, to say the least. But here is Sabadell, as they were bowled out off their last ball for 82 runs. And looking at the scorecard, and one of the issues is that no one could really go on with it. You look at Taki Umazar, he faced 18 balls for 11, but you can't really blame him because, I mean, no one was scoring any runs around him. It's not like he cost anyone balls. They used up all 10 wickets. Top scorers Bakhtiar Khalid, he looked okay for 17 off 9. But yeah, ruthless is the word I would call from Gracia. They had good bowling options. They even went 6 bowlers in the end. They all bowled well, only giving away 5 extras in that innings. Hira Mahe just bowled the 1 over in the end, took 1 for 12, and Trilachan just bowled the 1. They split the overs. Yadav, Kumar, Kuldeep Lal, and Paramjit got the full complement of 2. 3 for 17 for Kumar, but for me, Kuldeep Lal thought he was the best of the bowlers, 2 for 14. Paramjit Singh also very good numbers though, same figures. Yadav, 1 for 9. Yeah, he also showed a lot of tricks, and there's a bit of a handful for the middle and lower order with his slower balls when he returned. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes to take you into the second half of the game. Gracia, they'll need 83 for victory. They'll fancy themselves to do it, but cricket's a funny game, and when your season's on the line, anything can happen. Can Hira Sabadell unleash the wild thing perhaps and throw this game into chaos? Find out when we return. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, on the final day of 2022 ECN Cricket. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. And welcome back to Barcelona. Sunday morning, time for cricket, and we are getting ready for the second half of the Eliminator here on final day. And by final day, I mean the final day of this tournament, the final day of the 2022 season here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandy with you, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have your company once again. And Liam Day mentioning that here is Sabadell struggling a little bit. Yeah, missing a couple of key players. No Shafat Ali Saeed, no Mohammad Zishan. But a strong bowling attack strengthened by the good recruitment of Jawid Zadran. And he's going to bowl the first over here. They need something to happen. They need early wickets. Well, speaking of something happening, there's always plenty happening outside this ground. Well, we haven't had a hot dog sighting yet, but we have seen a couple of playful little pups out there. But, right now, Gracia, they need 83 for victory to continue in the tournament. Oh, that's pretty good bowling for a first ball, and that one really goes away. I was wondering how Javi would handle this run-up and stuff. I'd say he doesn't care. He absolutely zung that one through to the keeper. And back to Khalid behind the stumps. Thudded into his gloves. Yadav and Kudut Lal opening the batting for Gracia. This one's a wide. Yadav plays and misses. Yeah, you can see. I mean, they only get 2 overs of Zadran. I think they're going to use them early and at least try and make some inroads into this Gracia batting lineup. You can't leave it too late, otherwise it could be gone. I just wish I could have seen more of this guy. I saw plenty of him, obviously, for Vienna CC this year and also for Austria, but still. Shot, though. It's a good shot down the ground. Fielder making chase, and he won't get there. 4 runs. Good batting. Power against power, really, this matchup. This is must-watch stuff. Yadav plays a very good straight drive down the wicket. You see that one was straightening. Really nice shot. Yeah, have a look at that. Playing straight. Good batting from Vibor. What's the comeback from Zadran? Oh, would have been gone. Would have been gone. Slight miss hit. Was still hit pretty hard, though. Zadran in his full follow-through. So, you can't really blame him for dropping this one. I mean, he's off balance. It's just an early moment, isn't it? And a chance to get Vibor Yadav going begging. You can see Yadav is going to be fine to not over-attack Zadran. In this situation, you still want to look to score, you still want to look to be positive, but I think you don't want to lose a wicket to Zadran and risk him running through the top order. You're just happy to take kind of, this 5 or even 6 and over, 7 and over. I think he might have busted his webbing here when he dropped the catch. Let's see what's going on. He just might need some attention. So, yeah, I think he probably hasn't realised, bowled another ball, and he's probably looked at, he's probably got a bit of blood on that left hand as it did burst through. So, yeah, well, the magic spray was about to come out, and they're saying, yep, come out, but I don't know if it's a split webbing. There's not much you can do about that. Anyway, I want to say a quick hello to everyone wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sandy here. Happy last day of the season. It's great to have your company, and hopefully this delay isn't too long. Obviously, a slight injury to Javid Zadran, but I want to say a big thank you. I'll probably say it a few times today, but big thank you to everyone who's tuned in, who's been part of our community. We've absolutely loved bringing you the action this year, and looking forward to being back in not too long, around about 7 weeks. You can see that Zadran, I mean, these guys are tough. They're not gonna make any excuses. They're gonna get back out there, and that's exactly what he's gonna do here. So, Javid Zadran, one of my favourites to watch. You can see why. He's really exciting, and the way things are going, we might not see too much of him. A bit more dog watch. Still no hot dogs though. Come on, hot dogs, come out to play. Well, chance. Oh, it's not a chance. There's nobody there. He got the mid on back. You can understand why. That's just a bit of luck. And Yadav was hurried up there, wasn't he? There's a leading edge. Just turned the face a bit early, actually. Looped up in the air. He was uncontrolled, but Vibor Gets a bit lucky. You can see here with Sabadell, they know they're going to make a move. They better make it early. I think you want somebody dead straight for Kuldeep Lal. Mid off in the circle, slightly wider. Good ball. Oh, he likes it. Zadran doesn't hear anything, neither does the umpire. And Bakhtiar was excited. It's the end of the over. 6 without loss. Bakhtiar reacts like it's just so obviously out that there's not even anything to answer. But I think that's a bit of showmanship from the cross-handed bandit. 57 matches without a golden ball. The number one rule of the ambitious appeal is you've got to communicate it to the bowler, because Javi looks surprised. Yeah, 57 matches without a golden ball. If we get through today without one, we'll start next year at 61. But to be honest, I'd like to go to golden ball 0 today. We had one on the last day of the season last year in Malta. Edges this onto his pad, so huge edge actually from Yadav. Up in the air and 4. So now Habib Ali coming in. Again, not easy situation. Try and keep these guys quiet. And bounces away for 4 runs. I want to say quick hello as well to everyone. Did see that Pavel Florin had a bit of an interview with the Melbourne Stars organisation. And I see he's got some sort of a role there. Looking forward to finding out a bit more about that. Yeah, it doesn't carry. And look, again, that's not even close to carrying. Here is Sabadell. I just feel like, oh, everything's going against us here. There's all these half chances. It's not happening. I mean, right now, they're just at the rate. They're not ahead of the rate. It's not like Grathi have blown them out of the water here. And they need wickets, and they need them soon. They put their big guns up the top. Well, this is travelling a long, long way towards the boundary. It's a good stop in the end. Bit of foot fielding from Gulrais Hussain. They'll get back for 2. It was a strange field. It was like nobody had a traditional long on. It's a huge gap, really. He had to move a long way to his left to get that one. This one is well knocked down by Ikram ul Haq. It's fantastic work. Skipper leading from the front. Again, if that gets past him, that could well have gone for 4, because there's no long on. There's more of a deep mid wicket. So I have changed this onside field slightly with the mid on coming up in the circle. But yeah, it's a really strange field. This hit straight, but should be handled. Is handled by Taqi Mazar. It'll be the end of the over as well. So here out throwing everything they got at Grathia early. They've got 2 overs down, 16 without loss. So we've got a question. Does Javid Zadran have dual citizenship with Austria and Spain? No, I think he's an Austrian international. So just Austrian, but Europe is small. So people talk, then people travel sometimes. Now it's one of the cool things, I think. Just seeing the table there, Grathia finished in 2nd, but they didn't have a good start. They ended up finishing second, but they started pretty much towards the bottom. Still the Catalonia Tigers 14-0. They'll be up on show next against Barcelona Shaheen. So the 2 top teams from each group going head-to-head for the chance to get into the final. Get straight into the final. Yeah, so I mean, this is one thing that I quite like, that people form relationships and friendships and end up playing for each other's clubs in ECN cricket and sometimes other cricket. Well, there we go. There's another little fella. Not little. Oh, this isn't little either, because this is pumped over the fence. Maximo! Well, Kuldeep Lal, there's some signs that he's coming good. And not that he's really been bad in this series, but I think sometimes he's been happy to take a back seat. But that is a proper shot, isn't it? Murad Ali comes on. And abracadabra, that ball's disappeared downtown Barcelona. So, for example, in the Gracia team, you've got players like Simranjit Singh, you've got Jaipal Singh as well from Kings 11 in Italy. We saw Kuldeep playing for Kings 11 earlier, same with Yadav earlier in the season, so a bit of a reciprocal relationship. This is a low full toss, just bunted down the ground. This is going to beat the fielder. He went with the foot, couldn't get there, Tucky. And so that will be cuatro carreras. And yeah, just the placement. And again, yeah, the use of the feet. It's not necessarily the best way to go. I think immediately Tucky's relieved of his duties, and Javid Zadran is going to say, well, look, I've got feet as well, but I'm going to use them to get to the ball. I'm not going to use them to try and stop the ball. 26 without loss. Just feel one surge might be enough to break here. I think Javid probably comes back in the third over. He looks the most likely to break this. Well, this is the third over, so I guess he's not. I think he's going to come back sooner rather than later, is what I'm saying. Edged onto the pad. This will be one. That'll do. Have it all their own way, but they've certainly been tested and survived the test in this opening partnership. What a great day of cricket this is going to be. Well, it is already. But you got four of the real top teams here in Barcelona going head to head. A lot of talent on display. Well, probably would have been a wide. Runner reaches it, spoils it, gets one. Yeah, Liam also mentioning the likes of Fahim Nazir playing in Italy, true. Saifa Rahman playing in 3 countries, yes, true. There's quite a few examples. But the thing is, give you an example. Let's say from Rome to Barcelona, you can get flights sometimes. They're like 20 euros, like 20 bucks. With cricket equipment, it's probably a bit more. But yeah, some real good deals. This is no ball off the pitch. Murad Ali can be a bit erratic. We know that. He's kind of like the store brand Wild Thing. We've got Javid in the lineup, but Murad, you know, he can spray them a little bit. That one does bounce off the surface. So free hit coming up. What we'll go for here? Maybe a slower ball? Probably not. I think he's just going to try and roop it in towards the stumps. It goes wide. Won't matter if this is caught. It's going to stop the boundary here. Great catch. Really good catch. It'll be a single. This is just brilliant fielding. I suppose the pressure is off with these. The number one thing you don't want to do is hit it over the boundary. So drop it forwards, if you like, or away from your body. But yeah, just a single. Last ball the over. Not a bad one. Oh, how's that for some football skills? Well, I know we've got World Cup at the moment. I've got to say, get him out there. I mean, it would have beaten this man. He would have been through on goal. Anyway, into the over. Scores 31 for no loss. Let's have a look at the equation here. They need 52 of 42. 52 off 42 right now. Required rate 7.4 and over. Javid's pretty excited to bowl soon, saying, hey, give me the ball, Skip. But I think Ikram ul Haq saying, look, I'm the leading wicket taker, so I'm going to come on. I'm going to try and break this partnership. So you can understand that. So he's got to try things. But Gracia looking comfortable enough in this chase so far, especially after that over. Into the power play, though, you've got the ability to have up to 5 outfielders now. Down leg side, called wide. It's a great start. Yadav. Not quite the strike rate we used to seeing from him, but he knows he's got a job to do. He's owning it. He's just kind of deceived by the lack of pace. I don't think he would have faced Ikram or Haq before. And the thing about Ikram or Haq is the ball kind of rolls out of his hand consistently, but in a way that it's a lot slower than his arm speed would suggest. So you could see there, the ball was kind of on the charge there, but the ball never arrived, and I'm kind of reaching for it and kind of slapping it down to long on. You can see, yeah, just Ikram's nagging. That's why he's a really good defensive bowler. And I suppose, yeah, you need to be defensive in this instance, but also you need to take wickets. And so, yeah, what normally happens is when he dries up the scoring, people go for big shots and get out. I suppose with these batters at the crease, they'll know, actually, we don't have to do too much here. Even if we get 6-7 off this over, we're fine. If we get more, great. This will be punched out to the sweeper. It's hard to believe that if Grathia don't get into wicket trouble, and losing wickets, that they won't get this target of 83. It's called a wide. It's keeping. Going back to Khalid. See, Ikram apologising, but yeah, you can see what he's trying to do here. Just loses the fight with the wide line. It's a good eye by Kuldeep to let that one go through and take the wide. This one hangs. I think it's dropping because the nature of his ball trajectory is that by the time it gets to the batter, it is kind of dropping pretty quickly. So that's why it looked like it may be highish, but I think in the end, no doubt it's okay. Again, no luck for Hira because that could have gone to hand. Big appeal and gone. So, yeah, fairly straight delivery. I think that Yadav, he knew he was in trouble. He took the chance to get across his stumps and basically blocked the stumps with his body, trying to open up that leg side. But yeah, Ikram's an awkward customer, and he comes up with another wicket. He's been so good at taking wickets in this series. You see, that's out. It's pretty clear. Yadav kind of awaits the inevitable. I think he knew he was in trouble. Back leg. And, see you later, alligator. So Ikram, he produces. Ikram Haq's had such a good series with the ball, hasn't he? I'm really, really impressed. He just continues to keep delivering. But, I mean, this is the issue. There's so much batting to come here. It's just hard to see a window. Good decision by the umpire. I'll give him credit as well. Ikram Haq's the leading wicket taker in the series now with 28 wickets. 28 wickets. And Abid Ali is actually second. So both of the leading wicket takers are in this. Now we come to talk about batting a lot. I mean, you got two of the gun bowlers statistically on the park. That's 51 wickets between them. To put that in context, they played 17 matches before this game, so it's basically between them. They get 3 wickets a match. Just think about that. 3 wickets every match just between those two bowlers. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecard at the 4 over mark, 37 for 1. Kuldeep Lal has survived, 20 off 11. He's out there with Hiramahe. And Hiramahe just getting to the crease. And another good hitter. Plenty to come as well. But they're hanging in there. That's the thing. Yeah, good decision by the umpire. Everyone seems to agree, including me. Yeah, I think he'd agree as well, actually. So now they're going to go for Zishan Ashraf with the ball. Yeah. Nice time to go walking the dog on a Sunday morning. Bit fresh still, 6 degrees, so we've gone up a full degree so far. But it's always a nice vibe here on the weekend. A lot of sport going on around us as well, community sport. Here's Ashraf. First one's cut well, beats the fielder, that's 4. Good batting by Kuldeep Lal. He seems to be just getting better and better. He's had a good season. And I wouldn't even say he was out of form, but he's just been maybe slightly overshadowed by some other performances in this series. But he is solid as a rock. That's a very good cricket shot. So yeah, with no Mohammad Zishan, they're missing a bit with the bowling. Also Shafat Ali Saeed. Yeah, but they do have one over from Javed Zadran still to come. What do you guys think? Is there a window back into this for Hira Sabadell? It's hard to see it. But funny things have happened before, and funny things will happen again. Little angle shot. It does get a bit of the fielder. Almost on the thumb there. It'll be a bit of a sore one, but it will be a single. Stops it getting past him though. Liam saying if they can get these 2 in the next 2 overs, they could put some pressure on. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's always the case. I always think there's a window back into the game when the runs required is more than the balls remaining. Because you're just a couple of wickets and a few dot balls away from, you know, being at a crossroads where you could be on a path where things are possible, even in this situation. You see, ones don't really change that gap. So at the moment, it's a +7 gap. So 7 more runs than balls required. So the longer you can maintain that gap, then again, the more likely you are to push a close finish. Cut shot. Just be a single sense. Again, one's a fine. But for me, I'm getting real tempted now to bring Zadran back. And see if you can run through the middle order a little bit. Hard to do when you've only got 1 over to come. But I don't want the game drifting too long here. If I'm here at Sabadell. Probably Crumble Hart comes back on next over. That makes sense. I mean, and batters have had trouble timing him up, including Yadav. He's the only wicket so far. Edged and out. So Zishan Ashraf comes up with a wicket here. Mahe nicks behind. Nicely taken behind the stumps by Bakhtiar Khalid. Another wicket fall. So Grathia certainly not having it their own way here. Here is Sabadell. They're fighting on. And yeah, there's no doubt that a win isn't out of the question here for here at Sabadell. But they're going to have to play almost perfectly from here on in. And probably have a bit of luck too. Hira. A big thick edge, and he knew straight away. That was the end of his innings. Just a single for the skipper this time round, 44 for 2. Well bowled by Zishan Ashraf. That's a testing delivery early in your innings. It was well pitched. The corridor of uncertainty, as some would call it. Healthy edge through to Bakhtiar Khalid. Hello to Nico Fernando. Great to have you in the chat. How are you? Compliments of the season. Liam just noting that the pressure on Kuldeep will be ramped up a bit. That's true. Interesting to see how he takes on the rest of this chase. Bajendra, good morning to you. Hopefully you're well. Probably good afternoon where you are, Bajendra. I think you should keep bowling this line and length here. That was good delivery. Here's Vinod Kumar. Hit him well yesterday, Vinod. Starts to be a pretty confident looking push. Steep point for 1. He's off the mark. Into the 5th over. The score is 45 for 2. Well, I want to welcome you into the Cube. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And for all of you that are just joining us, I want to say a big thank you for your support in season 2022. Now, I do hear that perhaps ECN founder Daniel Weston might be in Barcelona today. And going to chat to him if he is here. I'm going to try and get him on because there's some big things that we're planning for 2023, and I'm going to see if we can get it out of him. And just to let you guys know, for being such loyal viewers, because we want bigger and better stuff happening. Remember those two words, bigger and better. And let's just see what Dan has to say for himself when he arrives. But yeah, super excited to be here, final day of the season. Ikram Haq, as expected, comes back in over number 6. You know, pushes it back. And yeah, you might be saying, well, what's going on with Ikram Haq? He's just kind of rocking in and bowling at half rat power. But I mean, that's his skill. He does that in a way that it's awkward to pick the ball up out of his hand because of his release and the kind of, yeah, the natural, I'd call it leg cut more than anything that he gets. It's just slower than your eyes expect. You have to make that natural adjustment. And remember, I was talking about the gap between runs and balls. We're now at +9 and we're further down the road. So we're almost back at the original 8.3 now after they were ahead. Ali Arif asking, is ECN 2022 going to end? Well, it's 10 sometime. This will be a boundary. That's the pressure relieving one. It's just not a good ball from Ikram Haq. He's bowled pretty well so far. It's actually a good shot though. He has to go down and fetch it, doesn't he? It was dropping on him. So yeah, getting a few questions about when the season ends. Well, short answer, today. But also when we'll be back. I can fill you in on that visually in a minute. Bit of bat, bit of pad. I'll get one here. So, yeah, this is the last day of the season, Sunday the 11th of December. We've got a 7-week end of season break. But we will be back on the 30th of January. And we'll be right back here in Barcelona. And if you want to know more, go to EuropeanCricket.com. We've got the ECL, of course, coming up as our second tournament of the year. It's one of our marquee tournaments. And I'm getting lots of questions about who's playing, what the fixtures are, what's going on with that. Look, that won't be finalised until, I think, probably around 4 weeks or so before the tournament. That's my guess. So probably early in the new year. So keep an eye on EuropeanCricket.com. I suspect it'll be a 10-team tournament instead of the 16 tournament, just because it's a week less. So the 10 teams would allow everyone to play each other. But keep an eye on the website and you'll find out. Again, perhaps what happens in this tournament determines who qualifies, but then also, you know, depends on which teams are available, and obviously, you know, teams at this time of the year also might have availability issues. Goes after this, should be gone. Taken, really good catch, and Kuldeep goes. We're still 30 to get, and well, Ikram gives Kuldeep a little bit of a cuddle, but it's a very good catch by Javeed Zadran in these conditions. And he was moved to that position after Takil Mazar had a few issues down there, but he's taken a crucial wicket. Now, by no means does that mean things get a lot easier for you, but I think the way Kuldeep's batted, you're very happy to see the back of him. Kuldeep Lal has to go for 31. The 50 comes up for Grathia, but they lose their playmaker. And the score is 52 for 3. Top 3 in the shed. And so, look, still plenty of batting to come, but it's one thing to have to do it. There's nothing to know you have to do it to stay in the tournament. Runs on the board in finals. Funny things can happen. And now, I like this move. They're going to bring back Javeed Zadran, the wild thing. And he is a genuine wicket taker. Seventh over coming up. This should be good. Everyone, get your popcorn out because this will be really good. And Javeed Zadran just bowled a warm-up ball so fast that the fielder missed it and almost went for 4. So it's time to get going. Kaibe saying, I think I need a big over to feel comfortable. Well, yes. And this will be uncomfortable. Here's Zadran. Biggest over of the game, I think. He just blasts one through Kuma. Kamara Thod's the new batter. He's pretty happy at the other end at the moment. Yeah, fantastic. Bowling. Oh, this one gets through. It's called a wide. This one out. Apologies for that, but you get a good look at it here. Just misses the stumps. Well bowled. Well, tension. Tension. And look, here's the thing. He's there to take wickets, but if he bowls a bunch of dot balls, that's also good, isn't it? That builds pressure. I mean, that one certainly, I think, leaves the batter off the surface. I remember the first time I saw Javid, I thought, wow, this guy's got something about him. It wasn't wrong. Dot ball. Yeah. Despite the pressure relieving boundary now, we've got that gap back at 9, back at +9. You've got two fairly new batters. Kumar's really getting tested here. And at what point do you kind of just say, all right, I'm just not going to get out to him because I've eaten a bunch of dot balls. Oh, well, did that carry? It was unsighted because non-strike was in the way. Back to you. There's just chaos out there. There's people running everywhere. We've got Bakhtiar throwing 2 gloves away and just throwing the ball into a pack of about 7 Hira Sabadell players. Let me check this one out. Yeah, that was it. That was a drop catch. It had to be. And Zishan, he drops it, but wow, it was travelling very fast. Zishan kind of didn't know what hit him, to be honest. He'll get a single and that's it. I think he might need some assistance here, because if that's hit him on the end of the finger, that's nasty. You see the magic spray's coming out. All gather round. Javi gets a few pats on the back. Let's see where it hits him here. I reckon left thumb. It looks like it hit him on the left thumb, right on the end of it, and that'll push your finger back into your hand or push your thumb back into your hand. What do we think about this? Just spotting in the chat, Nico Fernando has joined us. And he's saying his wife is having a few issues at the moment. And well, I'm so sorry to hear that, Nico. I hope it all works out for you. On behalf of all of the ECN, our thoughts are with you and your family at this time. So, yeah, Nico, I hope you enjoyed the day today. Thanks for being part of our community. What an over this is. What an over. There's a wide and a single. The single was a drop catch. And like I said, they brought him back, look, plan A, to take wickets. Plan B, don't give any runs away. And if he can sneak out of this, I mean, I'd be satisfied with a 2-run over, even if he doesn't take a wicket. Last ball for Zadran. Oh, well, it's a good stop. Really good stop by Bakhtiar Khalid. Well, he is on. That's a fantastic stop. And Zadran gets a bit greedy and goes to the stumps here. It's going to be 2 wides. But that's a fantastic stop. Look, you need to throw your body on the line to make that stop. And he does exactly that. This is what's coming up next. We'll come back to that in a second. After this ball from Zadran, last ball of the over. And going nowhere, they'll get 1. So 5 off the over. Yeah, brilliant stuff from Zadran, but he can't take the wicket. And at the end of 7 overs, the score is 57 for 3. Yeah, coming up, this should be an absolute doozy. The 2 teams that topped the table in their respective groups, Barcelona and Shaheen 10-4 versus Caledonia Tigers 14-0. What a streak, the Tigers. I think now that's the longest winning streak we've ever had in ECN cricket. Now, the news from the toss, the Caledonia Tigers, they won the toss. They're going to bat. Have a look at that side. And you got someone like Tahir Ilyas listed at 7. Well, there they are, keeping warm right now. But Barcelona and Shaheen, I mean, they've been setting records as well. They scored 229 in an innings earlier on in the tournament. They also have the biggest chase ever So it's going to be a real exciting contest, no doubt about it. That's coming up in around about 25 minutes. Still plenty to do here. Wow, this is where you'd love Javid Zadran to be able to swap shirts with somebody and have another over, because that was exciting stuff, wasn't it? If they don't make it, it's going to be a shame, because we love to watch Zadran go about his business, and that's something maybe that we haven't had that much of in this series. Bowlers that can take it up a notch. But here's another guy that's been pretty good. Zishan Ashraf had a pretty good first over, took 1 for 8. Here we go. 26 off 18. Right off the end of the bat for 1. And I tell you what, here at Sabadell, they're up for this contest. Don't forget how they got here. They were 4th, and they're kind of well behind on the table, the top 3. But they managed to beat both Pak Moncada and then Pak Care in the last 2 matches to qualify. And they had a real sense that anything was possible. Got to watch the time here as well. Now, there might be some adjustments because there's that shoelace issue there. In the air, away from the field, it needs to make the stop. Does. He might get 2 here on a slight fumble. I mean, he was so careful to stop it, Muhammad Amir Raza, that he didn't want to, you know, he wasn't going to let it get past him for 4. And because of that, he just lets the ball get away from him slightly. See, he does the right thing. He's a bit worried because he actually spins back at the last moment. I've seen, he's particularly in that area. There's been some trouble. Anyway, this is trouble for the fielding side, and it's going to be 4 to Rathod. So he does get the strike back on the 2. And so that relieves the pressure, doesn't it? Rathod needed that. This equation now, 19 off 15. They finally squeezed the gap the right way as far as Gracia are concerned. Down to +4 now. And they go for this, and well, Bakhtiar Khalid gets a bit unlucky that it hits the edge of the pitch, because if it stays where it is, then he's a lot closer to the stumps. I don't know if you can see this on the replay. Have a look at this, one of these bounces. I think it's this one. It hits the edge of the pitch and just rolls those precious extra meters that allows the batters to scamper home. Now you're just trying to take it as deep as possible. If you take this to last over, anything can happen. 18 or 14 at the moment. Big swing and a miss. Good keeping from Khalid as well. But Khalid is an absolute gamer. He's a baller. He's got a lot of energy back behind the stumps. He's been running. We've seen him running after balls in the infield. We've seen him throwing himself around, willing to put his body on the line. And Zadran's also in the infield, providing a bit of advice to the bowlers. Last ball of the 8th. In the air. Well, surely this has to be taken. Fielder's under it, and he catches it. So Kumar has to go. He had a miserable time out there in the middle. He was only able to gather 6 off 12 balls, and there's pressure on now. It's the end of the over, 65 for 4. 18 required off the last 2 overs. And if you ever want to see what finals pressure looks like, just watch this game right now. Here is Sabadell. There's no tomorrows for them. Same for Gracia. After 2 overs, we have to say goodbye to one of these 2 teams. 65 for 4. I make that as Simranjit Singh listed to come in next. And again, he's had a bit of a tough time with the bat in this series. So he's a very class player. We know that. Just have a look at that. These middle overs. These middle overs are won by Hiras Sabadell, ultimately. 4 wickets in the last 5 overs. This is what they do. They've been chipping away. And look, the over they didn't get a wicket with Javid Zadran, and really he built a lot of pressure in his over. It has resulted in a wicket. And the other thing they have to do, they have to make sure that they get through this over quickly, because I've got 3.5 minutes before a time penalty. Here's Abid Ali to bowl the 9th. High full toss. And Abid Ali comes on. And I think, yeah, you throw who you think your best option is in the 9th. And I think Abid Ali is the best option here. And try and take this game deep. 3 minutes remaining to bowl 5 balls. I think they'll be okay, but it's tight. They don't get an allowance for that wicket. Well bowled, well bowled. You won't be able to field it, but it's only 1. And that gap's been interesting, hasn't it? It's +6 now. So it's been hovering around, but they've never quite closed it. And if you don't close it, it means the game's still alive. Again, they're hanging on a knife's edge, though. Here is Sabadell. Can't really concede a boundary in this over, I think. If they don't do that, we'll probably go in a 50-50 contest. Short, hit into the gap, and 4. Well, there it was the short ball. They tried out. They had 2 fielders guarding that area square of the wicket, but this one bisects them perfectly. And come the time, come the man. We haven't seen that much of Amal Rathod with the bat, but he is a very, very good cricketer. I remember seeing him doing some very good things during the weekend T10 in Khartoum. 12 off 9, though, still is a positive gap for the fielding team. 12 off 9 plus 3. Comeback ball. 1. Good finish. Does seem like we're going to the last, though, doesn't it? The pressure's on. Gotta say, this is a real tight contest. This is final day pressure. Not just final day of this tournament, final day of the year. You can feel it, it's palpable, it's in the air. Here's Simran, he's there, that's the dot ball. Can't get it away. That's a very good fielding position as well. Aslan Arif is in there, short mid wicket. And he's just trying to prevent a 1, just like that. Last ball of the over. He's in really deep now. He's really close, I mean. Aslan Arif in that mid wicket region. Does Simran go the big shot here? To be honest, I think you might as well have a crack at this. I think I'd be going for it. They've got batting to come. They've got wickets in hand. The time pressure isn't there anymore for the fielding team. I think I'd be having a pop at it. Tries. Can't elevate it. Just 1. Well, hold on to your hats, everybody. We're going to the last. 10 runs required off the last over. And the score is 73 for 4. Well, there's the golden ball graphic. If there's 9 off this over, we're going to a golden ball. And if there's 10 or more, Gracia win. If there's 8 or less, here is Sabadell win. Wow, quite incredible stuff. That we would go this deep. And now pressure on Murad Ali. And look, he is one guy that he's had some issues with his control. But well, it's going to be pressure. Again, doesn't want to give away extras here. How's the pressure Simran's feeling at this stage as well? And he's an experienced guy, has played international cricket for Italy. Let's go, last overtime. Down the wicket. It's hard to win this game without a boundary. Rathod will get the strike now. I think it's probably a good thing he's been there a bit longer. You've got to say, there is a lot of tension out there right now. A lot of tension. 9 off 5. Oh, it's going to be 4. And it's just a filthy little edge from Rathod, but he'll love it. He gets the boundary they need. I think if they hit 1 boundary this over, it's close. If they hit 2 boundaries, they win. And if they didn't hit any, they'd lose. So now we're into it's close. Yeah, that's the nature of the game. You can only have 5 outfielders. What a game. 5 off 4. Again, 4 singles gets us to that golden ball. What's to come? Short mid wicket in, saving the 1. Oh, he misses it, and it's not a wide. It's inside the tram line. Oh, hustling through here. Oh, this is proper pressure. Get a boundary kind of kills the game here. Oh, you think so? But Gracia lost their way in the middle overs, and now their tournament's on the line. Here is Sabadell. Well, their tournament's always been on the line in this innings. And swing and a miss again. So 5 off 2. This would be an amazing victory if Hira Sabadell could defend 83 against the ECL representatives, Gracia. Remember how Hira Sabadell got here. They beat higher ranked teams. They beat teams that they weren't fancy to beat. Same could be said this morning. And they're on the precipice now with those 2-dot balls. Rathod's in the hot seat and it is burning. 5 off 2. He gets bat on it. Do they go for 2? Is it handled? Well, I think you got to come for 2 here. Good throw might have him in trouble. That's good running. Gets home. I mean, also, it's a very good stop down there. I mean, remember, if that goes for 4, then that ties the game. And look, I'm a bit worried about Rathod here. He hasn't got up. We can probably have a look at it. He gets home. He might just be exhausted. Oh, wow. Oh, we've waited a long time. Hustles there. Gets home. Oh, there it is. He's just gone over on the ankle slightly. That's why he's hurting. Oh, that means it's harder to run. Look, great stop. I'm going to say props to Muhammad Amir Raza. I know he gives the 2 away, but I mean, if he gives a 4 away, that's even more of a crime. So 3 off 1, 2 for a golden ball. Last day of the season. It's been 57 matches since we've had a golden ball. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Gracia to stay alive in the tournament. It's in the air. It's going, and it's gone. He's 6 off the last ball, and Gracia win it with a Maximo. Rathod is the hero. He hustles back for the 2, and he hits the last ball of the eliminator out of the ground, and he knocks Hira Sabadell out of the tournament. What a finish. What a finish to a cricket match. You will only see this kind of action right here on the European Cricket Network. It had all the drama. What a game between 2 teams fighting for their lives in Barcelona. And Rathod, well, come the moment, come the man. And he'd swung and missed it. A couple of balls in that over. He took it on. Off the bat, I wasn't so sure it was going to leave the building, but it did. And he has kept his team alive in this tournament. What a game. And Hira Sabadell, look, credit to them. They are a very, very plucky cricket team, and no one expected them to get into the Final 4. They finished 4th in their group out of 8 teams, and they were a bit hit and miss at times, but when it counted, they showed they can perform. And look, today was no exception. There just had to be only one winner. That's a shame, really. And yeah, as Liam said in the chat, deserved a golden ball. What a contest. It really was. 2 teams that desperately wanted to survive, but Gracia, the ECL representatives, they will make it through to the afternoon session. Let's go back and see some of the highlights. And well, I'm out of breath, and really, I don't think I'm the only one here at the ground, because things did get pretty hairy at the end. But, I mean, good opening partnership, but then also Cromwell Hark, I mean, backed himself to come and take a wicket. He is the leading wicket taker in the tournament so far. And, well, he was able to move Yada, but then Hiramahe nicked off. Kurdi, he was looking good for a while, wasn't he? And then he fell. Well, just opened the can of worms, didn't it? That was a great catch by Zadra. And you see how excited Hira Sabadell were at that stage. Yeah, so when they needed a boundary, they just seemed to be able to find it as well. I mean, it's going to go all the way down to the wire in the end. That was a good catch. You see, just holding their nerve when it counted. Really can't say they did too much wrong here. Hira Sabadell had that lucky 4 that got edged away. There was nothing edgy about that one, though. And this is the one where you thought, oh dear, is the luck turning against Hira Sabadell? This was actually a pretty good stop. He was determined to save the boundary, but they take on the 2. Rathod actually turns his ankle as he comes in here. Nasty one, but he did fight to get back on strike. And then with the game on the line, they did 3 to win. He gets 6. And Gracia, they have made it through to the afternoon session. And well, you know what's happening then. Here is Sabadell versus Gracia. Eliminator has been run and won, and it's Gracia that have survived to qualifier 2. They'll meet the team that doesn't win the next game between Barcelona Shaheen and Catalunya Tigers. The Gracia are 2 games away from the trophy. They need to win 5 in a row this weekend to do it, and that makes it 3 out of 3. Here is Sabadell. Well, credit to them. Really enjoyed their tournament. Wishing them all the best. Hope to see them again very soon, and hopefully some of those key players back as well. What a fight it was from here at Sabadell, but Gracia get home 31 for Kuldeep. Well, that was important, wasn't it? Yadav had to deal with some spicy stuff early on. Really, there's one hero there for me, and it's Rathod. It comes good, 25 off 12 at the end. This is what's coming up next, Barcelona Shaheen versus the Catalunya Tigers. And the Catalunya Tigers winning the toss and elected to bat first with 2 teams in form. Nice to see Maxi Hook in there for Barcelona Shaheen. This is the bowling figures in the game we just seen. 2 for Ikram Hart, 2 for Zishan Asher. I think look, everyone bowled well. Murad Ali, okay, went for a few in the end, including 6 off the last ball, but I think strategically it was right to save at the end. They really had to be kept in the game. Abid Ali bowled a good night. Javid Zadran, though, he was so great to watch. It's just a shame we can see any more of him in this series anyway. I'm sure we'll see him on ECN in 2023. We'll take a break. I'm going to definitely have a little bit of a drink and a relax for a few minutes because that was 10. So we'll be back with qualifier 1 just around the corner. The 2 top teams in the group stage going head-to-head, including the Catalunya Tigers, who are trying to make it 15 in a row in this tournament. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the tournament and hope you're enjoying the day so far. Back in 15 minutes with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. And apologies for the slight delay, just because of the dramatic finish to the last game. Pushed us a little bit behind schedule, so we're starting 10 minutes later than originally planned, but it is time for qualifier number 1. And this is a match between the two teams that finished top of the table in the respective groups. It's Barcelona Shaheen versus Catalunya Tigers. Let's see what happened at the toss when Rob Kemming was with the two captains.
Your call. Okay. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. What do you want to bet? Okay. Good luck. Thank you. Good luck.
So, you see, it was tails. And if you're wondering, that shows you that beautiful coin all the way from the European Cricket Championship. And tails was the call. And that meant that Catalunya Tigers, they won the toss and they have decided to bat first. I think it's a good toss to win. I think both these teams batting heavy. To be honest, both these teams, they've done it setting targets. They've done it chasing, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. Barcelona Shaheen had a bad start, really. I mean, they were actually bottom of the table at one point. They ended up top with a 10-4 record. And just have a look at some of the class we'll see from them. Baba Khan, Madia Rahman, Dilawar as well, Bilawal, lots of big hitters. Catalunya Tigers, though, very strong, top 7. And well, these two teams, they've won a lot of games. You can see that 8 in a row for Barcelona Shaheen. Catalunya Tigers, they won 14 in a row, and that doesn't even count whatever they would have won last year. I don't know the exact amount, but they are defending champions in this tournament. And you can see the players just coming on. What a first game we had. We had quite an incredible finish between Gracia and Hiris Abdel, where Gracia needed 3 off the last ball. Amol Rathod was able to hit it for 6. It was drama in the highest order. Nolly's asking who's coming in to bat opening. Well, we'll spot them in a minute. But hello to Musi Fraggle. Is that what I should call you? You're in the chat. Saying hello from Ibiza in Spain. Learning this incredible sport. And I love it. Well, I also love Maxi Hot being out there for Barcelona Shaheen. And he's a very good field, actually. Pretty handy bowler as well, Maxi. I know he had a slight side strain, so we haven't seen him bowling in this series. But, yeah, Maxi is out there. Finds himself in the 11. So, looking at who's coming out to bat. It looks like it's Yasser Ali that's out there with Wasim Abbas. That's what I would have expected. And they have kind of, let's say experimented. I think I rotated their opening position. Probably that's a better word to use. They've got lots of players that are capable of batting in the top 2 or 3. We've also got Awais Ahmed. He'll have the gloves in this game. They've got Tahir Ilyas, who also can keep. He's listed at 7. It seems a bit low to me. Naveed Aslam, he's come in and done a good job for them as well. Mustansar Iqbal, I mean, this is a very strong batting order. Catalunya Tigers. Well, you don't go 14-0 without handling yourself, but also Barcelona Shaheen. They have been brilliant. The clash of the Titans here. The clock's ticked over. Matia Rahman to bowl the first ball, and it's Yasser Ali on strike. Here's qualifier number 1 for a place in the final, and the game starts with a wide. And that's basically what's up for grabs here. I mean, if you have been with ECN for a while, you know that the Final Four format is a fairly standard Final Four format as well. It rewards the teams that have done better earlier in the tournament. These two teams get rewarded by topping their group with that double chance. Swing and a miss this time. Gets across to it. Thinks, is that a wide? Matia Rahman. Very good young cricketer, isn't he? He's got 100 in the series already. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with that one, but we'll take it. That's why. Yes, I gave it the old stare at the umpire, but didn't work. Wow, that one takes off. It really took off. This didn't seem like it hit the line. We've seen sometimes the ball hit the line and take off. This just hits a spot. And Yasser saying, wow, what happened there? A good start. And one thing that I'm enjoying is we're seeing good batters like Yadav in the last game, like Yasser Ali now. We're seeing them be tested, aren't we? We're really seeing them tested. Yes, sir. Charges and basically Yorks himself. So that's 3 dot balls now. Very interesting start. Started with a wide. Yeah, 3 dot balls. I won't mind that. You know, it was actually can be quite a long time, as we know now, on the European Cricket Network. What can happen? Yes, sir. He gets this one away, and Maxi does handle it in the end. Maxi Huck, that's part of our ECN crew as well. Maxi does a lot of work behind the scenes of European cricket. He's a German citizen, actually. Has kind of played in the German setup, but now resides in Barcelona. Pretty nice place to move to. I certainly have enjoyed my time in Barcelona. I've been here over a month now. And I knew that the other day when I realised that my 1 month Metro pass had run out. I was kind of stuck at the gate. I said, hold on, my ticket stopped working. Then I looked at the date. It was the 6th of December. And I realised, oh, hold on a second. I've been here 1 month because I got here on the 6th of November, just a day before the tournament started. Wasim Abbas on strike. And this guy is all guns blazing. Just like that. Well, that was an absolute bullet out of the gun. Maximo! And what a start for Wasim. It's the same kind of delivery, same kind of length, I suppose, that had been effective earlier in the over. But that was an absolute gunshot from Wasim Abbas. Shuvo Paul saying last OVCN this year with a crying face. Well, save your tears, guys, and we'll be back, okay? Thanks for the support, though. Clocks off the pad. Slightly short of that time from Mati Rahman, finishes the over. And really, I put that down as a win for Barcelona Shaheen first over. It's 8 without loss after 1. Let's have a look at some of the top performers for these two teams. Yasser Ali, 457 runs is a lot. Abbas, 241 again. Remember, they have rotated their batters a lot more than most teams. Masant Srikpal makes up their top 3 run scorers that we're seeing today. Bubba Khan with 506 had a great series as well. Mati Rahman 375, including a century, but then a bit of a gap, isn't there? Back to Dilawar with 110 with the ball. Abbas has been brilliant. 15 wickets in the series now. Yasser Ali. So look, these two out there in the middle, they're the leading run scorers and the leading wicket takers for the Tigers. And you're looking forward to seeing exactly how this one pans out. Well, there's some of the Hero Sabadell guys, and, you know, they were distraught after that finish. And had to go and congratulate them on their performance. But, yeah, it's always a tough one. You lose a last ball game, it's tough enough, especially when it knocks you out of the tournament. And played so well to get in, probably in front in that game, actually. This is played away on the leg side. This is Samir Rahman. He's going to go to the boundary first ball. Just slightly wrong line there, drifting in towards the hip. And it's well worked away for 4 boundaries to start the over. Yeah, so I think you get into the position where the opposition team needs 3 off last ball to win. I think the fielding team are favourites then. Because we kind of know 2 is a 50-50, because that's a golden ball. If you need 2 to win. But 3 to win, yeah, I think they would back themselves. Pretty much, if you don't concede a boundary, you win the game. But just credit to Rathod. He was equal to the moment. I know that Liam's saying Mati Rahman has a big future ahead of him. Hopefully, if he qualifies, Corey gives him a few opportunities next year. Yeah, potentially. You've got a lot to work with there, don't you? Both the Rahmans actually very talented players. This one is well handled. That's Farooq Sahel. That mid-off. So yeah, what I'm really liking is teams that have probably, let's be honest, they've steamrolled a few opponents in this tournament. But they're clashing with each other, and I'm loving it so far. Finals day has lived up to the hype. Now big walking waft from Abbas. Abbas is a little bit like playing with dangerous chemicals. Can put on a good show. You can end up getting burnt. He's focused, isn't he? Like, not just the cricket skills of the Rahman brothers, but also the kind of competitive steel they have. They love their cricket. They want to win. They're focused. Sammy. Well, this one isn't a good ball, though. That's going to disappear. Maximo! Right in the wheelhouse to Abbas, and just a couple of times, Sammy's gotten a little bit straight. And by straight, I mean kind of in at the body. Maybe trying to cramp Abbas, but that's not really a good tactic. I think to Wasim Abbas, you need to get him reaching outside the off stump. He likes to drag everything to the leg side, and you're kind of playing into what he likes. And I think you got to get a bit further to the left, make him reach, and maybe he'll hit one straight up in the air. Yeah, same ball, same result. Maximo! Back-to-back to finish the second over, and Catalunya Tigers up and away, 25 for no loss. Well, if Barcelona Shaheen won the first over, the Tigers win the second. With 17 off, it finishes with a bang-bang. Let's have a look at Group A, and you can see Barcelona Shaheen. For a while, they were down the bottom of the ladder, but they ended up 10-4, automatically qualifying, and that was important because Group A playoff day was brutal. It saw Pac Moncada and Pagokare knocked out. And who knows, if Barcelona Shaheen had to do it the hard way, they may have qualified, they may not have. So that's why it was important. They ended up at the top of the table, 2 points clear of Pagokare and Pac Moncada. You know, the Tigers absolutely dominated their group. The 14-0 record. Daylight second. Matty's coming back to try and break this partnership. It's not a good ball first up. It's hit with a straight bat. Yasser Ali just for one. Probably lucky he doesn't hit that straight down the throat of Dilawar, who's down at long on. Matty. Can he break through? Wow, once again, they're a bit slow to pick this up. Abbas, you cannot angle the ball into his body, because the next thing you'll be doing is asking for it back from either the dugout or perhaps the grandstand. You gotta get the ball outside the off stump to Wasim Abbas. Force him to do something different. Let's see what Matty Rahman does here. Again, he tries it. Well, Maxi does very well to stop this. He was thinking about trying to turn it into a catch, but it was too flat. It just wasn't going to carry to him. Again, I don't think it's a wise place to bowl. And that's a very good stop by Hock. Well, bit of dog watch. Still no hot dogs. We're going to keep an eye out, but I tell you what, there's a good assortment of dogs Sunday morning. Who knows, maybe Hot Dogs has Sunday mornings off. Wide. Well, right now, I'd be saying to all the bowlers, do yourself a favour and don't be so greedy trying to hit the stumps. This is Yasser Ali who's on strike now. And he's got all the shots. Class player, international player. And this one is pumped. That's a big shot pulled in front of square. Maximo! Once again, the lines just haven't been right here. The Tigers are on the prowl. The angle's in. It's probably taken off middle stump, but excellent shot. Copybook shot from Yasser Ali. 6 to the total. And Battle and Shaheen need to break this partnership before it hurts them. Look, we know Battle and Shaheen, they have pulled off the biggest chase in EZN history, 162. They don't want to be attempting it here. Oh, this one's up in the air, though, and it's going to be a chance. Now, who wants it? Baruksa Hales called it, and he takes the catch. Well, that's a brilliant piece of fielding. I mean, the first thing he had to do was identify that he wanted it and call everyone else away. He did that. He organised it. And most importantly, he held on to it. So Yasser Ali goes 6 and out. Big moment in qualifier 1. Turns into a leading edge. The bowler could have reached it, but it was awkward for him. I think this is Sahale's catch. Everyone else had an awkward angle on it. That goes for Samir Rahman at mid-on and the bowler as well. Excellent fielding. And if you're going to do well today, you better take your chances, especially when there's players as good as Yasser Ali, whose wicket's on the line. That's exactly what Barcelona do. And the first wicket falls 35 for 1. Just want to say hello to Saruchi Yadav. He's saying, hello, how's the game going? Oh, it's going very well, Saruchi. Did you see the first game? If you didn't, I'll give you permission to maybe rewind and watch the last over of that first game. It was quite the finish, and then come back right here to qualifier 1 for a spot in the final. We started with 16 teams. Now we're down to 3. Have Mustansa Iqbal coming out, so this is the issue. Mustansa, he gets woken up by a ball that hits him in the gluteus maximus. Don't think he would have felt that. Well, there's Rob. Well, that's not Dianoros. It's the same kind of private investigator like Steely Gaze. Rob from Barcelona. He's such a lovely guy, Rob, honestly. Of all the people I've met, I don't think I've ever met anyone quite that's nicer than Rob. He does a lot. And I don't know if he ever leaves this place, to be honest, because he's always working around the clock. End of the power play. It's 36 without loss. I think that power play is a tie for me. I think that they get a wicket. Badal and Shaheen, Catalan Tigers get 36. I think it's par for the course. I think 120. Looking at these two teams, when I just look at the batting lineups, I feel like we're back to that basketball baby feel. 120 par, maybe even more. But yeah, that's where I'll draw my line at 120. I think above that, Catalan Tigers are favourites. If it's below that, I think Badalona and Shaheen are favourites. Again, this isn't an elimination match because these two teams, they finish in the top spot. They get the double chance on the final day. A few people talking about what they might do in the 7 weeks off. Well, I'll be doing a few different things. I'll let you know in a minute. This is up and it's out of here. Maximo! Oh, this guy is so strong, isn't he? Mustansa Iqbal, the monster. And it's a monster hit. Just springs off the bat. Next minute, it was bouncing off the wall. Great batting. Anib Shah's the new bowler. Welcome, Anib. This one's clipped away. Just a single, so Anib. Good follow-up from him. Wayne's liking some of the batting. Keeping their shape, still head, textbook stuff here, but that's the basis of batting. Even if you're trying to hit, you still got to, you don't have to, but it helps if you have a good technique. I think we've seen that all the way through. This one up in the air and out of the ground. Wow, what a shot. Maximo! Well, the monster hits a 6, and then Hubba says, well, hold on a second. I was here longer. And this is just, very classical shot. And showing he's not a one-trick pony, was he, Marbas? He goes offside that time and then says, do us a favour. I hit that one so hard it blew my shoelaces apart. So that'll get fixed. But yeah, really enjoying. Clash of the Titans, really. Look, there's every chance these two teams could meet in the final later on today. If that's not the case, it means that one of them is playing Gracia. So whatever happens, the final's going to be a doozy. Well bowled, though. That's well bowled. I think that's always a good default if you're getting smashed, or it looks like you're going to get smashed. No matter how long you've been there, how well you're batting, that's always a difficult ball to deal with. Because you can only really get the bottom of the bat on it. 50's up now for Catalan Tigers. This has worked away, but no one's going to play at this one. Well, watch out. That's a kookaburra about Maximo. Well, Rob, a bit new to the photography game, I think, but he almost gets a close-up he didn't intend on here. Well, he knows what he's doing. That ball bounces over the fence. 6 more to Catalunya Tigers. Feel like basketball's back, guys. What do you think? Could be a big hitting game. Well, it already is. Stance's made a lightning start. Probably saying, why aren't you opening with me? He's a guy that hit 2 centuries in the ECS last year in the same tournament. Wide. So this over's gone magical. I don't even think it's been that bad of an over from Aneeb Shah, but he's run into a monster in the dark alley. And Wasim Abbas, he's good shots as well. There he goes, clips it away. Could be a chance though, not quite. And Dilawar couldn't quite get there. He's a good fielder, goes for 4 in the end. And Dilawar's got a very good pair of hands, but he just can't get that extra meter to the ball. You see there, throws a hand at it, but it ends up bouncing over the boundary. So 4 to finish the over, 61 for 1 after 4. They're going at that 150 plus pace at the moment. Can they keep it up? I mean, I'd say with these guys here and even some of the batting to come, they absolutely can. Looks like a bit of a change of pace now. I think probably makes sense to go to some spin. Looks like it might be, I'm not going to talk too early because Baba's going to the bowling crease, but I think it's more likely that we might get the spin of Dilawar Khan here, the captain. That's exactly what's happening. He was the man that almost pulled off a catch on the boundary there, ended up going for 4. Now he gets a chance with leg spin. So yeah, I think this is a good move. I think the pace bowlers haven't bowled that badly, but they haven't had too much success. So I think you've got to have that variety. I think that Dilawar may come off, he might not, but definitely worth trying him at this stage. Here we go with Dilawar Khan and his leggies. First one he gets wrong. That could be a no ball as well. Well, it's been dropped. That's surprising. I have a feeling it won't matter because I feel like this is probably a no ball. They'll have a chat about it. Yeah, that's a no-y. That's a no-y. It's going to be a no ball. Yep. So, anyway, the happiest person about that, Samir Rahman, because it didn't matter that he dropped the catch. But yeah, it's seen clear, and it'll be a free hit coming up. So, mind the windows. This is hit, and it's got just enough to get out of the ground. Maximo with Samir. Well, they are 10-less today. They've gone through another 10. We lost the cube yesterday. It's Meeta, who's filling in for Maxi, who is normally scoring. But Samir, well, we saw him get a bit of a sore hand earlier in the season, attempting some fielding, so that's a costly first ball. Basically goes for 8. Good comeback. And keeper decides not to throw. Hamza Ali behind the stumps for Barcelona Shaheen. Another fully. Again, it can't be that easy in these conditions for the leg spinner. 7 degrees. Not quite time to break out the tank top and the sunscreen just yet. And it did start at 5 when we started today. We're at 7. We're only expecting maximum temperature of 9 or 10. See if we get to double digits. Do you think we'll get there? I'm not so sure. Well, that's another one that's gone completely wrong. And this will be a second and final warning for Dilawar as well. So again, he's just not getting it out of the fingers. And that's a clear one. I mean, to be honest, it's a bit lucky that doesn't take his head off, because he top edges it. That really wasn't a controlled shot from Abbas, but he does get a boundary and another free hit. So Sandori's asking, where am I going to go to on my vacation? Well, I've got to say, that my family and my friends and some old teammates, they don't see me too much these days in Australia, and it's been a bit tough to travel last few years. Wow, this is another really good shot, cashed in the free hit. Maximo Well, this over's been disastrous for Dilawar Khan. It's gone magical. There's still 2 balls to go. And he had the immunity cloak, and he timed that one perfectly. So I like the theory of going to spin, but at the moment, it's a bit ugly. So, yeah, in my vacation, I've spent most of it in Australia, most. This is another 6. Oh, this one's even bigger. Maximo. Oh, that is big. And, well, how can you stop this guy? He's one guy that when he's in, he's just almost impossible to bowl to. That wasn't a bad ball at all from Dilawar, but it goes the journey. 26 off the over. This could go supersonic because I don't think he's slowing down here. He goes for it again, and he absolutely tattoos this one into the wall. Maximo. Supersonic stuff from Wasim Abbas. He's 49 or 15, and he's setting qualifier 1 on fire. And who's going to be able to put it out for Barcelona Shaheen? Well, not Dilawar that over. He goes for 32, and halfway through this innings, it's 93 for 1. Crazy stuff, really. I mean, those last 2, they weren't bad balls at all. It's just a challenge delivery. I think they were well pitched. And Wasim took a chance, and he absolutely smashed it. This is where we are on final day with the winner of this team, the winner of this match to go straight through to the final as the first team qualified. And the loser will have to do it the hard way versus Gracia. And I don't think anyone wants to try and have to put Gracia away. So still plenty of action to come. The next game will be a little bit of a gap between this game and the next game because we don't know who's playing yet. Well, this is in the air. Now someone's got to catch it. Keeper's gone for it. Hamza Ali takes the catch. That's good wicket keeping. Again, never easy on a day like today. With a lot of cloud cover to pick up the ball in the sky. I think Barcelona Shaheen, they're calling everyone in, saying, all right, come on, guys, time to reassess. 93 for 1 after 5 becomes 93 for 2. And look, don't forget, earlier in this series, in Group A, Pakai Care were 100 after 5 overs, and they still managed to lose the game. So that can happen, especially against a team like Barcelona Shaheen, who we already saw them pull off the biggest chase in ECN history. So that's a good start to the second half of the innings. So, yeah, Hillick saying lovely, balmy, warm weather. Well, seems like it after the T20 World Cup finished. I'm planning to go on a bit of a trip as well. I'm not just going to my native Perth, but I'll be going to Sydney, Melbourne, probably up to Cairns, in Brisbane for a little bit. Might spend a few days in Bali as well. Haven't been there for a while. And then back to Perth, and then I'll be back to Europe a few days before the season starts. Farouk Sahel, he's going to bowl over number 6. He's got a wicket first up. And next one will be a single. So, new batter, Shiraz Iqbal. That's the thing about the Tigers. The hitters just keep on coming, don't they? Yeah, so, last time I went to Bali, I'm trying to think when it was. It was a few years ago. I ended up playing keyboards in a cover band for about 3 or 4 days. It was quite a trip. He's hit hard. I don't think anyone's stopping this, or are they? Oh, that's a great stop from Dilawar. You know, foot fielding is not always the best way to go. I don't think he would have got down to this any other way. Yeah, it does well. I thought that was 4 off the bat. Brings up the 50, though, for Wasim Abbas. What a good innings from him. Yeah, Wasim Abbas. Iqbal's on strike then, and he could be gone here. Who's going to catch this? Is Sami Rahman. He catches it in the second attempt. Well, he got down to terra firma, and he was giving himself the best chance if he fumbled it to get down and dirty and catch it before it hit the turf. So Shiraz Iqbal loses his wicket. He goes cheaply, just 1 to his name. And Barcelona Shaheen, well, whatever happened in that team talk, it seems to have worked because they're still very enthusiastic. They'll feel they have the batting to chase this down. Well, Sammy, it was an awkward second or so when it popped out, but he kept his eye on the ball. And like I often say, if you're going to drop it upwards. It gives you another shot. And so now, It's going to be always Ahmed, I think, to come out. So we'll look at the catch again. Whoop. Look at that. Yeah, kept his nerve and then did well. He kind of protected the ball by rolling over. He came in and a mixture of joy and relief, I think, for Sami Rahman in that catch. Jurassic Bolt. He can whack it. So can this guy, always Ahmed. He's coming to the crease. A bit more dog watch. Still no hot dogs, though. I like that one. It's a little bit shaggy. And look, they're all very playful. Beautiful place to come. So, yeah, we're on Mount Jurek. So it's basically, we're halfway up a mountain here in the Olympic district where the 92 Olympics were held. A lot of that infrastructure around. So Hale come to the party with a couple of wickets, but this will be a no ball for off the pitch, I think. And it's not handled. That hurts because you're going to have the set batter, Abbas, who's 50 off 16 on strike for this free hit. And well, last time we saw him hit a free hit, he hit it a long way. Abbas. Drum roll, please. Wow, he gets the no ball, I think, and that's pumped down to the ground. Maximo. Well, that's on the roof, and he's got another free hit. And as quick as it comes, it goes. Oh, like a zephyr of the wind. They just got some semblance of control back in the innings, but now they've seen a no ball off the pitch. Another no ball for Height. Probably attempted Yorker there, gets it slightly wrong. Farouk's, I suppose he's got the runs to play with, if you want to call it that, because he hadn't gone for too many. But another free hit, another full toss. This one's a little bit lower, thankfully, because Hale is, just a little bit low. It's a really good replay. It shows it's just marginally below the waist. But yeah, playing with fire. Last ball of the over. So yeah, it's only gone for 11, despite that kind of excursion in the middle of the over. That's a, well, wow, always. I think he gets back here. You can have a look at this. I have a feeling he jams his bat down in time. Oh no, you can't run here because they've already signalled dead ball. I'm sorry, they've already signalled for the replay, so I don't think you can run after that. Wazim thinks it's hilarious because the stumps are down. But yeah, I don't think this run will count because they'd already signalled for the third umpire. But is he in? I'm going to say yeah. Just that shot there. To me, that's down in time. I think Always will survive. That was my instinct live as well. But they won't get a run for that. So Always should be on strike. So here's the end of the over. 105 for 3. Always living dangerously. Didn't really know where that ball was. Probably heard it behind him. Wazim was a bit cheeky trying to grab the strike, but guess what? He probably didn't want that single because now he is on strike. Probably didn't realise it was last ball of the over. Have a look at the time as well here. Maybe, okay, with that review, it probably gets a minute or so added on, but yeah, something to keep an eye on. Sami Rahman, he's going to get edged away for a boundary first ball. Abbas, he's having a party out there. He's all smiles. Why wouldn't he be? Moves into the 60s. And this is a bit more good luck than good management. You see the Barcelona skyline in the background. And he's looking down at the bat saying, that's weird. I don't normally use that part. I tend to just use the middle. He'll hold on to it. Tiger's on the prowl. That's what I mean. 3 wickets down every time. You see who's coming in, you're like, wow, okay. They're going to be a handful. So you had a question from Mortal World. When can I see European cricket again? At what date of next year? 30th of January. Now they maybe do want to change the bat of Wazim Abbas. Not happy about it. And Rob, unless maybe it's the ball. Yeah, there we go. Rob Kemming, who was on the commentary the other day. Yeah, he throws back saying, here, What's the problem? There we go. Well. Rob Kemming does his best work. And look at this. If you've never inspected a ball, you probably don't realise how difficult that is. He actually looks at both sides of the ball. And he don't need glasses. He might be 74 years old, but he knew that there was no need for that. He probably won't even give him the minute back for checking it. Anyway, this is hit down the ground, and it's going to be 4. Just out of the grasp of Dilawar. And that's going to be another boundary. Was he? Well, the umpire's completely lost it here. He's probably getting flashbacks. And we saw yesterday, Jamil almost got owned by a ball that was hit straight. That was on the social media. Oh, hello. Just popping into the chat for a second. Hit down the ground. This will be 1. Rico, full in the chat. Hello, Rico. Great that you're tuning in. He's saying good morning to you, my global cricket family, and happy finals day on Super Sunday. Wishing all my ECN cricket family a wonderful break after a sensational season. Happy holidays. And there's a bit more to that. Come back to that in a second. Ways tries to get creative, and it works out. I think this is running away. Maxi's getting there. Brilliant attempt. Brilliant attempt. He throws himself at the ball, but he can't keep it in. Have a look at this. Maxi comes from nowhere. I really didn't give him a prayer of even reaching this, but he can't make the stop. 4 more. So Rico following up, saying, finally, on behalf of myself and my family, I want to thank you all for your kind words, wishes, and support during this difficult time. We are deeply touched. Thank you all so much. Love, Rico. Thank you so much, Rico. So nice to see you in the chat and thinking of you today, especially. Well, it's in the air, and Awais should be gone here. Hamza, well, no, something's gone wrong here. Hamza called it, and now they're going to get several. Count them. I think that's 2. And so now there's no keeper. Now there's just complete panic and chaos here. Look, tell you what's happened here. Hamza Ali's called it. It's been curving away from him. He's gotten less confident. He's then basically uncalled it silently and said, actually, on second thought, this is yours. And the fielder, I really don't blame him there. I think that he didn't, he said, well, he called it. And so what do you expect me to do? You don't want a collision. And then they stopped arguing with each other. I think they were always going to get 2 there anyway. Dug out. This will be just a single. Name Hussain in that position. He was the man that was kind of left holding the baby, wasn't he? And the keeper, Hamza Ali, I think, did takesy backsies. Yeah, I did want it, but now I don't. I think it's yours. 121 for 3 after 7. Lots of questions about the next Barcelona tournament, which will come after our 7-week end-of-season break. Of course, today is the last day of the season, if you've just joined us. We'll be back on the 30th of January for 4 weeks here in Barcelona before we head to Khartoum. So plenty of time to test out my Spanish. Well, this is National Geographic. We don't just do dogs, we do birds as well. I'm still looking at something else. Dogs and birds have been great. And look, it's a genuine Spanish pigeon. I'd love to see a seagull some point because these seagulls here are big. They are massive. They look like I don't know, like turkeys. They are huge. Here's Farouk Sahel in over number 8. And he knocks over Awais Ahmed. Well bowled. Straight one. Awais plays all around it, and he has to go for 7. So Badalona Shaheen does feel that they are still in this contest. If they can maybe, keep Catalunya Tigers to 10s here. Obviously, Wesam Abbas is still out there, and he's motoring. But, they have chased down 162 earlier in this series. Yeah, so just finally, Rico, on behalf of all of us, hope you have a great break with your family and that you're in a happier place when you come back. So thinking of you, thanks for dropping into the chat today. I know Rico will be watching from time to time during the day as well. He's very interested, I'm sure, as much as anyone, about how this goes down. Batter coming out there, Tahir Ilyas. Well, thought they might bat him 6. That's what he's doing. He's opened the innings on several occasions. Pretty confident looking drive first up. They've got the deep cover back. So, just a single. He's off the mark. Abbas has been outstanding, hasn't he? I mean, like I say, he might not have all the, what's the word? Classical technique, but talk about hand-eye coordination. This guy absolutely thumps it. He just rarely mishits one. He's very open. Look how his left foot is a little bit further to the right. Well, just on cue, he's mishit one, and he should be gone. And Babakar's dropped it. Oh, no, and now I think this is 4. It has to be. Has to be 4. Watch this. That's a disaster for Babakar. It'll be 4 runs. I mean, there's no way it can't not be 4 because he's basically kicked the rope into the ball. Have a look at this. He drops it, and then he can't believe that. And he thinks, at least I'll stop the boundary, but he actually kicks the rope. Where is it? Here. Kicks the rope into the ball. So yeah, it will be 4. But yeah, Baba. Oh, maybe that'll fire him up a bit because I know Baba is one guy that can pull off a big chase. So that'll be 4. What's even worse, he's made the boundary slightly smaller for his team. That's not ideal. This is up and 6. Maximo. Yeah, pretty good shot to follow up again. Great. Got lucky last ball. Yeah, nothing lucky about this. Said he doesn't miss him that often. Didn't think we were going to get 2 in a row. The other thing, now I've got serious worries about the clock. I think we could be heading for 5 penalty runs here in such a big game. Slow ball, pretty good one, and out. So finally, Abbas, his innings ends on 76. I think Sahale's been great here. He's one bowler that really has stood up for Barcelona Shaheen. He's got 4 for 22 now. He's got 4 of the 5 wickets to fall. Abbas goes for a very entertaining half century, 76 off 24. And the score, 132 for 5. 9 sixes and 4 fours in that innings, striking at 317. That's a brilliant innings in a pressure game. But it leaves this team in a good position, but still, Barcelona Shaheen, they'll feel they're in this match. They know that they can be destructive as well. Marnus, thanks for the heads up. He says he has to go update his 2020 M1 13-inch MacBook Pro to Mac OS Ventura. Well, you do that. It is Sunday. Give yourself all the time you need. Now, the other thing is they won't get an allowance for that wicket. It's only the 5th wicket. So for me, what are we at? We're at 2 minutes now. And yeah, assuming that they'll complete this over within the time, but there's no way they can complete the 9th over. I think you can pretty much add 5 to the score now. And that's insult to injury, really. Aslam's the new batter. This is in the air, and it's been dropped, and if Shah can't hold it, tries to take it awkwardly. They take 2 for fun, and they're going to get there. So yeah, Barcelona Shaheen, it hasn't been the best performance for them in the field, you have to be honest. And that will be the end of the over. Aslam off the mark with a couple. And at the end of 8, it's 135 for 5. Cloudy day in Barcelona. Again, they said there was a slight chance of a shower. Just gonna have a look for an updated forecast. I don't see any rain in the forecast. Actually been pretty lucky with the weather for the most part, considering the time of year it is. Did lose a match the other day, but I think there's only one match that we haven't been able to at least get some cricket in. I think now we are headed for some penalty runs pretty shortly, because that unofficial clock is going to run to 0. I think it's already taken into account all the allowances. This is coming our way, and it's going to be 4. And, well, Ilyas, he's probably saying, hey, what did I do to be batting down here? He's a guy that could bat a lot higher. And shots like that, you can see why. Well, clock's going to go to 0 around the time this ball's bowled. So, yeah, we'll just wait now till we get the signal. And yeah, it's hard to pinpoint, I suppose, how they've gone wrong. I think they might be just giving the heads up. By the way, there's something coming. I don't know when they'll do it exactly, because we're on the first innings. Maybe after this ball. Yes, Adil Abbas bowling. Well, gets this wrong as a wide, and I'll get an extra. 2 more to the total. Catalunya Tigers, been in form. And you don't win 14 in a row without being in form. See what's going on here. I think they're trying to say, did this bounce past the line or not? But it hit the edge of the pitch. So if it hit the edge of the pitch, it'll be a wide. That's the way it's been called. So maybe that's the discussion. Unless they're maybe having a chat about the time being called. I don't know. But, the umpire's having a little conference about something. And wide's called. Maybe what it was is that the bowler was in the way, and so he couldn't see. He can't think of a shot here. Abbas trying to make it happen in the 9th. Attacking shot from Ilyas. Get 1. That's all they'll get. So, we've seen records tumbling. One of those records was highest chases. The way things are going, that's what Barcelona Shaheen will be looking at here in the second half of this game. Big bye. Yeah, clock's gone. I think it's a matter of time. Maybe at the end of the over. See the penalty runs. Often you'll see them put on straight away now, especially in the second innings, I guess, when it's the timeliness is more important. Now, rushes in with a pull shot. Maxi will handle it on the bounce. This will be the end of the over. 145 for 5. After 9, I got a feeling, though, that the 150 will be brought up with the 5 penalty runs here. And so, we'll keep an eye on the men in black here, because I think that we're actually out by a fair bit this time. Probably lucky to even get the 9th over started. And there's the 5 penalty runs. Just a casual little tap of the shoulder. And that'll bring them 150 for Catalunya Tigers. There seemed to be a bit of a competition about who would get to signal it there. But anyway, we've moved on. Let's go to the last over then. And Naeem Shah gets it. Swing and a miss, maybe just sneaks inside. It's a really tight one, though. It probably helps him from the umpire's point of view that it's kind of coming back. But, yeah, borderline. Howdy, Wayne. Hope you're well. Hello to Mike as well. Hello to Bishal. Savory as well. Helix saying how many layers on? Few. Now this is up and it's catching opportunity, or is it? It is taken. Great catch by Farouk Sahel. Coming around to his right. Two fielders really. They were converging. And Ilyas has to go. Hit some hard balls while he was there, but he only makes 8 here in qualifier 1. Still, the platform has been set. 150 for 6. Helix asking how many layers. I'm just doing a quick calculation. Not so many today. I'm currently wearing 5. That's not a record either. Hello to Mortal World, saying that they've joined the family like group here 2 days ago and feel so sad to say goodbye, but happy we'll meet again. Goodbye till that. All love you all. Bye. What a lovely message, Mortal World. Hope you have a great end of the year. Going to start of next year. And yeah, tune in 30th of January. And if you've just joined us, I'm going to tell you something you should do. Go to one of the previous tournaments that you haven't seen. I'm going to recommend the European Cricket Championship. Go find some live streams of that. This is going to be knocked away, and it's going to be 4. So Dusgear comes out at 8, and he's a pretty good number 8 to have. And that's going to go to the boundary. So the runs keep on coming. Here's Sajawal. It's up and it's out of here. Maximo! What a shot. Really good batting. They're 4 and 6 pick-up sticks. They're not done yet at all. And, yeah, you got a feel for Bello Shaheen, but I mean, they'll have the right to reply. Don't forget that. Big swing, just 2 to come. They've got the 160 up now. There you go, put a little suggestion of what you might want to watch while you're on your break. Okay. Last ball coming up, 161 plus this. And it is going to be 167 because that's out of the ground as well. Maximo! Catalunya Tigers, they do a number on Barcelona Shaheen in this 10 overs, and really they lost some wickets along the way, but they all come out and they have this attacking intent, and they're pretty unselfish the way they go about it. So I think they won't mind who scores the runs. But Barcelona Shaheen, they've done it before. They've chased in the 160s. Can they do it again against the undefeated Tigers? Well, good to see Maxi out there. He was enthusiastic, but so was Wazim Abbas. He went out there with Yasser Ali, and that's a dangerous-looking opening combination in anyone's language. And their balls disappearing all over the place. Maxi did well. Some key stops, but there are a lot that he couldn't stop. Yasser Ali ended up going to a pretty good catch. Farouk Sahel came in from cover all the way to the other side. Well, we had a little bit of a private eye situation going on there with Rob the groundsman. And then he was almost under attack as well. But Wazim Abbas, I mean, his innings was the innings of this first half. 76 off 24. So you consider he faced 24 balls. Well, 13 of them went to the boundary or over. 9 maximos for him. Hamza Ali, well, this is the moment that he wants to watch back. There's another one coming that he won't want to watch back, where he kind of called off one at the last moment. Sammy was a bit lucky that time that he fumbled it upwards. Well, Rob, his ball inspection skills are certainly beyond reproach. And Dilawar couldn't stretch for a couple. That was a great effort from Maxi Hot. And well, late in the piece, Farouk Sahel. Again, I think that he delivered for his team. He knocked over Always Ahmed, but yeah, just have a look at this Kookaburra fly. Baba, novel approach, kicked the boundary rope into the ball, so that was 4. And yeah, late in the piece, yeah, few cheap wickets, but I mean a lot of runs as well, and they just kept on coming, didn't they? I mean, 93 off the first half, and or 74 off the second. Okay, 5 penalty runs in there, but still, it's a pretty good rate, isn't it? Let's have a look at the scorecard. Abbas 76 off 24. He is just such a powerhouse. Apart from that, 25 from Mazaj Rikbal, 13 for Yasser Ali, and 11 not out at the end from Dasgir. Pair of 8s in there for Aslam and Ilyas as well. 7 for Always Ahmed. And, well, 18 extras, including the 5 penalty run. I think that hurts you, including some high no balls, some issues with no balls off the pitch. Oh, yeah. Wouldn't expect that many extras from a team that topped the table. 4 for 25, though, for Sahel. I think he bowled very well. I think he's one bowler that kept things pretty quiet. Matty Rahman also bowled excellently early. And remember, the first over wasn't that expensive at all. But there was also a wicket for Unib Shah in there. Not too much to write home about with the bowling of Barcelona Shaheen. But can they make history and chase 168 when we return after the break? If they do that, they'll be through to the final. If the Tigers can defend this, well, they'll have 1 foot in the final and a chance to defend their title that they won almost 2 years ago here at the ECS in Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you just around the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Barcelona. Slightly cloudy day. It's the final day of the season 2022. And right now, you're watching match 1,186 of the season. And it's qualifier 1 here on final day in Barcelona. 2 teams fighting for a place in the final. The first team through to the final will be decided after this game, and Catalunya Tigers certainly have put an imposing score on the board. 167 runs on the board. But Barcelona Shaheen, they have been incredible with the bat in this series, especially after a slightly wobbly start to the series. And there is Hot Dogs. Well, if that's a good sign, I mean, you just cannot doubt the timing of Hot Dogs. He's in the house. That means something is going to happen. Hot Dogs. How could he not be your favourite? Hot Dogs, the unofficial mascot of the Barcelona Bash. And here we go. And they need some bashing. Alan Shaheen. Top ball first up. Little bottom edge from Baba Khan. He's out there with Mati Rahman. Both of them have centuries in this series. This is Mohamed Azif with the ball. He's a good bowler. Hard to see how Battler Shaheen can do this, even with what they can do. And it's in the air, and it's going to be gone. It is. Mustafa Iqbal takes the catch. A duck for Baba Khan. And the worst possible start. None for one. And well, Catalunya Tigers on the prowl early. They've dominated this contest, and Baba, we know, is occasionally prone to going cheaply. That's the way he plays. He knew he had to go for it. And with that first ball, run rate required already over 17 and over. He just gets a bit square on here, doesn't he? Gets a bit front on. And yeah, the monster takes the catch easily. So Baba has to go. And not a single run on the board. If you can't be good, be quick, though, as they say sometimes in the classics. Yeah, just maybe a little bit of movement away. Let's have a look at the centuries, and you can see Baba Khan's on there, Mati Rahman's on there. But also, one thing that interested me is that none of the Catalunya Tigers have scored a century. I think that's partly because they're just so even. They almost over-attack because they know if they get out, there's other guys take their place. But yeah, both the openers have scored centuries in this series. The Bubba won't score one today. He's gone 100 short of 100. Hello to James Stewart. Nice to see you in the chat from Estonia, saying he's enjoyed the ebb and flow of yet another ECN season. Starting in the Med, reaching the Baltic and retreating back for one last day under the cloud and overlooking the Iberian coast. This one's a bit high, I think. Always really likes it. Now they're going to take 2. Oh, they're going to get there because Always never gets to the stump. So he says he hits it. So I saw that, but the umpire's a better look. Yeah. There's a little edge, so I mean, if there's a little edge, that won't pick it up. For me, the height was disqualifying. It just seemed to be climbing over the stumps. And whatever his reasoning was, I think it's a fair enough decision. They end up getting 2, because Always, he wasn't getting to the stumps at all. Nice drive. Now they've got a pretty straight fielder there, Shiraz Iqbal. And they're playing from in front, aren't they? Catalunya Tigers. So yeah, it is a good observation, James. It does kind of have that flow, doesn't it? We start in Southern Europe, we kind of work our way up, and you know, we had a really nice time in Sweden, for example, around the middle of the year. Italian summer, I mean, it was pretty hot. The 5 weeks in Italy. I really think the weather really shows what's happening. So highest chases of the year, you can see 162, Catalunya Shaheen. They pulled that off. Can they pull off 168? It'll be a story if they do. Mati Rahman starts with a fairly confident push for 1. Again, good fielding from Yasser throws it in, well backed up by Sawa. This might be a chance then if the Tigers get well ahead in this to really kind of give everyone a bowl, give everyone a little bit of a tune-up heading into the final later on where they'll play either Barcelona Shaheen or Gracia. That's assuming that they do defend this total, and you would imagine they would, kind of 99 times out of 100. Yeah, I wonder if you played this game, let's say 100 times, how many times would Barcelona Shaheen chase it down? Feel like it would be, yeah, 4 or 5, maybe. I think it's not impossible when you think about what kind of batting they've got, but we've never seen a 168 target or higher achieved. This one's up and out of the ground. Maximo, good shot for Hale is coming out now, and he bowled very well. And yeah, just grabs this one off around waist height. I want to say hello to Corey Rutgers. Hello to you, Corey. Nice to have you tuning in. We had Rico in earlier. Now we've got Corey. 58 matches without a golden ball as we get to the end of the first over. 11 for 1 Barcelona Shaheen. So Hale saving the blushes and getting something out of that first over. Yeah, Corey saying, hi, Vincenzo. Good job. Proud of you. Thank you, Corey. I'm proud of you as well. Thanks for being part of the team. You're getting a lot of hellos there in the chat. I'm sure you're keeping an eye on a few players as well, Corey. How did you feel about Netherlands getting knocked out of the World Cup? Well, we see some bird life, all you bird watchers out there, they're almost camouflaged, aren't they? I don't know, they're trying super hard to give me something that's not a dog or a bird, and I appreciate it. And if we get any more hot dogs footage, that'd be fantastic, because yeah, hot dogs, he seemed like he was a bit puffed out when we saw him. So, back to the action. And Patrick Bateman. And I like this. Are you still salty about Barcelona Shaheen breaking a record, Corey? Yeah, they did score 229, which broke the VOC record. It was held for over 3 years. New bowler is Wakas Mirage. And yeah, Wakas is into the side. Okay, we have seen this occasionally. It comes down to kind of availability and things like that. But yeah, Wakas, he has played in the series a little bit, hasn't done too much, so yeah, giving him an opportunity here. Pretty correct shot here, but not a lot of power on it. Just kind of timed down the ground. Mati didn't look 100% as he was taking this single. Let's just have a look at him as he takes off. Yeah, that's not the run of a guy that is feeling very good about things. We saw this with Prince Demand last night, and that was dramatic in the Group B qualifying final. There was some Saturday night fever there. Drive, but they won't get a run. This is where it's going to be a tough time, I think. There's this run rate required. It's going to climb out of hand, and then I guess there's no real net run rate or anything to play for, except I think you're playing to get some confidence with the bat, try and put a good score on the board, leading into a must-win game against Gracia. It's a good shot, but he picks out Sawa, getting no run. So you see the ball's just kind of sneaking by, aren't they? And no real significant inroads into this target as yet. So it's nice to have so many familiar faces in the chat right now. And yeah, Corey saying records are meant to be broken. It was fun to commentate. Yeah, some parrots we saw, and the little green birds last over. Helix is saying. Kai's saying no golden ball this game. Yeah, I wouldn't think so, the way things are going. Jamie saying, I reckon they chase this. Well, Jamie, that'll be the best call ever if they do it from here. They're already past my point of no return. But they are Barcelona Shaheen. There's one team that might pull it off. You might be looking at them. That's good bowling, though. Mirage with a little cutter away from Matthew Rahman. James saying, Corey, so we meet for one last sledging match of the season. Cheers, Corey. This year's been a blast. Thanks for all your good work. Yes, thank you, Corey. Hope you're enjoying the World Cup back in the Netherlands. Hope you're enjoying time with your mother, Julie. I know she's come over to visit. Another dot ball. Half an appeal. End of the over. It's 14 for 1 after 2. Yeah, so, yeah, Corey, I hope that Jules is having a good time. What are you taking her? Where are you taking her in the Netherlands? Or are you just staying at home because it's a bit cold? I'm just going to look at Group B. This is pretty dominant, wasn't it? Catalunya Tigers and Gracia still in the competition. And there's a possibility we could have an all Group B final still, of course, if Gracia win the next game, which looks like it'll be against Barcelona Shaheens, barring something dramatic here. So we do have a penchant for the dramatic. And Shreyans is back to say hi to Corey. Yeah, looking forward to spending some more time with you behind the mic next year. Here's as if. This is hit down the ground, and, well, it's a pretty good stop. He has actually used the correct toe to stop this. Yeah, I thought this was 4 for all money, so Hale gets a fair piece of it. But perfectly judged foot fielding. Well, Corey, that means you can't chat for the rest of the over. You know the rules. And, well, Sawa, he did even better because I think the fielder, Shiraz Iqbal, was going to take him a while to pump the brakes and pull the chute. And Sawa just snuck in at ground level. Got it back fairly quickly. They'll get 2. Swing and a miss. So I tell you what we'll do, because it seems like a good time to do this because, okay, we've got the final later on. That's when we normally do random questions. Let's do random questions now. I do think this could be a bit of a grind, the way things are going. And we can also do food chat and also a lurker call out. I'm going to do it all in one. Let's do it all in one this innings, okay? Elevated. Well, should give Shiraz Iqbal a chance, and he's not going to miss out. So Matthew Rahman has to go. Never got going in that innings, did he? Just struggled to find his timing. So he holes out for 2. That's both openers back already in the shed for Barcelona Shaheens. 15 for 2. So, Catalunya Tigers doing a canter at the moment. Okay, I am looking for random questions. Lurker call out. So if you're watching and you haven't been able to get in the chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Right now, let us know where you're watching from. And also a bit of food chat. Now, last night, took the opportunity to go to the Mercat de la Boqueria, which is a little market where they have all sorts of little things you can eat on the go. They have also like kind of ham and cheese and olives and nuts and all these kind of things, and had a couple of glasses of wine while I was there as well. So it was my last Saturday night in Barcelona. It was busy. It was really busy. As you'd imagine, just before Christmas, a few people loading up. So that's what I did. Shreyans is asking, where's Corey? I think he's in Rotterdam. I think you said Amsterdam. So they're pretty close together. I think that Corey will be at his place in Rotterdam with his housemates in the place that they call the Kennel. Also, they've got Scotty Edwards, the Dutch captain, as one of their housemates. I'm not sure if Scotty's still living there now. Pierce Fletcher lives there, I know that. A few people have been through the Kennel as well. No run this time. Okay, Jamie Dodger's got a really good random question. Do you ever get hot feet at night when you're trying to sleep? Me? No. If anything, I might get cold feet. And, you know, I don't mind going into the kind of after dark aspect of this, literally. But I often like to sleep with one leg under the covers and the other one not under the covers. And there's something else that I remember since I was young. I remember when my mother was pregnant with twins, the doctor said, put a pillow between your legs. Yeah, and I've kind of gotten that habit. So yeah, that now you know probably more than you did about my sleeping habits. The other thing I do like is sleep, and you often don't get much of it on the tour. Sunday morning, another 6 a.m. alarm. Kai Bay asking, are you going to reveal any big news today regarding next season? Good question. Excellent question. 17 for 2 after 3. am going to say I hope so. I do hear whispers that Daniel Weston, a.k.a. one of the voices behind the robot, I don't think it's unfair for me to reveal that, one of the voices behind the robot, should be here today. And I believe that he may be able to make some announcements. Again, some things are still in the works, so we don't want to announce something that we're working on in case it doesn't happen. Well, there's hot dogs. And I tell you what, if there was a dog of the series, he'd have it sewn up. Oh, get that tree out of the way. Give us some more hot dogs. Look, he's just a happy little fella. Over number 4. Mirage gets another over. Well, Corey saying he recently bought an air fryer specifically for salmon and cauliflower. Hashtag game changer. Well, Corey, bring it on the tour. All right, that sounds great. I know you're always yo-yoing between different fad diets, so this one sounds good. So, what else? More random questions. I'm enjoying these random questions. And I'm just losing track of them because they're coming in so fast. Keep them coming. I'm going to go on my phone so I get 2 bites at this. Because I think we can have a lot of fun here. Last day of the season. Ask me now. I'll forever hold your peace for 7 weeks. All right, so what have we got? Wow, there's so many of these. This is great. Keep them coming in. I have to work out an order and a strategy here. Well, hold on. We interrupt random questions for more hot dogs, and now he's broken into a canter. The hot dogs is so smart, he takes himself out for a walk. Up in the air, Yasser Ali. Well, he can't quite pull it in, and I think this is 6. Wait to see. Yeah, it is. Maximo. Good shot. Yasser tries to do something remarkable. He just tries a little slap back into the field, but doesn't get too much of the ball. Ends up going for 6. Ooh, this one gets through our ways. End of the fingers job, and that's going to be 4 buys. Again, look, it's not an easy take, but Always would back himself to take this 9 times out of 10. He's just a little bit flat-footed. Yeah. No one gets past him for 4 buys. But Helix saying, Always looking pretty festive in his green and red. Yeah, he's got the red pads, the red cap, and the green shirt. That's very Christmassy. It's what I'm wearing today, actually. Corey Rutgers saying, what is my favourite type of fruit and vegetable and why? Good question. End of the over, 31 for 2. Fruit, it's a tough one, but I'm going to say banana. And I think part of it is because I like the convenience of you don't have to wash it. It's there. It comes in a pretty easy, case that it's of his own making. I know technically someone would say a banana's not actually a fruit. Did you know that? Anyway, I won't go into that whole thing, but I'm going to say banana. You can kind of take them with you, and they're very good for you. Someone told me Peter Siddle was on like 47 bananas a day or something. I don't think that's very wise. I don't think that's actually true. But that's my favourite fruit. Vegetable. Look. Again, there's a few I like. I quite like pumpkin on occasion. I like kind of capsicum or green or red peppers. But I think that's technically a fruit. Yeah, so when you actually look into what's actually a fruit and what's actually a vegetable, it's really all over the place. I'm just kind of going on what's accepted. Anyway, this is Shiraz Iqbal, comes on, catching opportunity and taken. Mustafa Iqbal does it again. So Naeem Hussein's going to have to go. Iqbal breaks through first ball. Madeline Shaheen's 31 for 3. This match, unfortunately, doesn't look like it'll be as close as the last one, which was a real thriller. Go back and watch that finish if you haven't already. But yeah, right now, it's tough. Yeah, Bajendra Yadav saying banana is actually a berry. Yeah, that's true. Mana's saying the bells are back. Yeah, well, it's noon here in Barcelona, so you can hear the Sunday bells in the background. I think that's what it is. It's noon. Okay. What else have I got? I'm loving these. I talked about the big news. Christian, cool. In case of rain, how are results decided on finals day? Well, it goes back to, well, a couple of things. So if the final was washed out, whoever won this game would win. So whoever won this game would win. Otherwise, typically it's whoever finishes higher. If they finish in the same position on the ladder, so for example, both these teams are first. So let's say the whole day was washed out. Catalunya Tigers would win because they had the better record. They're both first teams, but Catalunya Tigers won 14 games and Catalunya Shaheen only won 10. That's actually how kind of it's worked out occasionally. Lately, we've had some issues with finals not getting results. This is up and it's away. It's a good shot. And don't forget how far these guys can hit the ball. It's gone through the fence. Maximo. And what a shot. Dilawar Khan is a proper unit. And he loves to smash sixes. That's just a little push from Dilawar. Stacey Globin saying pomegranate. Good answer. Jamie Dodger asking about the pillow between the feet. It's more up the top of the legs. Kind of between the thighs. All right, without wanting to get too specific. But, yeah, try that one, Jamie. Works for me. Keep the random questions coming. I'm liking that. Now, this is whacked away. It's high, though. I think it's got the legs, and it does. Maximo. Back-to-back for Dilawar Khan. And, yeah, well, they need a bunch. Pretty much 4 a ball. You keep pumping these out. That's the only way the run rate required is going to come down. Now we can sit back and watch the show, though. Dilawar Khan, it's always worth watching. He's faced 2 balls. They've both gone for 6. This one won't. They will get a single. So, Corey asking, what do I want from Santa in 2023? Well, I suppose you mean 2022, unless you're talking 12 months ahead, Corey, but I'll let that go. I know your attention to detail can be a little bit questionable at times. Let me have a think about that. Hit in the air. Don't think as if's getting here either. That's 6. Maximo. So Hale comes to the party. Turns out to be a pretty good over. Still 1 ball to go. 19 off it. Could go magical. I need to come up with a string of magical overs, but I suppose when you've got a team out there that have scored 229 in a game, it's not impossible, just highly improbable. It's a bit of bat on this. And yeah, Ajay has the call. Come. It's the stumps, but I think he's home. And he does get home into the over. 51 for 3. One thing I'm really looking forward to in 2023, before I come back to what I want for Christmas, is the European Cricket League. And look, Grathia, who we have seen playing today, they'll be in it. Unfortunately, these other 2 teams you see out here aren't, but I'd love to see it. Paco Care, the other team from Spain, are in because they are European champions. There's European champions, Paco Care, Barcelona, the Spanish champions, Grathia. And then clubs from all those different countries. In fact, there's 30 countries represented, 31 clubs in ECL 23. It starts week 5 of the season, which is the 27th of February in Malaga in Spain, the Cartamar Oval. Can't wait to be back there. Absolutely cannot wait to be back there. And it'll be a real festival of cricket. Gulam Dasgir to bowl over number 6. Thick edge, and going nowhere. I think what I want for Christmas, I would say, I wouldn't mind a couple more snazzy pairs of shoes to wear. I think I'll use them. I'll use them. Something like that, I think. Because, I can't really carry too much around. Dasgir gets elevated, but into a gap. This will probably run away for 4. It does. There's a good chase by Sawa. He couldn't quite catch up with it. 4 carreras. Bella Shaheen, look, give credit to them. Still going out there swinging the bat. But good question, Corey. What do you want? Maybe let us know what you want for Christmas in the chat. Oh, Liam's got a good one. What's my go-to cheap or easy meal for a late night? In the air. And who's going to get this? Well, Yasser Ali's almost going to get there. I don't think they want anyone to break their neck running into a teammate at this stage. So think once you hear footsteps, I'm bailing out at this stage. I don't think he would have gotten there anyway. He had Dusky the bowler and Yasser Ali the outfielder coming in. It shows you how high the ball went, that they could meet in the middle. Good question. Let me try and think for you. Stumped. And so Dilawar shows over. And Gulam Duskia gets the wicket. It was good while it lasted. Dilawar whacked a couple of sixes. And he doesn't stick around against Duskia. He goes walkabout and never comes home. Let's have a look at the replay. And yeah, just a regulation stumping. Doesn't get to the pitch. No ways. Well, he's not going to miss that. I'd say 10 out of 10 times he'll take that stumping. Anyway, it is 56 for 4. Gives us more time for random questions. And the question was, what's my go-to late night meal? I can tell you, it's actually a kebab. Well, breaking news, live from the Montjuic Olympic ground. And those of you that are ECN fans will know this man. He's just arrived. There's Dan Weston, ECN founder. We wouldn't be here without Dan. And that's young Casper Weston. Well, he looks bigger every time I see him. So Dan has made the trip for the last day of the year. So it's great to have him here and checking it out. And I think we'll have to get him on the commentary. I know he's very shy on the commentary for someone that's very intelligent. And maybe he'll be able to reveal some of the plans for 2023. Yeah, going nowhere. New banner out there is Billawal Khan. Again, one big hitter replaces another. And Mana saying, thank goodness Battle and Shaheen have a second chance. Because I suppose they've earned it. They would have got an overthrow here, except it hit him. Also, I don't think they would have, because that would involve Billawal turning around. And I just couldn't see that happening. But this is funny, because they're probably... Farouk wants an overthrow anyway. Ouch. It's a nasty one, wrong side of the pad. End of the over. It's 57 for 4. Marna's saying, who's the best player in ECN history, in my expert opinion? Oh, that's such a tough question. Such a tough question. Minute? Go out on a limb. It depends if you mean who I think is the best cricketer that's played ECN cricket, or the best, if you add up their ECN performances. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, I think Baz Deleda is the cricketer that's doing great things on the international stage and has played ECS cricket. And if I'm going to go there, I might actually give you another one. And how about Max O'Dowd? I mean, he was the player of the tournament in the initial ECL, and just look where he is now. He's doing some very, very good things. Yeah, then you've got other big personalities like Mohammed Kamran and such and such. They don't get much bigger than Dan Weston, though, because without Dan Weston, we would not be here. He had the vision to start broadcasting cricket in Europe. Originally, it was a little project called German Cricket TV. They would just put a bunch of cameras on things and go. It's a crazy story, actually. I might actually try and find the link to the article and the video about this ABC Sport did. Anyway, this is going to be 6 Maximo. Yeah, good shot. That'll do. And so, Hale is playing a nice hand here. So, Iqbal got the 1 wicket, but not having it all his own way. This one's whacked down the ground. This will be 6 more. Maximo! Back to back for Sahale. Again, what are you trying to get out of this innings now? You're just trying to get guys in form. You're trying to get people that are feeling confident going into what's a must-win game against Gracia coming up. But yeah, not an easy situation by any means. So what I'm going to do, just in a couple of balls time, short, goes upstairs. So I'm going to put a couple of links, and you might have seen these before, you might have not, but if you're new to us, you maybe haven't. It's nose high, isn't it? This is the ABC Sport article. Oh, I know Marnus is trying to get me with something here, but I'm not going to fall for it. Swing and a miss this time. Okay, Marnus is actually giving me the actual one. I thought you were going to rickroll me. And then I've got the video. And it's absolutely spot on. You've got it, Marnus. Thank you so much. I've also got a random question from Bajendra, and it's pretty relevant. Oh, this is a one-handed jab, and he's going to be caught. He is caught. So Hale has to go, won't make his half century in the end. Iqbal, well, he comes on and he basically bookends his spell with wickets. The first and last ball are wickets, and so that's the end of him for this game. He finishes with 2 for 33 in between. Actually got a bit of damage on those figures. But Barcelona Shaheen now, they're 70 for 5 after 7. Bajendra's question was, what time's the next game? Very good question, Bajendra. I can tell you that unless we start giving 20 runs for sixes, it will be Barcelona Shaheen versus Gracia. That's starting at 12:30 GMT. It's 1:30 PM in Central Europe and 6 PM in India. So it's basically 1 hour and 15 minutes from now. And then, of course, Catalonia Tigers, looks like they'll be in the final. The first team that qualify for the final, they'll play the winner of that qualifier too. So stand by for the coin toss info. We'll put it in the chat. Also, be on our website, europeancricket.com, not too long after the game. Daskia comes on, bottom edge. Well, hopefully that's clear enough. Up, and does this have enough? I think so. It's out of here. Maximo. Yeah, what a good shot that is. Again, plays off the length, swings straight through it. And all the way. So Helix saying he's almost done. And I know it's getting late over there. Big thanks to Vinny, Rico, Corey, Charles Ty, Spring Productions, the groundskeepers, the backstage crew, and all of us here. And I hope you all have a great Christmas break. Now, that's a break for Gulam Daskia because he gets another wicket. Again, stings out of this game. Everyone knows the result. So I think already thinking ahead to the afternoon and the early evening session. Billawal, again, he's an entertaining player to watch, but he basically drags this one on. And he'll be the 6th wicket to fall, 76 for 6. Yeah. Marna saying, why would I rickroll you? Well, has happened, and I love getting rickrolled. I read a really interesting article. I actually watched a good video about where Rick Astley is today and about the whole story and what happened. And it's super interesting. If you learn about Rick Astley, he's a really, really humble, great guy. He only stayed in the limelight for a little while. It's actually because he wanted to. He didn't want merely to stay being as famous. And yeah, I suppose you can understand that. But yeah, have a good one here, Alex. And look, don't forget to catch up on today. And yeah, my suggestion, and I'll say it again, my suggestion is go check out, if you haven't already seen all the series, go check out a series now and then over the break, if you feel like it. Samir Rahman comes out, quarter of the innings to go. Yeah, it's one way to do it. And yeah, I mean, I'd certainly recommend maybe rewatching some of the Kartamat series as well. Daskia. Pretty good figures for him. It's a pretty good shot though, and that's out of the ground. It is just over a safe. Good effort from the fielder. It does go for 6. That looked like a sore landing. And so Maximo, Barcelona Shaheen, they bet all the way down. They've just been crushed under the weight of the target, haven't they, in this qualifier one. Here we go, a little fake step. And almost caught. Doesn't quite carry to the fielder. Looked a bit sore there, actually. Ready to pick that up. Just bang into the hands. Look, we're at 9. Now, are we going to get to 10? That's my biggest question today. It's the end of the over, 83 for 6. Yeah, so maximum temperature. I saw the maximum temperature where we are exactly is 9 degrees today, and we're at 9. And we're at noon. I'm confident we can get to 10. I'm pretty confident. Let's have a look at this innings. Yeah, not a lot going on. Pair of threes, overs 2 and 3. That pretty much killed the game. Now Wazim Abbas is going to come on, maybe try and clean things up. Well, not with that, he won't. It's a big wide down the leg side. I think I've pretty much covered most of the random questions. Upar's asking when is the schedule being released for the 30th of January. Probably not until the new year, I imagine, because they still have to decide which teams will be taking part. That's up to the Federation. Teams have to get squads together. Sometimes there's issues with fixturing, who can play when. Normally these things will be done 2 to 4 weeks before a tournament. Because it's the first tournament of the year, we'll try and make it closer to 4. Because think about it, normally tournaments that are 7 weeks ahead, we wouldn't have that finalised up on the website just yet. And also, we don't want to put stuff up and then it's incorrect, because things can change. So I'd expect around about early January. So just be one. All happening in the 9th? Not really in this game, but yeah, Tigers playing like champions, aren't they? Looking so dangerous. This guy bowling, Wazim Abbas. What an innings he played in the first half of this game, 76. Yeah, good old-fashioned forward defence coming out. If I went back to the Catalunya Tigers last year, I'd love to know what their winning streak was at the end of that tournament. This is a decent shot, well placed. And, well, good effort, really good effort. Tried to basketball it back. As if's working pretty hard, actually, last couple of overs. In the end, it will be 4. So we always go to the website and check this out. Well, basically makes a good ball look like a wide because he backed away so much, Abbas. End of the over. 91 for 6, mercifully. This one will be over after these 6 balls. The Catalunya Tigers, so we know, including this is 15 in a row for them, right? They won the final. So what was their winning streak at the end last year? They won, just going to make sure I get this right. I don't want to give you bad info. So they won 1, they won 2 in a row at the end. They won 3. They won 3 in a row. Gracia beat them match 103 last year on the 8th of March. So their winning streak now will be 18. Last over, it finishes with a bang. Sami Rahman saying, hey, there's more than one Rahman that can hold the bat. That's a good shot. Maximo. Nice shot. And looks like they'll make over the 100 here. So 18 in a row, and I do believe that's the longest winning streak on ECN. 18 matches in a row. Yeah, the website. Once you know how to navigate the website, there's a lot of info there. Fancy fielding this time from Wazim Abbas, bringing out the party tricks. The last chance for a random question. I might put it to bed for the year after this, so speak now, forever hold your peace. Sawa getting the 10th. Bowls a moon ball, and as if he's got another awkward stop, but this time he does. He just throws indiscriminately, but in the general direction of the middle of the the Modric limit ground, not a cardamom just yet. Mana saying, move Sammy up the order. Yeah, well, sharing a fair bit of DNA. I think it'd be a smart move. But they've got so many big hitters, don't they? Sammy's more of a bowler in this team. Quicker one. Oh, he hit this one beautifully. Well, why not? Get him up the order. Well, that one's going to do some damage. I think it might have gone to the softball field. Excellent batting. Just stay still. I think you can keep it simple. Maximo time. Loving it. Hello to Keanu. Hopefully you're well. And hopefully that, you are going to continue to be all right. This shouldn't be all right for the batter, though. Sammy's going to go third time. Unlucky for him, as he'll go for 16. Yeah, Keanu, and really all of our viewers, I hope you stay well over the 7-week break. And if you're not, don't be afraid. Just throw on an old stream. Throw on, a day from Cartamore. Maybe you could look at this Barcelona series again. Maybe some of the early games, or even go back to 2021. It's all on our YouTube channel, and it's free. Free if you want it to be free. So European Cricket Network on YouTube. So hang in there. Obviously, we're a community. We stick together. It's been a difficult week for a number of reasons. We'll talk about that. We'll have a minute silence leading into the third game because it's been a tough week in the ECN community. But yeah, obviously, we deeply care about our viewers, and I think we've got the best viewers in world cricket, really. So hang in there. Things turn around. Again, just takes time. And you're not alone. Anib Shah comes out, face the last ball. I hope he tries to smack it. Let's see what happens. 2 slips in place. Well, he completely misjudges the pace of this and bunts it away. So all smiles in the end. It's a bit of a belting, isn't it? It'll be 62 runs the margin, 167 to 105. Again, it goes back to the toss. I mean, if you win the toss, I think within these two teams match up, I think you win the toss and bat, and you try and bat the other team out of the contest. I mean, you could have quite easily seen a flip result if Barcelona Shaheen had batted first and put a mountain of runs on the board. But it wasn't to be, chasing a record target of 168. It was a horror start, really. Baba Khan went, and there's not a lot that went right, to be honest. There were some good runs from Farouk Sahel. I think that he played a decent innings, 38 off 20 for him. And around him, innings kept really falling apart at the seams. Some good efforts there to stop some boundaries. It's not they didn't get any runs. I mean, they ended up with 100 plus, which lately has been par. But we remember in Group A, the par was about 20 runs higher. Maybe slightly different conditions, maybe cooler. The stance for Iqbal caught well. Dilawar, well, he entertained me. I love to watch him smacking the ball around. He got 2 sixes, but unfortunately, he would go. And look, Headland Tigers, they certainly have earned their place in the final. That was the end of Dilawar. He's stumped by a country mile off Duskgear. And they've earned their place 18 matches in a row. The longest winning streak, and I believe the second longest winning streak was Pakai Care. They held that record only briefly through the first half of this series. The Tigers, they're boasting a lot of talent, aren't they? And yeah, that was late in the piece, a little chop on. But really, the buzz had gone out of this game. We've seen some pretty intense cricket in final day already, but this was at 10 overs that, for the most part, it was a bit of a training run. Liked some late hitting from Samir Rahman, dragged them over the 100. But in the end, it was a comfortable victory. Anib Shah came out and negotiated one ball, let's say. And so, yeah, coming up the next match, I'll give you those details in a second. So, 38 for Sahel, top scorer. Next best was 13. Nothing really happening there. Actually, Samir Rahman, he snuck in actually as the second top scorer with 16 at the end. I see him hit a couple out of the ground. Pretty disciplined stuff. Just 3 wides in the innings, 4 byes. But before we go to the bowling, we'll let you know when the next match will be. It will be 1:30 p.m. local. In 1 hour, we'll rejoin you for the afternoon session. Barcelona Shaheen, well, it's last chance saloon for them now, as Gracia will be their opponents. Gracia, they want a tight one themselves. So Gracia had a really intense game earlier, intense finish. That one wasn't particularly intense for Barcelona Shaheen. Pretty much knew with 8 or 9 overs to go, they weren't going to get there. Bowling figures, 2 wickets apiece for Asif, as well as Shahzik and Duskgear. 1 for Sawa. But really, it was a bridge too far for Barcelona Shaheen. But they do stay alive, and that is why it was important to finish top of the table. And they will use that double chance. But it won't be easy. Gracia, they're waiting for them. They've been sitting, they've been watching. And 3 teams remain in the running for the trophy. Join us after a 1 hour break. We will be back with qualifier 2 at Do or Die for Barcelona, Shaheen and Gracia. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great final day of the season wherever you're watching from around the world. See you in a little while for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. It's Vinny Sander here for Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And yeah, we just have 2 more games left in the season. This is going to be a really interesting clash between 2 teams that are fighting for the right to play the Catalonia Tigers in the final. This is qualifier number 2. We've got Barcelona Shaheen, who unfortunately didn't win the last game. They do have the double chance. They take on Gracia. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier when Rob Kemming was with the 2 captains.
1, 2, 3, throw it, now.
Head.
Hits is called. It is hits.
Value guard fast.
So you can see there, the news from the toss is that Gracia, they won the toss and they have elected to bat. So look, both these teams, I mean, they've had an interesting journey so far. They've got a lot in common, actually, these 2 teams. They both had pretty slow starts to the tournament, but you can see here that they both won a lot of games, and Gracia 12-2 against Barcelona Shaheen 10-5, and so yeah, I think that it'll be a close one. Barcelona Shaheen, obviously, they didn't really put too much together with the bat, but they were just kind of batted out of the game by the Catalonia Tigers earlier. Gracia, though, well, they are 8-run favourites according to the bat versus ball wall. They have been picking up steam. They're a team that only got 1 point out of their first 4 games, and so with 8-run difference, not too much. I think it's anybody's game. I think it's a good toss to win. And right now, yeah, I just can't wait to see who wins this and goes through to the final. Now, we have something that's going to take place before this game. And as you're probably aware, it's been a pretty difficult week in the European Cricket Network family because we have lost a couple of members of our community. First, we found out on Friday that John Scott, better known as Bully, who is one of, if not our biggest supporter in Khartoum, was constantly doing things. He was constantly driving people around, bringing people to the game, telling people, spreading the word about cricket in the Khartoum region, the Malaga region, and Aleuther region. And unfortunately, he passed away early on Friday, and we found out that he unfortunately was no longer with us. Later that day, we unfortunately had the news that Rico Full, my commentary partner, his father had passed away as well on the same day. So right now, if you look in the middle, you'll see that the players, the officials, everyone that wanted to be out there, everyone at the ground, they are going to take part in a minute's silence. And this will just precede the start of qualifier 2. And it's a moment for us all to come together as a community to remember those that have been lost and those who are important to us, and to think about those people who are really hurting at this time. So we'll pause now for the minute silence. So it's time to get ready to rumble, and well, touching moment there really. I mean, it's a reminder. ECN's touched a lot of people. Yeah, first to find out that Bully had passed away. I know that right now his funeral's taking place, and he lives in Fuengirola, just a little bit outside of Benalmádena, where we stay when we go to the ECC and the ECL, and you know, it's a tough time. Also, I know that Rico and his family there, they currently have just had a prayer service and a memorial service for Rico's father. And Rico's father must be so proud of what Rico's achieved. And so, well, it's been tough, but I mean, it is time to get on the field, and that's the best way to get on with things, I suppose, is to get back to doing what you love. And these players love being out here in the middle. And you can see that both of these teams, they want to play the Tigers in match 124, the final, which is taking place 3 hours from now. And so, well, let's get ready. Of course, this is the last day of cricket before we start again, Monday, 30th of January. Gracia winning the toss, electing to battle like it. I think, for me, it shows they want to get out there. They want to be positive. I think also, you got to realise that I think Barcelona Shaheen, they didn't chase well. Maybe they didn't because they were chasing 168, but certainly that'd be playing on your mind as well. So, almost ready to go. You've got to take your chances in a game like this. There's no more tomorrows for these two teams. It looks like they might open with Samir Rahman here. A bit surprising because Matty Rahman bowled a very good first over last time. We're almost ready to go. And yeah, thanks everyone for the messages of support in the chat. I'm sure that means a lot. I know Rico was in the chat a little bit earlier. And he wanted to say a big thank you. So if you missed that, a big thank you to the community, he said. And it was wonderful, the messages of support that he'd received and all the well wishes. Yeah, it's difficult one. It's an inevitability, I suppose, but still comes as quite a shock. Let's get ready then. Qualifier number 2. Spot in the final up for grabs is Samir Rahman. He starts with a wide. A bit of an anticlimax for Yadav's out there with Kuldeep Lal. Barcelona Shaheens, they've been smashing records in this series, haven't they? Gracia have slowly been building, and they're building into quite the head of steam as we hit match 123. Knocked away to the leg side. And the other thing was in the break, we had a slight bit of rain. And we actually still are, but it's very light. I think it's just a passing shower. It's actually what I alluded to at the start of the day. I said that there might be a chance of a shower, and a very, very light shower. That's kind of what we're experiencing right now, but it's nothing dramatic. It's nothing that's even remotely close to stopping play. With that single, Kuldeep Lal's on strike for the first time. Facing Samir Rahman. It's tucked away around the corner. I think this will be the first boundary of qualifier 2. Kuldeep gets the ball in his hip. And this was a bit of an issue for Samir Rahman earlier. He's just getting a little bit too close to the batter. And good batters, they work those away to find leg. There's no one down there. So Sammy, yeah, he's just got to get outside the off stump. This is where he struggled today. Maybe just getting a bit greedy going at the stumps. Played away, bit of respect. That's better line though from Samir Rahman. And so Kuldeep follows up the boundary with a fairly sensible single. I think we'll probably let that comment stay from Shalin. I appreciate he's gone over the emoji limit, but it's a nice message. Well, this is hit back hard. It's almost taken casualties on the way. A bowler, umpire, fielders, everyone. Well, some were trying to get in the way, some were trying to get out the way. And that will end up being 4 carreras. So, pretty powerful shot from Yadav. He's a powerful player. This time he misses out. It was only wicket to fall earlier on today. Not the worst over from Samuel Rahman result-wise. Can he get out of it without any more damage? And short answer is no. It's too short and it's worked away. It's going to be 4-15 come off the first over, 3 boundaries. Both openers opening their accounts. 15 without loss after 1. Gracia batting first. It's not what they did earlier. They did earlier chasing. Had a real tense nail biter against Sabadell. Went down to the very last ball, was hit for 6 and they got through. Having a look at this, now Bubba Khan, over 500 runs in the series. Gracia, I think, had a few more performers that have scored more runs. I think that is certainly notable from that. Kuldeep Lal's had a great series, hasn't he? 16 wickets to go with his 280 runs. Well, of course, with Rico, unfortunately, not able to be here as he is with his family right now. But I do have a special guest, and I mean a special guest, coming in to commentate with me. Please welcome, for this innings, ECN founder, Daniel Weston. Welcome, Dan. Great to have you with us.
Thanks, Vinny. Wonderful to be here.
West is going to start with a bang. And this is a bit special as well from Kuldeep Lal, who goes Maximo. Abbas comes in. He rocks in another half tracker, and that ain't going to cut it here when you're down to the top 3 teams in Barcelona. 6 runs. Well, Dan, welcome. I know you've literally just arrived in Barcelona, right? So, yeah, it's great to have your company.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. I was in Stockholm on Friday, -8 degrees, with Spring Productions up there and helping plan next year. Then yesterday I was in -3 degrees in the winter wonderland of Bavaria, Germany.
Wow.
And now here.
So you've kind of steadily been heading south, migrating south for the winter. Well, this is up and it's out of the ground. Maximo. Well, another one. And look, Kuldeep's looked on here. He's a guy that he has ECN hundreds to his name. He's been a little bit of a quiet achiever, but he has been achieving, and he's part of a really strong batting unit. You know, one thing I like, Daniel, about this Gracia team, we saw it earlier in the day as well with Sabadell, is we're starting to connect people in different countries through ECN, and sometimes that's their only way they've met each other. Sometimes. So, for example, we've got Simranjit Singh and we've got Jaipal Singh from Kings 11 in Italy. They're actually playing for Gracia in this tournament, and we've seen Kuldeep, we've seen people Yadav, both these two playing for Kings 11 earlier in the year. This is a straight hit into the gap. This will be 4 more. There is nobody dead straight. There is a long on. Maxi Hock's in that position now, but this is a very good start at the moment for Gracia.
Just as you were mentioning, connecting people, that was the whole premise of the European Cricket Network right from the start. The word network isn't about a TV network or about a computer network or a digital network. It's about a people network. You know, so it's all these things in one. But connecting communities of cricket lovers all around Europe is the aim and the goal in what we're doing so far.
Yeah, well said. It must be nice to see that become a reality in real time. This is missing, but better ball from Abbas. Just moved off the seam there. Yeah, Shrug, nice to see you in the chat. And saying Kuldeep Lal class above, should be in the Spain team still. Well, he's doing everything right at the moment, isn't he? I mean, he was a borderline omission earlier in the year, but I mean, you know, don't get better, get better. I think that's something you hear people saying a fair bit, and he certainly has done that. He's been making a lot of runs and taking a lot of wickets. Edged and 4 more. This is a bit of a lucky one for Kuldeep. It'll take it. It's going to bang into the camera. Well, brace for the sonic boom as Kuldeep reaches 25 in pretty quick time.
There's not too many people in European cricket that loves the sport of cricket as much as Kuldeep Lal.
Yeah.
He absolutely loves, adores, eats, breathes, sleeps cricket. So it's awesome to be able to see a very, very long year for him come to a close today, hopefully successful. But yeah, the passion he has for the game is just is immense, and it's inspiring to work off.
Last ball the over. And drilled to mid-off where Bilawal Khan does the fielding. End of the second over, 35 without loss. Well, a few people have been asking how can they get in touch with Rico, and I know in the chat there's a few questions right now. And so, you know, you can get Rico on Instagram at RicoFull, or you can send him a message on Facebook at rico.full.1. Obviously, you can follow us at European Cricket. There'll still be content going out, I'm sure, over the next few weeks or so, and there's more information to come, such as the Maltese ECL team that we're still waiting on, a few little things to do with the season as well in 2023, but we might give you a bit of a sneak into that. Now that I've got Dan here, and if I can get his permission, and I might be able to ask him a few slightly more what's the word? Specific questions about what's coming in 2023. This is where we're at today. If you just joined us, here at Sabadell got knocked out by Gracia in a last ball thriller earlier in the day. And then, Barcelona at Shaheen. They went down to the Tigers. So here we are, third match of the day. And now, third over of this match. It's going to start with another boundary. Once again, just too short. They persisted with Sami Rahman here. And, just not really the right length to Yadav. Anyway, so you have been migrating south. You're back in Spain. And I remember the first time, I think you talked about this facility. It's actually before I even came here. And you said, this place is amazing. You said it's where they held the Olympic baseball in 1992. And we're going to play cricket here. Shout, but it's on the leg side. Yeah, so, I mean, how did you even start thinking about having cricket here at the baseball stadium?
Yeah, well, the Catalonian Cricket Federation, they were playing cricket here in the past, but it was with natural grass and then with these huge, enormous baseball mounds. So to see this come to life, where they've obviously seen the growth of cricket, so that more and more cricket's being played here at the stadium.
Yeah.
But then to install this artificial grass, it looks so spectacular on the TV, and I think it could be the future of cricket.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. In the air and gone. And that's the first wicket. Vibor Yadav misses out again. He goes for 13. It was a thick outside edge. And they did persist with Sami Rahman. They must have had a feeling that he could get the breakthrough, and he does. And so the first wicket falls. Gracia at 39 for 1. And well, you watch a fair bit of ECN cricket, I know, Dan. You know that Vibor Yadav is a big wicket.
Yeah, it is a big wicket. Kuldeep being there, he'll put the pressure on his own shoulders, try and bat the distance. He's just always hungry for runs. But Vinny, this outfield here, you've seen so many matches here with your own eyes now. Do you think that this is the future of cricket stadiums? Well, this artificial grass.
Yeah, well, it depends where you are, obviously. But what I will say, it allows you to play cricket all year round in a place like Barcelona, and I guess we're doing an unprecedented volume of cricket and quite intense cricket. And so I just think it's wonderful. For example, you have no issues with bowler run-ups. You've had no issues there. Been keeping an eye on it. I think when you see, obviously, some of the fields we've had, it's been quite variable this year, the states of some of the outfields. I mean, that can also make it more exciting when it's more difficult to field. But I think, we're giving the players a bit more of a platform to show their best skills. So those that can dive around in the field, it really gives them a good service to work on. So, yeah, I really like it. I couldn't believe my eyes, really, when I saw it. Of course, I was here at the start of 2021 when it was still the regular grass. New batters here, Amahe. He's another one that missed out earlier. And when he almost chops on first ball, but he'll get a run.
Yeah, so you can't really pick it up on the TV, but within this artificial grass is all these black, small pebbles.
Yeah, it's like rubber sand,
yeah.
they call it.
Yeah.
Like quite coarse rubber sand.
Yeah, and that's what helps the fielders be able to slide or dive or extend themselves on the grass and not get burnt from the carpet. So it works really well. And the drainage is spectacular. There's some grounds we play at where there might be puddles after rain, but here the water is going straight through and under and into the irrigation.
Yeah, that one's hurt him, actually. That's hit him in the back thigh. That'll sting. So, Corey, just mentioning, Kuldeep is in the national squad of 25 men. Always has been in 2022. Availability was an issue. Why he couldn't play ECC, but also might be an issue with Kuldeep playing for Gracia in the ECL, because I think he is due to get married. Probably trying to move that around. I said we could always rent out the tent in Malaga and kind of just sneak it in the game off. And I think Gracia want him there. He's playing some good cricket. Last ball for Sami Rahman. Oh, it's a good ball too. When he hit the off stump, instead it's blocked out. Good decision making from Kuldeep. Didn't need to go after it. Decent start for Gracia. It's 40 for 1 after 3 overs. So look, for people that maybe have just joined the European Cricket Network, or maybe been watching over the past few days for the first time, or maybe right now for the first time, I gave a bit of an introduction to it. I gave a link to these articles on ABC Sport and the video ABC Sport did. But give everyone a bit of an idea of how this all started a few years ago.
Well,
where do you want to start?
Yeah. so it started as me as being a 2-year-old in Australia, in Perth, Western Australia, and watching cricket on the TV and with my family and falling in love with the game. And then, I started a tech company in Australia, and I was fortunate enough to sell that. And once I sold it, I wanted to do some travelling. Got to Europe. I was in Munich, went down. Well, I googled and found that Munich had a cricket club, so I went and joined that cricket club, and that was in 2007.
Here's Farouk, who's going to bowl the next over. Oh, one of the last game took 4 wickets, gets first ball through.
Yeah, and it being in Munich in 2007 and seeing the Munich Cricket Club was predominantly middle-aged people that loved cricket, coming from Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the UK, that had more of a focus on playing cricket as a pastime rather than anything else. But then, so what happened is then I ended up staying in Munich a lot longer than expected. I started another business, which was in the finance industry, and I was working really hard for those years. And then, thanks to Tinder, met my wife-to-be.
And there's a sponsor. European Cricket Network brought to you by Tinder. Come on, they did have a bit of a role in getting you and your now wife together. Lovely wife. I know your son Casper. He's here today as well.
Yeah. So meeting my wife on Tinder meant that I thought, all of a sudden, I think I'm going to be in Germany forever. I'm going to live here and it'll be my base, because once I met her, I was in love and thought that we'd get married and probably end up in Germany a lot longer than expected. And then I reconnected back with Munich Cricket Club again, and it was very, very different to what I'd known in the past.
So we'll push. I'll get a single here.
So all of a sudden, the people playing cricket in Munich were a lot of Indian students, a lot of Indian bachelor's or master's students, a lot of people working in engineering or at IT from India. There was a lot of Pakistani people in migrating to Europe or in Germany and loving to play the game as well, and working hard and setting up their careers. And then there were obviously a lot of refugees from Afghanistan who came across to Europe and Germany as well. And what I could see there is that they were there to start a new life or to create. They're very ambitious and inspiring people that were, building their education or their careers. And all of a sudden, the cricket wasn't a pastime down in Munich anymore. It was performance. It was to play to win.
Yeah.
And when I was in Australia, it was always cricket was to be played to win. It wasn't a pastime for me either. So I really enjoyed what I was seeing there with the cricket that was being played.
It's relatable, isn't it? Just get lucky here, Kuldeep. Mistimes this, but it goes straight, and no dramas for the fielders.
Yeah, so then by that time I'd spent my 7 years in Germany, and I thought, well, yeah, if I'm going to marry a German lady and potentially have German kids, then I should try out for the German national cricket team. And then I worked out that the ICC regulation said that after 7 years I could qualify to play for Germany. And so whilst playing, I went through the selection process and got picked. So then I was playing for Germany in some ICC qualifying events, and all of a sudden, there's a lot of like-minded cricket-loving people that were around me, and that was inspiring. And then we had an ICC event in Stockholm, and we won a game against Sweden. And all of a sudden, everyone thought we were pretty good and that we deserved to get sponsors. And I sort of thought about that and thought, how is German cricket or European cricket going to find sponsors if no one could see it? Because it needs to be visible for more people to enjoy it.
Pool, Maxi Hutt down in this position now. Make sure it's just one.
So then after that sort of happening, where you could see that German cricket was on the rise, but it wasn't on TV or it wasn't broadcast at all. I had an idea to try and organise one more practice match for the season between Germany Red versus Germany Black, and that was in 2016. And we got some money together to get the team together, and we recorded the footage of that match. And once we did that, and that was a funny story because it was raining and the cameraman didn't really know what he was filming, and the generator blew up.
Yeah, because I'm guessing the crew had no idea. They weren't really cricket people. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was a German production friend of mine who was used to doing opera concerts, and I sort of convinced him to come to Frankfurt to record some cricket.
Yeah.
and luckily I put a GoPro behind the stumps, and we got some footage. And then I went back to Munich after that, and I got all the memory cards from the cameras, and I sat down and thought, well, there isn't a long amount of content here.
Abbas on the second over, in the air and caught, full toss, and Kuldeep's gone now. That wasn't really a wicket-taking delivery, but it does the trick for Adil Abbas. And Kuldeep Lal is going to have to walk for 26. Just kind of clunked it off the bottom of the bat. It never touches the ground from the moment it is bowled. To the moment it is caught at point. And so Grathia loses second wicket. And yeah, decent catch there as well from Naeem Hussain. And Kuldeep, well, he's frustrated, but he knows he's got to go. Key player dismissed, and Kuldeep's looked on today. But he doesn't go on with it out in the first half, 46 for 2. So, yeah, so the timeline we're talking about. So when's this? Now we're up to about 2016, right?
Still, yeah, 2016. And, yes, so I had all these memory cards from the GoPro and the cameras where the guys were recording this match. And, yeah, I didn't know how to do any video editing, and I didn't really have a plan at all. But what I could see was that I thought, hey, there's a chance here to make a 10 to 20 second clip of every player that played in this match. So how about if we do this short form for social media?
Yeah.
So I clipped about 22 clips, and then I sat there at 2 o'clock in the morning saying, oh, I can upload these social media now. But I start a Facebook page, and then I started this Facebook page called German Cricket TV. Because I wanted to make it as simple as possible for people to know that there was cricket being played in Germany.
You know, Kumar's the new batter. Oh, bowler, that's one of the best slips in the follow-through I've ever seen. And he's saying, oh, you know, it was great. Is it slipped over, and I slipped over in the direction the ball came back. This is what I love about ECN. We'll come to this in a second, but there's certain things you'll only ever really see on the ECN. How often do you see this on a cricket field? Down he goes, but luckily he can just crawl over and field the ball. Yeah, so yeah, German Cricket TV. So then it was a thing, and it was a bit of a phenomenon, right?
It was a phenomenon, yeah.
Here's Abbas. This would have been a wide, but spoiled. Will just be a single.
So I uploaded these 22 clips over 22 days. I thought, let's upload one per day. And yeah, there was an enormous amount of people watching these short clips, these tiny little highlight clips of each player. They started to go viral. And then, yeah, I mean, calling it German Cricket TV was just a gut feel at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Picked up nicely. Well fielded also on the bounce, just a single.
But what happened then, about a week later, I got an email saying, hello, German Cricket TV, can you please come and film our indoor cricket event, which was in Frankfurt. So I said, oh, okay, but I only had one GoPro, and how do I film more? So on the Friday afternoon, I said, yeah, okay, I'll go to Frankfurt and film some indoor cricket.
Last ball, the over. And it will be a single. So, game in the balance. This will be a really good one. It is 49 for 2 after 5. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'm in the cube with the man, Dan West. I want to say a big thank you for all your support this year. I know, look, it is stressful what you do. And there's a lot of people working behind the scenes that people don't realise. And I know that you live and you breathe it. And that's probably something we've got in common, true. And, yeah, I want to say a big thank you to you. Now, look. We're just going to go back to the history in a minute, but I want to just take this moment to look ahead. And look, we do want to reveal a couple of things right here. And Dan, tell us, maybe in a couple of words, how ECN will be bigger and better next year. Because we've promised the viewers it will be bigger and better. So I want you to give you an example of both. Because I think the time has come to kind of say what's in the planning here for 2023.
Well, it's still in the planning, and we like to get everything planned and finished by the end of this year, so we know exactly what's happening next year. But what I can say is that next year we'll go back to 5 matches per day. So currently when we first started, we were playing 5 matches a day, and then it went to 4 matches per day. But next year,
in the air, I think this is going to be 4. Speaking of 4, through to the boundary. Yeah, so originally it was 5 matches a day, 5 days a week, right? So 25 matches a week. Now we've gone to a format over the last couple of years where it's 4 matches a day, but 6 days a week, right? Yep. So what you're saying is it's going back to 5 matches a day, but we're still going to be, it won't just be 5 days a week, right?
It will be 7 days a week for 310 days in a row next year, which is extreme. But I think it's the way that you and I both work, Vinny. It's
well, speaking of extremes, this is an extremely big hit from the batter, and that's on top of the practice nets. Maximo! Well, here Mahe, well, he might have the Bart Simpson haircut, but this is a big boy shot, and that's out of the ground Fantastic batting. Max even has to clap that one. I think he's clapping the bowler saying next one. It's just a length that Mahe loves. Yeah, so what we're saying is that the plan is, and again, it's just a plan. There's a lot of things, there's a lot of logistics that has to go into place. But the plan is at this stage to play 5 days, play 5 matches a day, pretty much every day from January 30 right up to the end of the season in December.
Mid-December.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So it's incredible that it seems that this year we were having Sundays off.
Yes, I'm aware. This is going to hit down to...
And next year there won't be any Sundays off. And the reason why is because we'll have the European Cricket Series, which will be 5 games a day, Monday to Friday. And then on the Saturday and Sunday, we're incorporating something new. And that is international T10s, which will be played on the Saturday and Sunday.
Wow. Okay, so we talked about the bigger, meaning more games. So, we're talking the order of something now like about 1,500 games for the year, something like that. And the better is that, I know the plan is pretty much at the end of every European Cricket Series, that should finish on the second Friday, that we'll have European Cricket International Cricket, T10 Cricket,
on the Saturday and Sunday.
And how will those weekends look? So every second weekend, and a normal 2-week rotation, will be ECI cricket, as we say. It'll be European International T10 cricket. And so what will that weekend look like format-wise?
Yeah, so if you're thinking about a 14-day cycle, it'll be 12 days in a row of ECS, European Cricket Series, 5 games a day, with the finals day on that 12th day, Friday. Then Saturday, Sunday will be 5 matches on the Saturday, 4 matches on the Sunday, in a tri-series between 3 countries. So wherever we host the European Cricket Series will be the home nation, and then 2 national teams will fly in to play a tri-series on the back weekend to complete the 14 days.
Super exciting. Anyway, wait for the new bowler. Uneeb Shah sprays this one. No ball free hit coming up. That's for off the pitch. So, look, just to clarify a few things. So I know we've been working on things like a T10 international ranking system. That's something that's in the works. So, potentially, we can go a step further. I think they want to see if this bounced before the stumps or after the stumps. But I think it's before the stumps. I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay. Of course we will, because Elvira is amazing. Yeah, I think there's no doubt the length here. It definitely was off the pitch. I don't think it gets any of the pitch. There you go. Yeah, you can see it there. Did it hit the edge of the pitch or not? Maybe. Yeah, so I think my instinct was the umpire made the right call. That's the only view we're really going to be able to get back of that one. And I think they'll give us a clue what's happening. So in this break while they make this decision. So yeah, tri-series involving probably the host country that's hosting the ECS and two other countries.
Yep.
That's going to be great.
Yeah, the 2 countries that come will either be neighbours or arch rivals, because we need stories to arrive from these tri-series, and we want them to be equally competitive and spicy.
3 hits on then. Missed anyway. It doesn't make a difference if it was a wide or a no ball anyway. Yeah, so I think Corey Ruckers is in the chat as well. And a few people, the first thing they said is, Vinny, better reach for the throat lozenges. 310 days of cricket. Well, that's the other thing. I mean, we're going to be probably getting a few more people behind the mic. That's something I've been working on kind of in secret behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's important. As
up and over. Well, this could be 4. It is 4. Nice shot, Vinod Kumar. It didn't really get going in the earlier game, but this is a nice shot over cover. Just plays it off length. Uneeb's just struggling a little bit with his control. It wasn't the worst ball, but it disappears for 4. Yeah, so that's something we've been working on. Everyone's been working really hard on how can we make this work. And a lot of things still have to happen to make it work. Let's just kind of put a disclaimer on it there. But this is what is being planned. It's ambitious. It's bold. Again, it's unprecedented. It's taking it to extremes. But, I mean, I suppose it's fair to say, Dan, you see another full toss. Not a great one. Watch the bounce. Bubba got it under control. Yeah, it all comes about because there's a big hunger for more European cricket, and that's something you must be very proud of.
Yeah, really proud of. I think it's always the case where European Cricket Network is growing, European cricket is growing in general. All the federations, the ICC Europe, everyone's growing and doing their best and working really hard to make it grow as fast as possible. But when that happens, not one person can do it by themselves. So
this is a thick edge and out, and so they get here. Mahe. That's a very good wicket at this stage of the game, because you know that he can pound the Kookaburra, but he has to go. The captain departs for 16. Again, this thick outside edge looping up into the offside. And so good reward for Uneeb Shah after he'd been a bit all over the place, let's be honest, in this 7th over. But he gets the wicket of Hiramahe, and the score is 68 for 3. And it's Adil Abbas that takes the catch. So, yeah, more cricket. More high-quality cricket as well.
Yep.
I mean, so I'm just trying to picture this in my head. So, obviously, European Cricket Series we're loving it, and obviously that's going to mean probably more games in the European Cricket Series, even though because we'll still have the 12 playing days, but it'll be 5 matches a day. And then, so you'll have the kind of exciting final stages of an ECS and an ECS finals day, followed by international cricket on Saturday and Sunday. So that's a huge weekend of cricket, isn't it?
yeah, it's enormous. And then on the Monday morning, we'll start in another country, the next ECS. So yeah, we need more. Yeah, we need more people. We need more support.
This is sprayed down the leg side. This is Rathod. Now, Rathod was the hero of the first game today. They needed 3 to win off the last ball, and he hit a 6. And I'm a big fan of him.
Yeah, so I think we've got a great product, and then obviously the more we're growing, the more we need to find sponsors and find supporters and just keep growing it organically from the grassroots. I mean, there's so much love and passion for what we do, so that's why it feels good.
Down the ground. This will be a single. Yes, I mean, it's exciting. It's ambitious, and that's the thing, though. I mean, yeah, shoot for the moon, probably end up in the stars, that kind of thing. Look, I'm excited about it. Yeah, it's challenging as well, scaling everything up, but really, the fact that we've come this far is quite amazing already. So, yeah, why not push the envelope? This is going to be pushed to the leg side, finds the gap, and there's Andy House. He's going to do the fielding. He hasn't fumbled one ball here in Barcelona in the coldest week so far of this ECS, and 4 runs. This game is a pretty interesting one, actually.
But I'll just go back to the sort of story where I was, and that was with German Cricket TV. So I only had one GoPro. Got invited to an indoor tournament in Frankfurt. So then I went on that Friday night and bought 6 GoPros, and then with 7 GoPros we went to the Frankfurt tournament. Yeah. Put on some awesome content. Amazing things happen in cricket in general, but when you're in indoor cricket, indoor sports gym, crazy, wacky things happen. So then we were clipping those, put them on social media, and then I get an email from a guy in Hamburg saying, we're having a cricket indoor event. So I went and bought, I didn't think I had enough GoPros, so I bought another 6. So we ended up with 13 GoPros, drove 10 hours to Hamburg, put all these 13 GoPros around the hall and filmed the cricket.
Here's Maxi getting a bowl. He starts by going upstairs. This will be the one for the over. Well, Maxi, the first time he's bowled in the series, and yeah, he's been carrying a little bit of a side injury in the first one. Intentional otherwise.
I've known Maxi as a cricketer since he was 16 years of age in Munich, and he loves his cricket. He's from a very, very traditional German town called Tegernsee.
Yeah, I love Tegernsee.
Yeah, which is a lake and surrounded by snow-capped mountains.
Slides in to the pads. Good swing from Maxi Hoke.
Yeah. So then I was in Hamburg, and we had these additional cameras. We ended up with 18 GoPros, and we were traveling around Europe for the winter. Traveling around Germany for the winter, filming indoor cricket, and then just having a lot of fun doing it. But it was a passion project. It was a hobby. And then that next summer, myself and 2 other guys, we continued with German Cricket TV, traveling around Germany, filming any cricket we could.
Yeah, this one slides in and it slides out of the ground. This one's right into the wheelhouse of Vinod Kumar. Cuatro carreras. And Maxi just got to get the length right here because he certainly is moving the ball, but almost short enough for Vinod to pull.
So the German Cricket TV experiment. it cost us a lot of time, love, effort, and money, and but we really enjoyed it. And the number of clubs in Germany went from 60 to 370 around the same time as we were promoting the game like never before. And there was 52 million views on social media of our German cricket TV clips. And if you try and put a game of cricket into lots of 10-second clips, you can end up with 20 highlights. And we were just pushing them out on social.
Better length. This one doesn't really curve in. Gets past Kumar. It's good bowling.
And then, I was still running. We were working in finance in my company there, and that was the big focus. But I was sort of working 20+ hours a day. It felt like at times. It was really burning the candle at both ends. And because I love my cricket so much and loved seeing the game grow, I was really, really attracted to this German cricket TV product. So I really put everything I could into it.
Oh, this one gets through everybody. That's going to be 4 byes. Well, Diana, not a huge fan of fielding the ball, so they'll have to go get that one. But look, this one just shoots a little bit, goes really close to the stubs. It just goes straight through the pegs of Hamza Ali. He tried to block it, and he left the trap door open.
Maxi's got a super seam position.
He's got a great action. Maxi, he has had this slight side strain. And I think that was because when he was in Malta working with us, he actually kind of over bowled in the nets after work every day. That's how much he loves this cricket. Anyway, last ball of the over. Only 4 off the bat this over. This one would have been a wide. It's actually going to be 4. Wow. That's annoying. As Naeem Hussain just dives over it. No excuses on this outfield. It's the end of 8. And there's 8 off the bat and 4 byes off that over. The score is 87 for 3. After 8, the game's so close as this, almost anything can happen. So tell us more. I mean, by the way, I'm already going to have to lock you into the second innings here, if possible. I know you've got Casper to look after, but seems like he's behaving himself over there. How old's Casper now?
Casper's 4.5, and he's over there colouring in some books at the moment. But
is he looking happy?
We live in Germany, and I've bought about 400 foam balls that now sit in a very big box in our living room, and every night I'm underarming in balls. And
here's Aneeb Shah. 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, as Rika likes to say. Shrug mentioning 8 runs from misfields. Could be costly, that's true. James also asking about commentary and how we'll organise that. Well, let's just say we're working on it, James. He's asking who we might experiment with. Well, the thing is, it does provide more opportunities, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited about some potential additions. Also, maybe some really good guests, maybe some high-profile guests as well. Now, this is going to be 4. This time, there's not too much that Billawal can do about it, all happening in the 9th. As 4 more runs on the total. Nice little open face shot from Vinod Kumar.
Yes.
Moves to 25.
So Casper's 4.5 down. Yeah, as I say, we've got a lot of foam balls at home, and every night I throw these balls underarm to him, and he just smashes them everywhere he can with his mini bats. But when I was his age, I was all about learning the forward defence,
Yeah,
and
it's very different. Well, there's no defence here. It should be an easy catch. And it's dropped. Well, it was almost too easy. And what's happened to the battle owner Shaheen fielding at a crucial time? We've seen 8 runs in missed fields, and then Adil Abbas, he just is so casual here. He's going to catch it easily and says, all right, I couldn't drop it, could I? Guess what? He barely touched it. Hits him on the way up. Oh, boy. And Adil, well,
that's a replay you don't want to see again.
Yeah, I was going to say, he'll want to burn the footage of that one. Aneeb can't believe it. Anyway, just a single. Okay, so going back, we'll try and accelerate the story then, right?
I'll be here for the second innings.
Yeah, okay, well, that's good then.
Yeah, but no, I was just going to say with my son now, when I was his age, it was all about getting forward, defence, high elbow, to try and replicate the Test legends. And now Casper, my son, knows it's called cricket, but we actually call it big shots. So, hey mate, you want to play big shots? And we play big shots at home. And
speaking of big shots, yeah, that is one. But Maxi goes back, can't quite pull it back from the beyond. Maximal Kumar playing a good hand here, brings up the 100 for Gracia in this elimination match. Only one team will survive to meet the Tigers in the ECS final later on today.
Because, I think technique is important. Of course, it's got its place, but I think to win games of cricket in the future, I think you've got to focus on big shots. Whether it's playing T20 or T10, it's a big shot game now, and big shots are what people want to see.
Last ball, the 9th, and this is launched high in the air, and this is going to fly like a bird out of the ground. Maximal! What a shot by Vinod Kumar. He's 38 off 18 right now, and he's picked up where some other batters left him in the lurch.
That
It's 106 for 3 after 9.
That was the biggest shot of the match so far. That was enormous. But yeah, but people want to see big shots. People want to that they can get more wickets if they're bowling to guys that are trying to play big shots. That's the mentality of what I see as the way to grow the game. So with my son, we just talk about big shots, and he develops his own technique. But essentially, he's just got to watch the ball really, really hard.
Yeah, the kind of thinking behind cricket coaching's changed a lot. Look, I actually remember, when I was playing first grade cricket towards the end of my career, a lot of the batters were like working hard to develop more attracting strokes. They spent their whole life working on defence, and that was fine. But then we're playing a lot more T20 cricket, and it's so weird to watch coaches telling you, hey, hit it hard, hit it long.
Yeah.
All your life you're being told to settle down. Sometimes I thought it was before my time. You know me, played with me before. I'm maybe a little bit low on the concentration stakes. Anyway, now after 2,000 games, I'm pretty much good at lasting a bit longer.
I think it's the exact opposite, Vinny. You're very, very high on the concentration stakes because the endurance that you've shown for this year, you wouldn't even call it a cricket season anymore, but it's a cricket year because we just play 11 to 12 months of the year now. It's incredible. So your concentration to put up this performance day in, day out is absolutely extraordinary. I've nothing like it on earth.
Oh, I really appreciate you saying that. I've been enjoying it. Maxi's gone for the last over, and why not? Look, this is going to be such a good chase, regardless of what happens here. I have him landing at about 120. I guess with Maxi bowling like this, maybe it will be in the 110 to 120 region. But what a chase to see Barcelona Shaheen. They're big hitting units coming out and trying to play them into the final. Here's Maxi Hock. Oh, well bowled. See, he gets the bend on the ball, doesn't he? Really watch this swing. And Maxi's waited a long time for this opportunity. And I know he's had a bit of it. He's had a bit of this side injury. But now it's now or never. Because if Barcelona Shaheen lose this, they're going home. That was really good. That swung so late and so far.
It did. No, I'm so proud to watch Maxi play here. He's bowling at the death under pressure. And he just loves cricket.
Short though, and this time he's going to get punished. That one is adios pelota maximo. Vinod Kumar moves to 44. Good battle in play. And 113. Score climbing towards that 120. I mean, you just must love this. And actually, we'll probably talk a little bit more in the second innings about, how we got to this point. And thank you for staying with me because we only committed to the first 10 overs. But, I mean, you must pinch yourself when you see the package of where it's at, the kind of entertainment factor and all the moving parts. 2 to come here. Gets on a length, slightly slower ball. This one's gone as well. Maximo, back to back, and Kumar reaches 50. What an innings under pressure from Vinod Kumar. I said it before, we haven't always seen the best of him, but he has immense potential. 50 off 22 balls with 4 Maximos and 5 fours. Takes Grathia to 119 with the ball remaining. Good knock. And look, you judge people by how they perform under pressure, right?
Well, it's just an awesome sport because all of a sudden this over has been, Maxi was doing well, he was on top, and then the batsman's on top. And that's what T10 and that's what sport should be about.
Last ball then, seatbelts on. I think this is wide on. No, this is going to be 5 wides. And he's just lost the handle on this one. I thought maybe it took the pad, but it hasn't. So the innings stays alive, and they're up in the 120s now, 124. Maxi, he's bowled really well. I thought for a second this hit the pad, but I think it's just the extreme movement that he gets.
Movement. Yeah. Well, he's got a great action to ball these big induckers, so I would have been surprised to him earlier in the contest. But if his side strain is better now, then that's good news for the final if they can get there. I suppose also when you haven't bowled in a match situation in a while, it's pretty hard to find your feet straight away. It's done pretty well under the circumstances. But this over's off the rails now. This would have been a huge wide as well, but Kumar spoils it. It'll finish with a leg by. So 1, 2, 5. And funnily enough, that's probably what a par score was in Group A. That last one, just rearranging the lunchbox of Vinod Kumar. So he's gonna hobble off at 125 on the board. 126 will be the target. Daniel, thank you so much for the first inning. Stay with us for the highlights and come back because there's to be continued. A bit of the history of ECN and a little bit of a look into the future of ECN so far with ECN founder Dan Weston. Oh, well, shake, rattle and roll. It was game time here in qualifier number 2. And so, well, you know that Grathia, they've got some good hitters. They sent out their A opening pair, which is Kuldeep Lal along with Vibo Yadav. I've got them off to a good start. And they were able to negotiate the score to 39.
But again, it didn't really kind of get out of control in the power play. They got about 40 in the power play, which is, look, it's pretty good going. But we've seen some bigger ones, and then Yadav, he was the first man to go. And look, two teams desperate to survive in the tournament. I think that 126 target, don't you think it's a pretty even contest at the halfway point?
Yeah, I'd like to have the runs on the board there. Yeah, I think 125 is a pretty good score. Yeah, it might be par, but I think it's just good to have them on the board.
I felt the par today was 120 when you get the top 4 teams together, but we actually have seen the bowlers stepping up a little bit. A little bit of inconsistency plaguing Maxi during the end. But yeah, I look at these moments. There were 8 runs off. There was 4 byes. There was a ball that got jumped over at deep cover, and then there was a drop catch. That cost them 8. Let's call it 10 runs. And yeah, if this game is decided by less than 10 runs, I think Battle and Shaheen will just be a little bit disappointed with that lapse. And here's another 5 runs they waste. So they were kind of their own worst enemies there. They had problems with extras in the last game. Again, a few issues as 16 extras in this game. That doesn't even include the misfields we saw. 50 even for Kumar, who didn't finish in the way that he wanted, but certainly played some nice shots while he was there. 50 off 23. Apart from that, Kulik Lal looked good, but fell for 26. 13 for Yadav, and Hiramahe contributing 16 in the number 3 position. Rathod went out there, couldn't quite capture the heroics of the previous game. 125 on the board. Looking at the bowling figures, well, I mean, no one really got a pounding, but you see Samir Rahman, 1 for 20. He was amongst the best of the bowlers. Farouk Sahel bowled well without taking a wicket. Adil Labas and Anib Shah took wickets. And Maxi, just a bit disappointed, I think, because that last over ended up going for 19. His first over went for 13, but there was a 4 byes in there and a couple of misfields. And, well, it should be right in the balance, I think, after 10 overs. We'll come back in around about 10 minutes with Dan Weston as well. Please put your questions in the chat as well for Dan, and we'll come get to those in second innings as well. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Daniel Weston, ECN founder. We're back shortly. We want FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. It's the final day of ECN 2022 and it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are in qualifier 2 here on final day, and of course only one of these teams will make it through to the final where they meet Catalonia Tigers. They have a special guest commentator who has agreed to stick around for the second half of this game, none other than the top brass. It's ECN founder Daniel Weston. Dan, welcome back. And look, when we finished kind of talking about the history before the break, we kind of got, where did we get up to? Just before things really took off, right?
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. We're up to the German Cricket TV, travelling around Germany to all corners.
Yeah.
We started in that winter doing indoor cricket, and then we ended up doing lots of outdoor cricket and T20s and what was called the Super Series, which was regional T20 competition to sort of unearth talent all across Germany, and we did that. It was really, really successful. We weren't doing live streams. We were setting up 10 cameras around the boundary, pressing record on all of them. We were putting GoPros on umpires, putting GoPros on stumps, putting GoPros anywhere we could, and just trying to create as much short form clips to upload onto Facebook. And as I said, we had 52 million views of German cricket, which then helped to really accelerate the number of teams and number of clubs that were being formed in Germany, and that was a really, really exciting moment. To sort of live and breathe and be part of that, just the excitement of the growth of the sport was happening in all directions.
I think in Germany in particular, but a lot of these European countries, a lot of people travelled from cricket-playing countries, from the subcontinent, for example, thinking that was the end of their cricket. There's no cricket there.
Yeah.
And then I think the fact that they could see there was cricket, that there was more awareness, and the people were already there. They needed to be linked up. They needed to have it communicated to them.
Yeah. So in my past career was running a global macro hedge fund. So I was essentially looking for things to invest in that were being driven by growth, inflation, demographics, technology, things like this. And then all of a sudden I could see in Germany what was happening was that there was a huge amount of people coming to Germany for a better life, and that was a growth moment and changing the demographics potentially forever, because once they get to Europe, they stay, they get a great job, their careers develop, then they get married, then they have children, and then all of a sudden their children are the locals who were born and bred and based there.
He's Yadav to get us going. He starts with a filthy wide, but it's actually a good stop by Chow and keeps it just to the one extra.
So there's a couple of people that are really important in European cricket, and one's Donald Trump, another one's Angela Merkel as well.
Yeah.
And the reason is because it used to be quite easy to get a H-1B visa to travel to the US to study.
Right.
And all of a sudden Donald Trump made it very, very hard, almost impossible.
Just doesn't find his feet here, Yadav.
Donald Trump essentially made it very, very difficult for Indians to be going to America to study or to work in Silicon Valley or to go to university. So because Donald did that, the man that he is, all of a sudden people that were in the Indian subcontinent couldn't look to immigrate to the US as easy as before. I think Canada is quite cold.
Fact. Well, that's an up and under. And this one is travelling, and it's travelling out of the ground. Maximo. Baba Khan coming off a duck. That's you can see, gets some applause from his teammates. Good start to the chase, 6 runs.
So Canada wasn't really seen, could be seen as an option, but quite a cold place to be and a long way away from the Indian subcontinent. And then Australia, because the foreign exchange rate then was very expensive to move to Australia. But that was at the same moment that Angela Merkel and some of the European
shot. He still takes some stopping. Simran's a gun though, and he's going to be able to do this. And he just kind of underarms it away to make sure that he's not going to fall the wrong side of the rope. Great fielding by Simran Singh, the Italian international.
Yes, so as that was happening, Angela Merkel in Germany made it far easier for people from the Indian subcontinent to travel, work, study, etc. in Europe. So that was the moment, thanks to Donald and other forces stopping people from travelling.
Yeah.
It ended up meaning that people could be going to Europe and having opportunity there. So as soon as they were moving to Europe, all of a sudden you had this huge influx of cricket-loving people that were coming, and a lot have come. They'll continue to come, and they'll stay. And I hope to live in a place where football in the winter and cricket in the summer is the European sport.
Interesting socio-political background information from Dan Weston. And look, questions welcome in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. get away from that for a second. I want to say hello to Kitty. I want to say hello to Keanu. I want to say hello to Tat Mandrake. And this is Dave. And did you know this, Dan? You might have heard this because I know you watch a lot of ECN cricket. In about 9 days, he is going to get an ECN tattoo. It's our first ECN tattoo, to my knowledge anyway. And it's pretty much based on the European Cricket Network logo, the ball. So what do you like to say to Dave? Well done.
Dave, not only well done, but you've got the guts to do it, and I congratulate you for that. I have thought about it a lot.
Hold on a second.
Thought about it a lot. Never pulled the trigger on the tattoo. I don't think my wife would let me do that.
Now,
but I have thought about it a lot. So congratulations, Dave. I'd love to see it when I can.
Now this is banged down the ground and it's out of the screws. Maximo wants to hail. He is the opening partner they've gone for here. And he does bang them. Have a look at this. Just picked up. Just misses his spot there. Yadav goes the journey.
So where is Dave getting this monumental
Well, he's
tattoo?
in the UK. It's 14 for Nolas after one. Just take it a quick aside. So it's 59 matches without a golden ball. We're so close to one this morning, actually, involving Grathia. 2 off the last ball would have been a golden ball, but Ruthod, he hit a 6, and that's what knocked out Hira Sabadell. Yeah, so he has promised me that he will put it in a place where we can show it. So we can show it on the broadcast. But the interesting thing for me is that you've considered it, and I think if you see Dave's, if you like it, let's try and get this done. I mean, you bleed European cricket blue, don't you?
Yeah.
You bleed European cricket blue. So why not just make it official?
Yeah, exactly. Well, because I've got a wife that thinks I shouldn't make it official. But otherwise, I've thought a lot about the ECN tattoo. I promise you that.
This is a little one. Yeah, so I'm thinking like the Superman, you know, the S on your chest. I'm thinking that you can have it right in a big European Cricket Network ball. Bang. I think that your wife will get on board with that. How much is tattoo removal anyway in Germany? Here's Trillichan, who gets the second over. This is really a one-hand job, and it's disappeared. Maximo, Battle and Shaheen, they're back to bashing. And that's what we're used to. Much more manageable target this time, about a par target. And this is a good start to the power play.
I think it was Will Ferrell that had the neck tattoo, right? Which was in Latin. It said, "Make reasonable choices."
Oh, I love that.
And I think the ECN tattoo has been on the mind a lot. Let's see. Vinny, have you thought about the ECN tattoo?
I'm thinking about it like you're thinking about it. Not really a tattoo.
But you've got a tattoo, right? Under your, don't you have one under your?
Yeah, I've got a small one. Yeah. And this is up and it's in the air. Simran Singh does not drop catches, and he's not going to start now. So Hale goes, and well, there's the signature love heart from the Rockset tribute band like Simranjit Singh. It was high. It didn't have the journey. It is caught that long on. So Trillichan comes up with the first wicket. They needed something to stop the bleeding. And Butler and Shaheen, after a bright start, they're 21 for 1. So look at everyone's in now. Look, as soon as you're in the commentary book, suddenly everyone has come in. I think that Tyrone's there. I'm having a hard time keeping up. Hello, Tyrone.
Hi, Tyrone.
Well, if you like horns, you'll be enjoying this. Hello to Corey Rutgers as well. To Marnus, to Michael Daub, who's in the chat, of course, father of Mita and Mahel Daub. And Michael's saying, love your analysis, Dan Weston. The German Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock, just visited India, strengthened the German-Indian ties and get more experts to Germany. Maybe experts in cricket too.
There is nothing stronger in this world than the demand for European and German companies to get engineering and science and mathematical and technological talent out of the Indian subcontinent. It's such a huge force. German engineering doesn't exist anymore. German engineering needs people from other parts of the world to come and bolster their stock. So it's gonna be an enormous wave, and it doesn't happen fast and it doesn't happen slow, but it just happens with an unbelievable force, which will mean that Europe will be full of people from cricket-loving countries now and in the future. And they'll have children, and those children will be hopefully inspired to play cricket from their parents, who are playing on the ECN.
Yeah.
Because that's how I fell in love with the game, was watching Heroes on TV, and today hopefully there's kids that are tuning into this, watching the new Heroes on TV. And if last night Mbappe is on the TV and today Dad's on the TV, then they're heroes playing sport.
Well, that is crunched, absolutely crunched. And Bilawal is a guy. He's not going to muck around while he's out there. They've gone just full-on hitters, top order. They haven't gone for Matthew Roman, who has a century in the series. They said, you know what, we're going to just shuffle our big dogs to the top. And that one disappears for 6. So that's a super attacking approach to this target. Now I'm just going to the chat quickly. Hello to Charlie Hunt as well. Charlie's in there at the moment. I hope you're having a good time. And compliments of the season to you, Charlie. Look forward to seeing you on ECN again in 2023. This one called wide. It might have just got a little bit of the line. Trilla Chan, no arguments from him. What else have we got? Wayne saying everyone knows when their boss is on the end, when to make an appearance. Yeah, that's probably fair. Hello to Savory as well. Mercy's asking what's the official timekeeper for. Well, that's been a really good addition, thanks to our timekeeping partners, Frederic Costa. And pretty much the fielding team has to finish 9 overs before that clock runs out or they give up a penalty in the form of runs. Badalona Shaheen actually did it earlier today, giving up 5 runs to the Catalunya Tigers in qualifier 1. Yeah, so also got Sihan Jian saying very nice entertainment tournament. And thinking the first bat team will win. Yeah, we'll have to see about that. 2 overs down. The score here is 28-2. Now, if you missed it, we did have some news in the first innings. And the news is that it is planned that instead of just 4 matches a day next year, you'll get 25% more action. You'll get 5 matches instead of 4 in a regular day. And the other thing is that we're not taking breaks next year. So cricket will be 7 days a week. So we're talking... okay, finals day is probably still 4. And one of the international days is 4. So down the ground, Simran's got a lot of work to do. Can't get there. 4 runs. It's just too powerfully hit from Babar Khan. He's coming off a duck. That's, again, nice straight hit. A lot of people saying he should be a shoo-in for a Spanish T10 team. So, yeah, I think it works out instead of 48 games in a fortnight, it's like 68. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's not crazy. Cricket...
Crazy good.
Hold on. People need breaks, but cricket doesn't need a break.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying.
You
know what I mean? Yeah. So that's what we want to... 310 days of live cricket next year.
Checks the shot. Not going to be caught. Simran's got a long way to go because it's a little push. He'll get there. It'll just be 1 against Simran. He's really a live wire in the field. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. I already think it's crazy how much cricket we're doing. Yep. I think 52% of televised cricket last year was ECN cricket.
Yep, 52% of cricket on TV with 5 cameras or more was ECN cricket. When we started, our first event was the ECL, which was 17 matches in 2019. Then the plan was only to do 300 matches in 2020.
Yeah.
But
we ended up pretty quickly.
We ended up doing over 1,000. And then in 2021, doing over 1,200. And then today we'll
pretty close to 1,200 again.
Yep,
it's consistent output, isn't it? And to go, I mean, I'm super excited about this. Yes, it's challenging. Yes, logistically there are challenges. Some may be overcome. Some it might be more of a struggle. But it's certainly exciting. Anyway, speaking of exciting, Simran, he's got to go a long way to this, goes all the way to the circle and catches it. So very, very good catch from the Italian international Simranjit Singh. And he was just looking a little bit sore after that dive earlier in the over. He had to go all the way into the circle to grab it. But Bilawal, his stay is brief. As Basha, it's Babar Khan, pardon me, that is the man that has to go. So he'll go for 13. So both openers back in the shed, and it's 34 for 2. Good catch, that one. And look, fielding is one thing I think's improved out of sight since ECN's taken off over the last couple of years, and I mean, that's a very good example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the fielding is so good. These guys are athletes, and they always were athletes. It's just they didn't have a platform to really show themselves to the world, and now the batting, the bowling, the fielding is. I mean, just cricket is getting better and better and better, and you quite a lot. You don't get better through match. Through training, but you get better through playing lots of games.
I think that's so true.
That was in Australia. We used to train. You used to play, get a chance, and then you used to train, get a chance. So so if you ever, even if you average 30 for the year, you know, you don't get a lot of time in the middle batting. You know, you're always training, always fitness, always. Whereas in England, I used to really like that approach, is that they didn't used to train a lot, but they used to play a lot. And you only get better at playing if you play a lot. And that's what I love about T10. You can play 2 times a day, or you can play maybe 8 times a week, and you get so much better.
100%. And it takes a little bit of the fear away. You can be a bit fearless. I mean, I remember batting thinking, if I get out here, and I might not bat again for 2 weeks or 4 weeks. No, it's crazy.
You got to play like you love it, and you got to get out and just put it behind you, because you got another innings coming soon.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing worse than training really hard, then nicking off. You bat between your legs,
decision.
And then you got to wait another 7 days to get a hit. Here, we just want people to get the chance to bowl at the power play, a chance to bowl at the death really often, and you get a chance to bat really often. Then that's how you become a better cricketer. And if you're a better cricketer, you're having more fun. If you're having more fun, you can have your friends either join you or watch you, and that's why there's a whole bunch more teams that end up in the city every time that we've played an ECS there. You know,
loved it.
Because it's whether it's viral content or it's a viral way of playing the sport, which should grow it really, really fast. And I've sort of, it's not public, but it's something that I really, really want to do is have the Women's European Cricket Championship.
Yeah.
Whether it's next year or very soon, because I want the game to grow for the males and for the females, and and to create these platforms that are the best way to do it.
Yeah.
You know, so many talented female hockey, tennis, golf players.
Yeah.
And I can see that their skills can transition into cricket really, really easily. So,
to use that as a vehicle to drive the women's game, I mean, that would be really great for some of the continental countries. This is going to be a wide. Kuldeep pushed it a little bit too wide. So they're bringing Kuldeep on a bit earlier and earlier every game. He's bowled really well during this series. Yeah, so I'm keeping the questions going in the comments. Well, Saruchi saying Dan is a genius. He saw the future. And I think that's true. I mean, even you must have not really been able to envision what it's become, right? End of the over coming up. I'll get you to answer that question. It's 35 for 2 after the power play. Game in the balance.
Well, I could definitely... Well, usually what changes things are demographics and technology. And I could see that the demographics were in play because so many people were moving to Europe that came from cricket-loving countries. The other side of things is the technology. All of a sudden, 20 years ago, you couldn't live stream or live broadcast an event easily. You needed a really heavy production setup, and you needed to put it on a TV channel. And that's where Kerry Packer had Channel 9, and he could put it on his own TV channel. Whereas then, if you fast forward to 2016, all of a sudden it was really cheap to get a GoPro and cheap to get a camera, but it was free to be able to publish or broadcast onto Facebook or YouTube. And by having that technology, it enabled the chance to be able to spread the word and promote. So in the good old days, you couldn't just put something on TV at all. But here you can push things on social media for no cost and get an audience, and by putting the matches on social media with a low cost basis, you can effectively reach the whole world, and by doing that, it can get people watching more and more and more, and grow it faster and faster.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an admirable thing. I mean, obviously the entertainment factor is huge. We've talked a lot about the growing the game, but also, whether in Europe or not. This one's an interesting one. I think they like it. I think he's definitely hit the ground. Did he nick it as well? I'm going to say he didn't. He definitely hits the ground. Sometimes they can be both and kind of no one realises. But, batter survives, Naeem Hussain. So, we're going to get a busy chat at the moment. I've got a question from Artis. It's a pretty simple one. Does the ECN turn a profit?
No.
Because I think this is a bit of a misconception as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it doesn't turn a profit. But I mean, cricket is essentially a startup, right? If you look at the way that it's happening in Europe, startup businesses, if they're going to be successful 20 years in the future, then they need a really solid foundation. They need solid investment. They need solid people, and a plan, and all these things in place. And we're essentially treating cricket as a startup.
Wow, that's a shot. It's a shot and a half, really, from Naeem Hussain. They've got so many hitters. Barcelona Shaheen, And they've top-ended them here. This is absolutely rocketed off the bat. That's a proper cricket shot. I mean, you talked earlier about the fact that, the hitting's just an extension of a cricket technique. That's a brilliant-looking cricket shot from Naeem Hussain.
No, teaching kids to hit sixes over cover or extra cover just never happened before. And now we live in a world where executing sixes over extra cover are just wonderful shots to watch, but happen so often. It makes me so proud to see the intent of the batsman to go and play those shots. But just going back to what we mentioned earlier, it's very much chicken or the egg. So do you create a cricket league in Europe and then hope sponsors come? Or do you try to find sponsors to help make the cricket league? And I sort of worked out in 2018 that there were no sponsors for European cricket unless you can see it. So therefore, let's try and build something awesome, build something that can be seen and promoted, and use that as the basis to hope find future sponsorship. And that's where we're in at the moment. We're building our product. We try to make the product as good as possible and enjoyable as possible. And thanks to you, Vinny, and the rest of the team, we're essentially making cricketainment. That's the way I see it. It's a mix between cricket and entertainment.
Yeah.
And that is the product that we hope will attract sponsors in the future. They can help us bring more sponsorship money in so that we can keep investing into the game and grow it. Hopefully, I can see a future where European cricketers are professional.
Chance and gone. Here Mahe takes the catch. And now Bilawal's going to have to go. The first ball from Jaipal Singh. He has a bit of a knack of doing this. It wasn't probably quite where he wanted. It was a little bit short. It was flat batted down to Hero, who holds on. So this game right in the balance. And look, we'll probably wind up our general ECN chat in a second, because we're going to head into the last 5 overs of a pretty important match. And I know that you're looking forward to this result as much as I am. But just a few comments here. I mean, a lot of people saying thanks for your work, and yeah, certainly I'm one of those people that would agree with that.
Yeah, just what we're going back to then. There's an uncomfortable moment in sport when it's a pastime or a hobby to then being semi-professional to being professional. And that really doesn't happen in 1, 2, 3 years. In football, it happens over 10, 20, 30 years. And this is the moment where cricket in Europe is not a hobby anymore. It's amateur, it's becoming semi-professional, and hopefully we're here commentating on the day where, it is a professional sport, mainstream, like football is in Europe. But that takes a long, long time, a lot of hard work and graft.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why, there's little things that in the infancy, such as, buying a crown, just doing little things that help. I mean, all those little things help, right? Because as you said, the ECN doesn't turn a profit at this stage. It's obviously the idea would be to do that at some point. But right now it is really about growth and spreading the game, and obviously providing entertainment, hopefully, for people. So, I mean, you can do both those things at once, right?
Yeah, we can do it all at once, and it's about convincing sponsors. I mean, that's why some sports federations or sports leagues make a profit. It's because they've got lots and lots of sponsorship. And
wow, that sounds like 6, and I didn't even have to see it. I just heard it. Maximo. Now, watch this guy, Dilawar Khan. He is fantastic. He's just built for power and doesn't waste any time. He gets off the mark with a Maximo.
Yeah, so hopefully in the years to come, we'll have 5 or 6 really core main sponsors. Like if you're watching the FIFA World Cup, you can very clearly see who the sponsors are. And if we can grow it to that base, then
this could be 5 wides. It's pulling up. I think that Challen gets a finger on it. That's good running from Dilawar to get back for 2. So 3 wides there.
Yeah, and then we'll be in a future where the sponsorship has been attracted, it's been locked in, and then it's a way to help grow and become professional for the sporting landscape in Europe, and that's why we're here. And it doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen in a presentation either. It happens by putting real great cricket events on the road.
It's a 6 more straight down the ground, Maximo, and so he hustles back for 2. To get the 3 wide, so he keeps the strike and then goes large. So Badalona Shaheen looking dangerous. Look, Grathia, essentially they beat Badalona Shaheen in basically the game that decided who would be the ECL representatives. And that was just before the start of this tournament. So Badalona Shaheen have a bit of revenge on their mind. This is dragged to the leg side. So, yeah, it's a generational thing, I suppose, what we're saying. And Yeah, it's incremental improvement. That's always what I think about with ECN.
Yeah, well, the Super Bowl, for example, the NFL, and we see the Super Bowl and it's huge, lights, camera, action, etc. But there was a moment in time where American football was played by amateurs, and they loved the game, and it was the locals who supported it, the local club members, and then all of a sudden, the TV camera was invented. You know? And because of the TV camera being invented, it means that broadcasting is possible, and once it's possible, it's it can be seen by many more people than being a local sporting event, and it's thanks to the technology.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really predict the future. I mean, this guy, he went close, and he realised there's this untapped kind of potential for players and matches, and actually the thing I think there's a lot of interesting, I suppose, accidents, and one of them is the T10 format. I think one of them is the slightly smaller dimension ground as well, which does really captivate the audience. But yeah, really looking forward to 2023. If you just missed it, we have 5 matches a day instead of 4. We shouldn't have any days off. There might be the odd one, for example, I think during the ECC because of the structure of that in the ECL, and that's probably around those big tournaments the only time you might have a day off. But otherwise, we're talking. Yeah, pretty much wall-to-wall cricket. And yeah, I'm excited. It's challenging, but I'm excited.
Yeah, because when...
Just one run there out to the leg side.
For myself as a cricket lover as well, I want to watch cricket all the time. So why should watching cricket be stuck to just when the IPL's on, or just when the World Cup's on, or just when a bilateral series? If you want to watch football every day, you could always watch football every day. Now I want to live in a world and create this world with you, Vinny, where at any day you can turn on and watch the cricket because you love the cricket, and that's that entertainment product that we're trying to build and put out to the world. It's cricketainment. It's a little bit of sport reality TV as well, and that's what keeps you glued to the TV when it's good fun to watch.
Yeah, gets inside edge on this Dilawar. So let's just check the equation here, because this is going to go down the wire, I think, to be honest. So yeah, thanks so much for your questions. Asking, is Matty Rahman not batting in this game? I know he was carrying a slight injury last game, so that might be part of the reason that we haven't seen him. This is dragged. It could be a catch. Simran takes it, and the importance of fielding once again. And he is a machine. Simranjit Singh, and he gets Dilawar. That run rate required just creeping out now for Barcelona Shaheen. It's out over 14. And catches win matches, and this guy's taken a bunch of them in this tournament, 64 for 4.
He is a gun in the field. I mean, I've been watching him for the last 5 weeks here now, and absolutely, fantastic hands. He's a big, tall, strong man. He's an athlete. So, the concentration to keep these clutch moments in the hands have been brilliant.
All right, I'm going to throw a few random things in now. Okay, Stefan Gooch is in the chat. Of course, Stefan proposed to Mita about a week ago, and so that's your first ECN marriage. Do you ever think you'd be matchmaking as well as making cricket?
Yeah, I did. I knew it would happen at one point. The funny thing is, hi Steph, I was here, I think the moment where I could see that you guys were going to be the first was on March 11. And I was across there, and I saw you guys were just getting along really well, and you can see the chemistry and the connection, and it makes me very proud and happy for you guys. It's wonderful.
Hello, Steph. Anyway, thanks so much. Let's concentrate on the cricket now, because this is going down to the wire. If you do have any questions, though, throw them in the chat, and Dan will be here. And if you've got anything specific, you can run it past him today. Last games of the season coming up. Vinod Kumar with a wicket. It's just high-ish, and it's going to be 4. So Adil Abbas comes out, and he's a real finish-up. He's going to need to go to work pretty quickly because they need pretty much 15 and over.
And that is the best thing about T10 cricket, is that you get these nail-biters happen all the time. All of a sudden, what is it, 65 off 22 now? And, in days gone by, or cricket gone by, that was completely, out of touch. But now, absolutely game on, because the intent of the players is so good to win, to win matches and chase them down.
Yeah, I mean, we're super excited about all these things. 68 for 4 after 6. And so it's going to be a big finish, to say the least. 58 off 24, so 14 and a half and over. One thing we haven't had in a while, I say a while, it's been about, 2.5 weeks. We haven't had a golden ball for a little while. Dan, you got the golden ball touch? I know Tyrone's in the chat, and he was a bit of a golden ball magnet. Because when we had that long run, we had 405 games without a golden ball. Tyrone was there.
Incredible.
Charlie was there. And they're both in the chat right now.
Oh, that is a good omen. That is a good omen. two great men in the
I
chat.
was going to say what are some of your favourite things about ECN. I knew you'd say Golden Ball first. Anyway, here's a guy. He bowled well last time. This time could be a different story because Paramjit comes on and he gets mowed out of the ground. Maximo! Well, these two, they just have a knack for finishing matches. And look, even with this required rate sitting at about 15, you just feel if they stay there, they'll probably do this. And yeah, Paramjit's overs are important. Hit back, and he fields it with his big toe. It should just be once and runs all over it.
The lights seem to be starting to take effect now, so they were turned on before, before this game.
And we turned on a little bit earlier today, I think, because the cloud cover is a little bit dull. But of course, the last game here finishes after sunset when the sky's black. Anyway, this is up and it should be taken. It's a big moment. Vibor Yadav doesn't drop too many catches and he takes it easily. His finger gun time. And Grathia trying to defend, trying to keep the wood on Barcelona Shaheen as Abbas, he has to go. And the score now 75 for 5. Yeah, fielding, hey? Fielding. I think a lot of players in Europe, they come, they want to bat, they want to bowl, they want to go home. But I think since this has been, I suppose, put in the spotlight, they realise, especially in this form of the game, if you give good players chances, then you're losing matches.
Yeah, and hard balls being hit very hard. Cold conditions at the back end of the season here. They're not easy catches, so they have to have full concentration, full just want for the ball. You know, as a fielder, if they're wanting the ball, then good things happen. And these fielders have been sensational.
Hello to Frank Johnson as well. Thank you so much for your comment. He said he's been doing a bit of lurking while working, so he hasn't been in the chat much, but fantastic product and incredible logistics. Congratulations to all. Best wishes for the holidays and a bumper new year. That goes for all of you guys as well. Thank you so much, Frank, for that comment. Appreciate you watching. This will be one drilled down to Simran. So new batter out there now. He's Sajawal Khan. I think a lot of responsibility on Naeem Hussain now. And he's facing up. You just see who they've still got to bowl as well. Because, yeah, Kuldeep's still got one. They've got plenty of options. In the air, Simran to his left, and he takes this as well. He is an absolute ball magnet. Simranjit Singh. And count these catches. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's cuatro catches for Simranjit Singh. He's one off the record now. The record's 5 catches in an innings. And the way it's going, I mean, he might do it here. Again, this wasn't easy. It was hard. It was flats to his left. He had to catch it on the move, but he did very well. And really, the fielding has been the difference. Think about how wasteful Barcelona Shaheen were. They were, around this stage of the innings, they were letting runs go. They were dropping easy catches, but Simran, well, that was top class.
Absolute top class. And that's right in front of the 15 metres away. That ball's been hit so hard. And I tell you, that is not an easy catch. But you see by the smile on his face that he wants it. Every time that ball gets hit, these guys are hunting in packs. They want to take all these catches. And yeah, having fun and taking catches is it's the best thing about cricket. Is supporting your fielders and supporting each other. As I say, these are hit like rockets, and superb hands, and it's great to see when he turns around. He knows he's done the job for his team, and he turns around, looks at the camera, and knows he's doing the job for promoting the game. So, yeah, congratulations for him. He's a special talent, and just doing the job.
Well, one thing about Simran is he knows exactly where every camera is. I remember he asked me actually when we were in Italy last year, and I said, no, don't look at that one, look at this one. Anyway, here we go. And Paramjit does it again. It's an awkward double bouncer for the keeper, but he stops at the end of the 7th over. The score is 76 for 6. 50 required off the last 3 overs. Game slipping away.
15.7, that's just above where you regard the chances.
Just below what I call the point of no return. But, I mean, Naeem Hussain getting out's a big one. Yeah, so this is where we're at. The final's the only match to go in the year now. It is coming your way in around about an hour and a half's time. The lights are switched on already. We'll lose the light. The sun goes down here about 5:15 or 20 past 5.
Okay.
So about halfway through that game, Catalunya Tigers ready to take on the winner of this game. And the Tigers, well, they're sitting and they're waiting. And I can actually see them lurking because they know that it will be a big challenge no matter who it is. Kuldeep's good bowl to bring back. He's so good at Yorkers. This is pretty close and he's out. Hits him on the back foot, and Kuldeep Lal does the trick, and really it's hard to see a path to victory for Barcelona Shaheen here. The batting just hasn't clicked here on final day. That's 7 wickets down now, 76 for 7, and that man Kuldeep does it again.
Yeah, Kuldeep and the fielders have turned it all around here. It's been wonderful. You can see their body language is up and about and positive here as well. You see the little shimmy by the keeper. And, good to have runs on the board. That was well bowled, and I hope he's got a bit of protection on that toe, because otherwise, if that's hit him on a sore spot, that could be quite painful tomorrow when he wakes up. But, yeah, it's a superb unit, this Gracia group. Yeah,
how good. Manish Mamwani is in the chat as well. Hopefully you're well, Manish. I took a bit of a nasty one earlier in the week, and Emily just saying, is Manish okay? If you're still there, Manish, just let us know how you're going. Yeah, this is an interesting one. My only question was if it was sliding past the leg stump, but it hits him on the back foot, right? So you be the umpire here. He gets one look at it, of course. I mean, you can see middle, you can see pretty much all the stumps there, but look where it hits him on the toe. I mean, yeah, I feel that's more likely to hit than not. I think it's a fair enough decision.
Yeah,
but certainly it's marginal.
Marginal, but good call by the umpires. Good call.
That's the other thing. I mean, the improvements in umpiring over the last couple of years. I mean, these guys are put under so much pressure, having all the decisions scrutinised. I kind of made the point, and just think about this in the chat. Sometimes you might see something, you might think it's an error, and maybe it is an error. We'll forget about it in a few minutes, and that umpire will be awake at night, rerunning it through his head, slowing down the replay to it frame by frame. And look, these guys really take the job seriously.
Yeah, they love it, and they want to do their best possible job. The laws of cricket are insane. The length, what is it, 140 odd pages, I think. An enormously complicated game that we play and love, and when that moment comes that might not have happened for 2 or 3 years, all of a sudden the pressure is all on the umpire.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way we've got the referees, we've got the third umpire, the on-field, everyone is trying their bit to understand the laws, refine the laws, capture the intent of the laws, debate it, challenge them, and we always want to be right. That's the thing. So at the end of the day, humans aren't perfect, but we try our very best to make the right decisions.
Yeah, of course. No ball called there. I think it was an illegal field. I think they had 6 outfielders for that ball, so I got a free hit. And look who is coming to save the day. Maxi Hawks out there. By the way, just reminding everyone that Matty Raman's not on this side because he did suffer an injury in the last game. That's why he wasn't opening. That's why we haven't seen him with the bat. It's a pretty good shot from Maxi. Hits the stumps. Probably would have been one either way. And so, 3 a ball. Now they're at that point of no return that we like to talk to. Well, all the umpires seem to think it was out, so that seems like a good decision. But, obviously one of the improvements is the use of technology in a limited way to make better decisions, more correct decisions. That, in a way, takes pressure off the umpires. I think that's really good. Yep. So just think about, the days not that long ago where the umpires have to make decisions on these run-outs where, really the humans couldn't tell if it's in or out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that could decide a game. Anyway, this could be out. Is this the record? Well, it equals the record for Simranjit Singh. 5 catches in an innings. And, 5-star performance from Simranjit Singh. Now, to tell you what, with 2 wickets left in hand, he could be the first player to ever take 6 catches in an innings. He's right in the hot spot. Could be seeing history being made. He joins Madupa Fernando of Bogliasco in Italy as the only outfielder to take 5 catches in an innings. And with over 2 overs and 2 wickets left in hand, who knows? You could be watching history here. Great performance from Simran.
I think we could be watching history. He is wonderful. And, I think Shaheen will continue to try and hit straight sixes. They have to. So big chance that he could take his 6th there.
Of course, there's all these moving parts to ECN. I'm frantically noting when these catches are getting taken so that we can put that on the social media, because I think for sure you'd have to appreciate a performance like that.
So I think it gets back to something that we learned in the past. I mean, I thought social media could promote the game as fast as possible and really all these highlight clips and spread the news in the short forms content. But then what we realised is that people still want to watch live cricket.
Yeah, definitely.
So having short form content, and while we're on the phone scrolling through and seeing the highlight stuff, but what people really want to see is stories, and live sport is TV's best story. To see it unfold and the unpredictability of it, and the nature of the backstories and those moments in a match just meant for me that live cricket is what people really want to see streamed.
Kuldeep bowling a good over. He's got 3 for 10 here, Kuldeep. He's been important, made handy runs as well. And I won't say it's a low-scoring game, but it's not as high-scoring as some that we've seen here in Barcelona. Hello to Jeff Maguire from Grizzly Bear Sports in the chat, saying class fielder just needs NFL-style dance celebrations to accompany catches. Yeah, I don't mind the little heart celebration.
Yeah,
He plays with heart.
Mate, anything needs to be celebrated. I mean,
this is whacked. Well, guess what? This game's still alive, and that's a brilliant shot. Just have a look at this. Really rock it off the bat. That's Maxi Hock. He stays very still. Look, that's a good cricket shot. I mean, yeah, the run rate required is getting out of hand, but Maxi can produce a few of these. Might still be game on.
yeah, I'd love to see Maxi, bring the house down with a huge chase here. So yeah, good luck to Maxi. But
Yeah.
Why don't? Yeah, I mean, celebrations are.
That's great.
What you got to enjoy. So you wonder why you hit a nice 4 or a nice 6. Why isn't there more celebration? You know,
Yeah.
you take a
'Cause
wicket.
you're always worried about getting out normally.
You celebrate. Yeah, but if you hit a 6, you should be celebrating.
100%.
You know.
84 for 8, 2 overs to go in this game, 42 off the last 2. So they need a magical finish. It'd be a miracle, really. But this team, Barcelona Shaheen, they've made miracles happen. They've achieved the highest ever chase during this tournament, 162 target achieved. They've also achieved the highest first inning score of 229 earlier in the tournament. Could you ever imagine 229 runs off 10 overs of cricket?
It's stick cricket on a video game.
Yeah, in that
Really,
game,
isn't it?
403 runs in 20 overs. So imagine it's a T20 innings that goes for 403. Here's Yadav. Oh, and he's bowled so well today.
No, it's breathtaking. But it used to be inconceivable, and you could only get a score like that playing a cricket video game.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it's reality. And as I say, it's just because the intent of the batsman is there to see ball and hit ball. And when it comes off, it's magnificent.
Yeah, it's unprecedented. And that's something that's what I really enjoy about it. Here's Yadav, and he just needs to get out of the way here. Instead, he goes for glory, but he might be gone. Here's Kuldeep Lal, who's deputising for Yadav in his territory, but he takes the catch, and really, it is fairly known now, I think, that Barcelona Shaheen, they're going to bow out here, despite being top of Group A and having the double chance. A bit like Rail Sporting yesterday, looks like they're going out in straight sets. Kuldeep comes and hugs the umpire, which is an unusual celebration, but look, looks like we'll have an all Group B final here. And Barcelona Shaheen, they're an entertaining team. We've loved them, but it looks like this could be the end of the road for them.
Yeah, not sure why Kuldeep's going and celebrating with,
Well, I mean,
with
what
the
I will
umpire
say-
there, but now Maxi's over there as well. So there must have been a backstory that's happened on the middle there, because Maxi's involved, Kuldeep's been involved, and the umpire. So
I think when it comes down to this, it's a community. You've got to realise that even across clubs, it's probably something that's a bit foreign to me at the level that we played, right, in Western Australia where we grew up, where
wasn't
you
so
weren't
friendly.
You weren't that social with the other team, quite the opposite, right?
No, it was the opposite. But which you don't understand either, because usually the people that are the closest to each other become enemies, and that's just silly. It shouldn't be like that. It should be the more similarities you have in life, you should leverage on each other to be friends. And you see that around the world often, enemies for no reason. But here at the European Cricket Network, we want to connect the dots between great people.
Hamza almost gets his stump, rocks back, first ball coming out at number 11. Well, one thing is now capturing my attention. If Simran can get a 6th catch, there's only one wicket left in hand. Barcelona Shaheen, you got a feel for them. Again, a bit tough. We've seen that. Looks like the Group A teams struggling to deal with teams that are motoring. Well, this could be run out. Yadav could finish it. He does, and it's all over. Grathia through to the final, and well, Simran will equal the 5 catches. He won't get a 6th because the 10th over has gone down. The 10th wicket has gone down. Hamza Ali run out. Chow and gets the ball back to Yadav, who basically destroys the stumps from point blank range. And Barcelona Shaheen, they're bowled out for 84. See, Maxi, quick to call him through, but Hamza, he spends too much time watching the ball, so he has no chances. Those couple of steps that cost him in the end. So the final score here on final day, qualifier 2, Grathia 125, Barcelona Shaheen 84. And so 41 runs is the margin. And let's have a look at what's coming up. And now confirmed that Catalunya Tigers will take on Gracia. What a final. I mean, Gracia did not have a good start to the tournament, and it was the Tigers that pounced on them early. But then Gracia put together a winning run that has extended all the way to this final, and we are about an hour and 20 minutes away from the start of that. And that is the 124th and final match of this tournament, the final match of the year. And we'll be back Monday, the 30th of January after a 7-week break. We'll strap yourselves in. Barcelona Shaheen, we know it's always exciting when they're out there with the bat because they try and hit sixes or die trying. That's exactly how this inning started. Babar Khan, well, he was looking good early, and with no Mati Uraman in the side, they opened with Farouk Sahel. I didn't mind that as an option, but really, the opener's only able to contribute 25, and that was one of 5 catches that Simranjit Singh took, equaling the record for an outfielder. And you can see he was throwing himself around even when he wasn't. And look, just have a look at some of these catches. I mean, for me, you could almost give him man of the match for his fielding, Dan.
Yeah, I think so. No, he wants the ball so much. He concentrates on it and locks it away. He's got the technique down pat. He's got the belief that he can catch anything. And yeah, to have 5 catches, well deserved. Yeah, and you can see they kind of top-loaded the hitters. I think that was the way to do it. Oh, such good fielding, though, really. Simran. It's almost like a goalkeeper. He just has to anticipate and he has to go kind of any direction and be prepared for any eventuality. But, I mean, a lot of balls go to this region. They've got a kind of wall of good fielders. They've often got kind of Kuldeep Lal, Simranjit Singh and Vibhor Yadav in the wall of 3. And that was probably one of my favourites. I think that one, he was going sideways. It was coming fast. It was hit flat. And, well, one of us is working, one of us is enjoying the game, but that's fine. But yeah, Kuldeep then came on and he got an LBW, marginal one. But I think it was going on to get some of that leg stump. Simran equals the record with this catch. It was probably the most simple of the lot. Says, oh, it's all right, everyone. Settle down. Gracia, all business after they had a slightly underwhelming start to the tournament. Only 1 point out of their first 4 matches, but they have barnstormed their way into the final match of the season. And Kuldeep, was deputising for Vibhor, and well, they're a team. They're enjoying their cricket right now, and how could you not? They had a scare in the first game where it went down to the very last ball, and this is smart work from Chowan. He just passes it off, and Vibhor blows up the stumps to finish this one. 41 runs between these two teams. It's the end of the road for Barcelona Shaheen. They score 84, no one cracking 29. Hussain, the top scorer. You see Dilawar with 14, the openers 13 and 12, Babar and Farouk Sahel. And a lot more discipline with the extras as well. 7, which I think is about par for the course. We know that Barcelona Shaheen, they've had some problems with the sundries today. And with the ball, you see all 6 bowlers take at least 1 wicket. So a real team effort from them as well. 3 for 15, Kuldeep Lal, I think best of the bowlers for me. 2 for 8, Prabhjit his only over. All the others taking singles. So it should be really exciting. And now we're about an hour and 15 minutes away from the first ball of the final. I want to say a big thank you to you, Dan Weston. Thank you for lots of things. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for really thinking of something which has now snowballed into a phenomenon, and it's so exciting to try and keep carrying the ball forward. Thank you for the history. Thank you for the look into the future as well. And mostly, thank you for being a great guy. Now, you've done your work. You can sit back and enjoy the final game of the season. Yeah, thanks, Vinny. I'd like to commentate with you for the last game of the season if you let me on the show.
Okay.
This is your show.
I thought
I'm just part of it. So
well, we need another full-time commentator. We
yeah.
just talked about this. Well, Dan, you're probably a bit too important.
Yeah, our thoughts are with Rico today, who should be here commentating, but he's not for personal reasons. Send our love to him, and I'd love to be in his shoes for the last match of the day and a final of an amazing year.
Sounds like I've got you hooked. All right, well, we'll be back with the final. The toss news on the way. Stay tuned to the live chat. Also, our website to take you into the final and, of course, give you that toss news. It will take place pretty slowly. The lights are on and we're home, but only for one more game. Whatever you're doing, wherever you are around the world, come back an hour and 15 minutes away. I'll be here. Dan Weston, well, we've got him to stick around for the final. We'll see you shortly. For the big finale of season 2022, it's match 1,188. It is the final of the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain Barcelona. Right after this. Stay safe. See you soon. 16 teams began this journey in Barcelona, and 124 matches later, it's time for the final match of the season. Catalunya Tigers have been flawless. 18 wins in a row. It's the highest streak we've ever seen on ECM at Gracia. They're a team with form, with heart, with a lot of skill. It's the final that we all want to see. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain Barcelona final match of the season, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome to the final. It's the one we've all been waiting for. It is match 124 and it is going to be Catalunya Tigers undefeated taking on Gracia. Well, of course, every match has to start with a coin toss, even the very important ones. And let's see what happened when Rob Kemming was with the two captains and some very special guests in Dan Weston and Casper Weston, of course, of the European Cricket Network.
Give to Papa.
Tails.
Tails is good. It is tails.
Belly bat first.
So it was Gracia that won the toss and they elected to have a bat. And I think it's a pretty good decision if you ask me. Let's have a look at the two teams. And Catalunya Tigers 15-0. You add 3 wins at the back end of last year's series. So 18 wins on the trot for the Tigers. If they can make that 19, they will be champions here in Barcelona. Gracia, though, 13-2 with 2-0 results. They've got a very strong team. Simran was outstanding. 5 catches equaled the record for a fielder in the last game. And looking at the bat versus ball wall, 109 versus 103 is a 6-run advantage for the Catalunya Tigers according to the supercomputers. And once again, I want to thank all of our viewers, no matter where you've been watching from around the world. We're super excited for this one, of course. Match 1,188 by my calculations. And so, yeah, to get over 1,000 matches is incredible. I mean, heard Dan Weston, he'll be with me shortly, speaking about some of the plans for next year. An extra match every day, and essentially we won't have a day off. We won't have a Sunday off, and we'll be blending competitions together as well. So logistically, it's really exciting. Let's just enjoy this one. I know I will be. Of course, big thank you to everyone from the European Cricket Network team. Everyone's helped me, of course, particularly Rico, and thinking of him today, of course, but also Corey and Charlie, everyone that's helped me in the commentary box, all the Blue Crew, Spring Productions, everyone. This is a celebration of what's been a really, really exciting year. So let's look in the middle and see how it's all going to pan out. Lights are on, though, as well. I can tell you the sun will go down in around about 45 minutes. It's just going to be a game of contests, and I think the one-on-one contests are super important. Again, holding catches. I mean, that's one thing that Gracia did very well against Barcelona Shaheen in that previous game. They were able to really remove those dangerous hitters, and both teams are power-packed. Here we go, match 124, the final of Barcelona. Azif starts off and he gets banged high and he gets banged down to the ground by Vibo Yadav. Maximo! What a way to start it. It was pitched up. Azif's a good bowler. He's one guy I think should be on the radar of Corey Ruckers, but his first ball has a good length and it disappeared into the twilight, onto the nets. New balls, please. That ball, if you can find that one, sell it. It's only been hit once. Mohamed Azif. Again, what will he go to here? I'd like to see him go Yorker early against Yadav. I don't think you can risk giving him length. Does. He charges and he bangs it through the covers for 4. V-ball. Well, he's on so far. This is turning into a very good little mini start. 10 off the first 2. Starts are important. This game will be longer than you think, though. How are you feeling about this? You guys as excited as I am. Hello to Shrug. Hello to Muzi Fraggle as well. Hello to Goku. Dave, everybody else having a party and a celebration as we should. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Here we go. Third ball. This is through the gap as well. This will be 4 more. It couldn't quite get down to it. That point. See it on the replay. Again, hits down. It's a pretty safe shot. It's a valiant effort. Did the right thing. Got off his feet, but he couldn't make the stop. 6-4-4, and you can feel the energy in the air. Hello to Prasanna Jathan. Of course, he's watching. He's one of our Men in Blue players. Men in Blue, of course, taking part in Group A. Did get to the Group A finals day. Slower ball. He goes for it, and he gets a bit lucky. And he mishits this so well, I suppose, if you want to call it that it doesn't carry to the outfield. That could have quite easily gone straight down the throat of Shiraz Iqbal at long on. Hello to Kitty. He said that her husband and daughter are watching as well. What are their names, Kitty? If you let me know, I'll say hello. Really happy that you've gotten together as a family to watch this, and it should be exciting. Kuldeep Lal gets the chance. He's off the mark immediately, and that goes. It goes for 4. Yasser Ali tried to track it down and couldn't. And so this is turning into a potentially magical start for Grathia. And so Dave is watching with his dad, Brian. Well, that's wonderful, Dave. Yeah, let us know who you're watching with. I'd love to say hi. Well, Christmas coming early. This is about as good as it gets for us here at ECN. Final match of the year under lights at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. As if's not having a great time at the party yet, though. Things can change quickly, and they might, because he's gone. And Kuldeep goes second ball. He goes 4 and out. He pulls away, and he takes on Yasser Ali and loses. Asif takes something away from this first over, goes for 19, but gets an important wicket, 19 for 1. And what a start to the final here at this FanCode European Cricket Series. Digs it in. Kuldeep, his heart wasn't really in it. He took on the fielder. He didn't really go for it. And Kuldeep knew straight away he was in trouble. Asif fights back. It's going to be a game of twos and fro's, I think. And Asif, he was pumped up. Well, he might. Here, Mahe will come to the crease. End of the first over. Time to take a breath. 19 for 1. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. And I'm honoured to have this man rejoin me in the commentary box by popular demand. And because he said so. And also, it's really great to have ECN founder Daniel Weston. Dan, welcome back to the box, and what a start to this final.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. What a scintillating start. 1 for 19. It's all on. Everyone would have been pretty happy with the result for that over. Yeah, catches being held, and Vinny, congratulations to making it for the final after all this extraordinary hard work and effort. The best thing about this match is that you can enjoy commentating it and not planning for the next one.
That's true. I did say that to you.
So yeah, you can have a deep breath
have
and
a look.
just enjoy it.
Some of the top run scorers. Kuldeep Lal is third on the run scoring for Grathia. He's already out there. So you've got the 2 leading run scorers out there right now. Yasser Ali leads the run scoring. Catalonia Tigers, we'll see him in the second half. Second over is going to be bowled by Waqas Mirage. And wow, it's a full toss. He can barely reach. And they'll get a single here. This one, he really has to reach for it. I don't think it's actually that high. He's on the charge anyway, so I don't think there's really any issues there. So yeah, as far as the bowlers go, with these two teams, you can see Kuldeep Lal, 19 wickets have been outstanding. But yeah, Mohammad Asif, who takes that wicket of Kuldeep Lal, that's his 19th wicket as well. And ironically, it is Kuldeep Lal that his 19th wicket ties him on the wicket taking. Wasim Abbas was unstoppable with the bat this morning. Here Mahe to face up for the first time. He gets one and he just works it away behind point. Good contact point. He plays it late and he gets 4. Nice shot for Hero to get off the mark.
Yeah, wonderful hands. He knew where the fielders were. He knew where his gap is. Wants to take advantage of that power play. And yeah, really nice. Playing it late is a real big skill when you really want to hit it straight and long. So to have that poise to just put it in the place. Yeah, Dan, and with only 2 outfielders allowed in the power play, it's really smart to play that kind of shot. There's rarely one back there at this stage. Slides in. That hurt him, I think. Hit him on the boot. I feel like that'll be called a leg by. Hira certainly knew about that one. But these guys, they're pretty tough, aren't they? It's something I've mentioned. I love the Football World Cup, and I say there's a bit of carry on there at times, but these guys are tough as nails out here. Absolutely, yeah. Well, there's you don't want to show too much weakness if you get hit around the body, especially in a big game and a big final. But I think that one's just got him just high on the forefoot, so he's got to have to keep it warm and shake it off. Oh, that could be high, you know. I think it's been called, and it might actually go to the boundary. It will.
So it's a no ball for height, and it doesn't get collected behind the stumps. So, yeah, I think it's a good call. And you can see Yadav, he's probably a bit annoyed originally, doesn't get anything on this, but yeah, I think that's a good call. It's waist high, and that's the rules. So free hit coming up. I think whether Mirage thinks it is or not, I think it's a fair enough call. I mean, regardless, it would have been 5 wides. The only difference is this will be a free hit now.
A free hit, yeah.
But yeah, really exciting. You can feel it in the air. All right. Free hit, goes for it. Of course, can't be out and won't be out anyway because this one is out of here. Maximo! Well, Yadav knows what to do with it, moves into the 20s, and he's one guy I think the Tigers want to see the back of quickly. Yeah,
it's cashed in. He's a good footwork there, getting himself in a position, nice strong base. He's gone back, timed it beautifully.
Maraj, we haven't seen a lot of him in the series for the Catalonia Tigers. And he's got an important over to bowl here in the power play. Wonder who they'll go to in the 3rd over, whether they go back to Mohamed Azif or maybe try another option. Pitched up, yeah, and driven. That's really good batting. That's going to be 4. And so Yadav is on a heater. He's 26 already off just 8 balls.
Fantastic shot, and he's missed a 360 right now. He's played one late, down through 3rd man, taken one off his legs, and then put one through covers. So he's he's really thinking with a broad mindset at the moment.
Both batters. Yeah, certainly playing some nice shots in this over. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. He said he's been with ECN and German Cricket TV right back from the days of GoPros. So, James, it's great that you can be here to celebrate with us. Here's the last ball of the over.
Shot.
And it's hit hard, but it's gone.
Great
what
catch.
A catch by Gulam Sawa. It was drilled at the little man, and he took it as easy as you like. So Yadav goes, and I talked about the importance of holding your chances. Well, that was a spicy one on a cold evening in Barcelona. But the captain leads from the front, and Yadav's gone. It's 40 for 2.
That was hit like a rocket. Beautifully taken, nice and low down. I knew he was in good form in the field because in the last over he picked one up and had a direct hit, which the batsman's obviously in, but we knew that he was switched on. So, yeah, fantastic catch. Lock it away, 2 down.
Wow, fantastic stuff. And so, yeah, Gulam.
That is not an easy catch.
Oh, no. I mean, there's no easy catches here. I mean, right now, it says 10 degrees, but I'm telling you, when the sun goes away and already it's behind a cloud, it's going to go down officially in around about, I'm going to say, 40 minutes. 5:20 local is sunset. It's going to get real cold here. That is right out of the screws from Yadav. And just when I thought Nova was going to go magical, there were 16 off it. There's a wicket off the last. So both of the first 2 overs have a really familiar pattern. Lots of runs first 5 balls, but a wicket off the last. And I think that's a good trade-off for the Catalonia Tigers. 1 for 19 off the first over, 1 for 16 off the second over. Throw in a few extras there. To be honest, Mirage, he doesn't get credited with the 4 buys. But really, that did go magical because there were 21 off it in total. It was a leg buy and 4 buys. Anyway, Hiramahe to face up the start of the 3rd over. This is going to be Wasim Abbas to bowl. And he's been joined out there by Simranjit Singh. So a slight change in the order here. Simran coming up from 6 to 4. I think technically Simran's a very good player. He's a guy we have seen playing for Italy in the ECC. We've seen him playing for Kings 11. He normally would bat 3 or 4 for them. So yeah, I don't mind this. Simran certainly was catching well. Let's see if he can make some runs as well. And Wasim Abbas, well, he's been such a valuable player for the Tigers with the bat and with the ball. Very interesting early, very even early. Abbas just hurries on to Hira. Simran's got to hustle but gets there. So yeah, big hello to everyone. I know that James said that he was watching with his son Jacob. Hello Jacob, hope you're well. It's Vinny here. We've talked before. Occasionally Jacob's allowed in the chat. He's just getting broken in. Martin is there as well. Hello Martin, and his dad Andrew watching from Estonia. Hello James, and hello to Kitty and Shrug and Michael Darbs watching as well. And to everyone, it's great to have our community together, celebrate this moment. Pushes Simran back, gets one. And that's something that, there's all these probably unintended effects and knock-on things. And for me, obviously, our YouTube community, but our viewing community as a whole, they're such a big part of the ECN, aren't they?
Yeah, it becomes a family affair, whether it's at home or participating with your club locally, volunteering, just being a part of the game. It's all about families and getting people together, and it's very, very special to see. And also great that we give the opportunity on a Sunday night to watch some cricket.
Yeah, well, Sunday night cricket, I'm loving it. And this is going to be something that Hiramahe's loving. Captain gets another boundary. Not the best ball from Wazim Abbas. A little bit short. Only just, but I mean, the margins are small when the players are this good. And Hira gets 4 more.
Yep, absolutely. And the level and standard competition, I mean, to see the ECC, Spain do so well this year, you know, all of this experience that all these players are getting only puts them in good stead for a more successful next year. Yeah,
I mean, Granthia are a team we will see in the ECL in just a couple of months. Well, goes after this and gets it. Really good shot by Hira. Maximo! But once again, similar kind of length from Abbas, who doesn't learn his lesson this time in front of point. And Hira gets plenty of this.
Absolutely. This could be a 140, 150 game.
Could be. I mean, you'd expect something like that from these two teams. You know,
final.
I just said we'll see Granthia in the ECL. Catalonia Tigers, they are very much a team that if they did go to the ECL, they do very well.
Yeah,
and there's no doubt about that. So you're seeing that kind of a standard game right here.
Yep. No, they back themselves.
That time, pitches up, and he's a bit selective. Yeah, so, you know, while we're talking about families, and I see that Emily says she's watching with her cat, Peanut Butter. He says, meow. Well, that's very nice, Emily. She's watching from Illinois. Is that right, Emily? I think just outside Chicago, if I'm not mistaken.
Bit of a shame that Popcorn isn't interested.
Well, Popcorn would be handy as well. It's yeah, yeah. James's son's dog Popcorn is interested. That's a shame, but tell you what, it's worth watching. Whether you're human or otherwise, 52 for 2 off 3. The 50 comes up in the power play, but the loss of the 2 wickets. So for me, I actually think even though the runs is big, and no doubt about it, I actually think that an even power play. And I just say that because of who those 2 wickets are. Kuldeep and Virbal Yadav have been form batters and they're gone. So I don't think the Tigers will be that upset with the power play, but still, obviously, you don't want to concede 17 and over in the power play.
Yeah, you'd certainly take 52 off 3, though. It's, a very, very solid base.
Both teams have some positives in the power play. It's probably the way I'd put it.
Yep.
So, yeah. While we're talking about families, of course, and let's take a moment to think about the full family, Rico and all the family, of course. It's a difficult day for them right now, and also the Scott family. We lost Bully and Cartimer as well. Of course, we had a minute silence before the earlier game in the middle of the day. So think about them at this tough time. And yeah, it's been a tough week, no doubt, but I think now's the time to celebrate and also to look ahead to the future. Shiraz Iqbal comes on for over number 3. Now you've got a bit more protection, 5 outfielders, and he could almost feel a sigh of relief for Catalonia Tigers. At least they can protect those boundaries a bit better now.
Yeah, I think so. That's a pretty effective ball. I think the slower ball, just back of a length in there. Just trying to string a few singles together. But you see the hunger in the hands of these outfielders. They're ready for anything.
Short, doesn't quite get it, but lucky. This is one time it's handy to have the field back because that miss hit may have been caught if there was fielders in the circle. But yeah, well, Kitty, I didn't get your message about who you're watching with exactly with the name. So why don't you put it again? There's no problem there. Hello to Tyrone Peters as well. Well, everyone's here. Prasanjit Than watching from Men in Blue. Why wouldn't you be here on a Sunday night? This Sunday cricket's got something to it, Dan. Maybe we should stick with it. What do you think?
Sunday cricket's got a lot for it.
Smacked. Takes it on. And he's turned around. I think that's a good decision. Even though Simran's keen on that, I think that Hira kind of basically uses his veto power here to say, hold on, I'm looking at that, and he's already got it. So I'm going to suggest you change your decision.
Yeah.
It does get back in time.
Ghulam's fielding has been fantastic. He's had 3 chances now.
Yeah,
and
you might
been
think
really effective.
I think a guy like Ghulam, he wouldn't put it in the field, but he certainly gives it everything. And speaking of giving it everything, Shiraz Iqbal, this is a muscle ball that beats the bat. And it's given a leg by, but I actually think it hits the arm of Simranjit Singh. So Andrew Smith is watching as well. And, oh, very clever, Emily, saying peanut butter is purring. Actually, I think he's saying meow zat. Very clever. Well, this is up,
That's
and
a
it's
nice
a beautiful looking cricket shot from Mahe. Well, they might have lost the openers, but the captain's at 3, and he's there to steady the ship. Well, to be honest, the ship was already motoring when he got there. It's just the initial captains had bowed out, but that's a beautiful looking shot, and he holds the pose.
That is a beautiful shot, and yeah, there's been a bit of pressure building in the first half of this over. So to keep the poise and be able to play straight rather than going across the line has paid off there.
Last ball of the over. It's hit square, and that's into the gap. That's 4 as well. Straight to the officials' 10. Beautiful piece of fielding. I mean, those guys, they've been busy at the moment, and that will be the end of the over. Again, good production from Grathia. They're building a good total. In the end, that over goes for 13. It's 69 for 2, or 65 for 2, pardon me, after 2 overs. 13 off that over. Yep, so I want to say a quick hello to Trip and Emma, who are watching with Kitty Hundley. Hello, Trip. Hello, Emma. Great to have you with us. And I've been asked to wish Trip a happy birthday. His birthday's on Christmas. Well, I always thought that's a bit of a downer, actually, because everyone will be combining the presents. So I'm going to give you a tip for free, Trip. Start celebrating half birthdays on the 25th of June. Okay? I'm telling you, this is a bit of free advice. Celebrate your half birthday. The weather will be good. I know you're watching from Virginia and the USA. So half birthdays are in. Get around it. And you're guaranteed to get extra presents that way. You won't have people trying to combine them into one. You're welcome to anyone else that has a birthday on Christmas. And I've known a few, and they try things like kids try birthday parties a month before. That, you know, it's tough.
You think that bring it forward 6 months is the way to go.
School holidays, yep. Half birthdays. And then you could even get like a half a candle. So if you were turning like 10 and a half, you know, you just cut one in half, have a little one.
Yeah. But if you have half birthdays, then you could actually just call it a double birthday and just make people celebrate with you on the Christmas day.
Yeah.
You don't think it works?
Hard to pull off.
Hard to pull off, yeah.
Yeah, hard to pull a crowd on Christmas. Elvira said it's her birthday tomorrow. Elvira's pushing the buttons for us. Happy birthday, Elvira.
Elvira, happy birthday for tomorrow.
Yeah.
You've been wonderful for many years now with what we're doing, and we thank you.
Here's Wazim Abbas, who's on. And Hira, he's selective. I like this about Hira Mahe. He seems to score quickly, and sometimes you're like, well, hold on, he's blocking a fair few of these, but he makes good decisions at the crease. Hey, well, while you're here, I know we're concentrating on the cricket because this is the final, but I mean, I'm going to have to ask you what you think about the work from Spring Productions. Because, you know, I think you'll agree. I mean, they are a huge part of what's made the coverage so professional.
No, it's breathtaking. The way they dedicate their time and effort to understand the game, understand who we are, understand what we're trying to achieve. It's really, really inspiring because they're wonderful people and they're wonderfully giving and generous with all they do, calm. And
well, this one is a funny one. Kind of ends up sneaking past the bowler.
And what I like about Spring Productions as well is when you go into their production room a little while ago, I see on the whiteboard, their number one focus or point is to have fun.
Yeah,
and having
100%.
fun. It is the most stressfulest job in the world.
Did you see the whiteboard in there?
Yeah,
I love that they've got a whiteboard in there.
Have fun is point number one.
Last ball of the over, takes on the fielder and wins. Maximo! Hira Mahe has been so good here. He's 33 off 13. And you might have thought things had gone awry when the openers departed. That wasn't in the plan, but Hira Mahe is always capable of compensating. That's the end of the 5th over. The score is 74 for 2. Vinny Sandhu here. Happy final day, guys. Happy final day to all of you, whether you're just new to us, whether you've been watching all the way along. Vinny Sandhu here. I'm here with Dan Weston, the ECN founder, special guest commentator for the last game of the year. And Dan, I think you're feeling the energy. It's in the air. I mean, it's going to be hard to walk away for 7 weeks, but I mean, you said earlier in the day, it's going to be even bigger and better in 2023.
Yeah, bigger and better. And we want to do more, but we want to do it well. You know, it's one thing having more quantity, but we want to do it with quality. Thanks for all the fans tuning in, and we want to make this product better and more enjoyable for you to watch day in, day out. The more cricket, the merrier. And we're here to help and try to bring that to you and grow the game at the same time.
Yeah, watching this develop in real time is super exciting. Duskier left arm spinner comes on, bit of width, and this one disappears. I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, don't forget, the Catalonia Tigers have not lost a game on ECN since the 8th of March 2021. They've won 18 in a row. It's the longest winning streak we've ever had on the European Cricket Network. And right now, they're under assault. Grathia 80. Pretty much the halfway point this time. It's just going to slide away. That's a confidence builder for Simran. Get 6 and then 1. I want to say hello to Goku as well, saying happy birthday for yesterday. Hello to Chris Schinkel, who's just saying a simple to whom it may concern happy birthday. Everyone's having happy birthdays. Well, everyone's having birthdays in December. There's probably a few of them. Dave saying hashtag basketball, baby. He loves the big hitting. And they're going to keep trying. Yeah, I got to say, we kind of had Belgian ball earlier in the year, and we thought nothing could top that. But then we had a 403-run game. We had 115 Maximos in a day. In a day. We had over 1,200 runs in a day. And that record, at 115, the previous best for this tournament was 86. Again, earlier this year.
And that is basketball.
And the thing is, and the previous record before this was in Austria, the thing is, these guys are getting so good at honing these skills required for this form of the game. It's not quite a different sport, but it's certainly a different mindset required.
Oh, I think it's a different sport. It's unbelievable. It's a different techniques. It's a different skill set, different mindset, different intent. Yeah, everything is different to a longer format of cricket.
And this goes up and away, and this is also going to go the journey. Maximo! Our captain here up to the rescue. He's 40 now in quick time. It's not the worst ball, but I like the shot selection again. I like the decision-making of Mahe to go with the spin. Sometimes we see batters trying to drag those to the leg side. Now, this is such a dangerous start on 153 pace at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, it's a 360-degree sport. When you're at this level, you've played so many T10 matches, you know that you can score all around the ground, and you've got to back yourself.
This is cut away. It's cut off. It will be a quiet finish to the over. 15 off it. That's par for the course at the moment. The score is 89 for 2 after 6 overs. Yeah, well, I'm liking this from Andrew Smith, and it gives me an idea. Why don't you put in your chat, what are your highlights of, or either the Barcelona leg of the tournament or of the entire year? So Andrew Smith says, here's his highlights, and he's listed them. Number 1, Barca Bash Wednesdays and losing all the balls earlier on. 2, the free hit music. Well, that was fine until we ran into a few copyright issues. 3, hashtag Stephanie. Oh, there's a story behind that. 4, Rico's beard. 5, Corey's wandering hands. Yeah, there's a story behind that too. And 6, my boundary sprint. When I saw if I could do it in an over. I did it in 2 balls and was then exhausted. And number 7, the streaker dog. We had a dog interrupt the game. As, this one is up, and this is out of here. That's a no-downer, and it's a humdinger. Maximo! What a good start to the over. Simran once again starts the over with a 6. And Simran, who's fielded well, probably hasn't made as many runs as he would have wanted. Found it a bit difficult to adjust like some of the Grathia guys that are playing here for the first time on this pitch. But well, right now, he's looking right on song.
Absolutely. He's got such strong body language. He knows that he's in control of this innings. His fielding has been absolutely outstanding, but he's about to make a huge impact on the rest of this game. 55 off 25 is the partnership.
What a partnership.
Looking fantastic.
Remember how this game started? Started with big first and second overs for Grathia, but they did lose both openers at the end of each. This one almost takes Hira Mahe into the next life, but it'll just be a single. So let me talk you through some of the things that Andrew's talking about. Hashtag Stephanie. It was in response to a random question, and it was asked if you could go back and relive one day of your life, what would it be? And Corey said that basically, in so many words, said that he missed one of his ex-girlfriends and would like to spend one more day with her. And he said, oh, Stephanie. Anyway, well, Stephanie would have been proud of this one. This is launched over the leg side. Maximo brings up the 100 for Grathia. And right now, this is really off the charts for Grathia. What a start by the ECL representatives.
Wonderful shot. This is incredible cricket. And you can feel this whole lift around the ground. There's something special coming here on it. The Tigers can chase anything that gets thrown at them.
That's the thing. You're exactly right. They could chase anything. Iqbal doesn't quite hit his length here.
Stop.
Gets driven, but it does at least stop it. Keeps it to 1. What else was there? Rico's beard. That's self-explanatory. Corey's wandering hands. I'm not going to go into. The streaker dog. Now, I don't know if you saw that one, Dan.
I saw many dogs in the
There was
stream.
one dog that ran through that gate, which is just kind of that very fine leg, and just interrupted the game, ran past and ran. Eventually, we coaxed it there until it wanted to come back, and then it ran back about an over later. Right. Yeah, the streaker dog.
Was one of the batsmen using a bones as a bat? Or?
I've seen that in a while.
Yeah, well bowled.
Shiraz.
Fantastic ball.
Well, there's a bit of hesitation here.
He's gone.
Well, that could be gone.
Wow.
What a piece of fielding. He might have got home, though. They're going to have a look at it. Now, I didn't know which end Shiraz Iqbal was going to go. It just kind of confused everybody. Now, this is a big moment.
I think it's a close one.
Oh, it certainly is close. Here, Mahe, he's given everything. He hesitates. The batters just weren't sure. Are we going for this or not?
He's
in. Watch this.
I think he's in.
Really slow. There's a bounce here. There's a bounce. Does it bounce up?
No.
That hasn't bounced yet. Oh. I think that shows it's in. The bounce comes just after. You see there, he loses contact, but before that, he's just in. What a shot that is of Hira Mahe. And again, you talk about the desperation, the skills required. I mean, I can't imagine someone like Hira Mahe diving for his crease too often about 3 or 4 years ago here in Barcelona. But yeah, right now, look, he has a look and he knows there's trouble ahead. He anticipates that it's a direct hit. He knows what he has to do and he does it. But still, fantastic bit of fielding from Shiraz Iqbal.
How good was that throw? It could not be any better. Look, pick up, turn.
It's just a blind throw and it hits middle stump.
Fantastic cricket, fantastic replay.
And how good spring production. So they're the sorts of ones where it used to be up to the umpire to make the decision. Now, very quickly, we can make the correct decision. Last ball of the over. Oh, and it could be gone. He lasted through the run out, but he's going to go now. Very next ball, Mahe goes just short of his half century for 47. Shiraz Iqbal, he hasn't been the worst performer. And he follows up that excellent piece of fielding with the wicket of Hira Mahe. So really, only cost them 1 run at the end. And it breaks the partnership. It's 104 for 3 after 7 overs.
Yeah, well, they've been holding their catches, so it's a good ball. He's come around with a different angle, put the pressure on. That's the one he wanted to play straight of. He's gone across the line, paid the price, good catching again. You need really soft hands to take these, soft and firm hands at the same time to take catches here because it's so cold.
I mean, obviously,
with these hard balls.
We learn our technique probably in a similar way in Australia, but some of the things you have to tweak the basic skills of cricket. And having soft hands, having them too soft in this form of the game and these temperatures, you got to also have them firm enough so that the ball doesn't burst through.
Yeah, absolutely. You just have to be confident that you're going to execute your skills, and that's what's been done there. 3 times Ghulam's been fantastic in the field, and what an incredible game. Oh, well, here we go.
To everyone, we hope you have a great year. Well, thanks for a great year. And see you in 2023. Season greetings from everyone at European Cricket Network. Happy New Year. We'll be back. First match of 2023 will be Monday, the 30th of January. We'll be right here in Barcelona. Stay tuned to EuropeanCricket.com because we're getting a lot of questions. When will we have the fixtures? When will we know more about that? Look, I'd say look in the new year sometime. It's probably likely. They still have to kind of do some logistical stuff and make sure that the teams are cleared to play. And maybe you can give us a more accurate timeline of when that might be up on the website.
Yeah, we'll start 30th of January. There'll be about 2 weeks beforehand. We'll start getting the fixtures up. Next year expect 310 days in a row of live cricket action, 5 matches a day. We're going to have international cricket, club cricket, Champions League cricket, national team cricket.
Potentially women's cricket as well, which is something that we're working hard, whether it can be put together in 2023 or maybe the next year. But yes, a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's shared their highlights of the year. At Dave's was when he got a personal video message from Graham Swan. Well, I did organise that for Dave, and I know it made his day. Well, Swanee, that's the story of 2022. He was an interesting character. I tell you, I really got into the spirit of the ECC, taking crowd catches. I think he took a couple, didn't he?
He did take a couple, and what a wonderful guy and great ambassador for what we were doing, and really appreciate him down in Khartoum for the ECC. Hope to see him again in 23.
Yeah, Kendra Sharma's asking how many teams will be in the next series. I think it'll be 10, but again, it hasn't been set in stone yet. So you got to understand, guys, still 7 weeks away. It might actually depend on teams from this series, how they qualify. Well, he comes down and he absolutely tattoos this one into the night sky. Maximo! Well, Simran's coming good, and they've waited a long time for him to fire. He's been so good with the hands. Right now, the hands getting through the ball quickly, and that one was certainly one of the biggest we've seen.
That was a wonderful shot. That was a big shot, and that's what we want to see. We're going to see more of them, and I think that, Gracia is going to put up a big total here, and then all in their hands.
Yeah, the thing is, you score 150 here, you're not safe against the Tigers, who are consistently smashing big scores. They're coming off something in the 160s. Now, just a single, rare. Kind of dead spot in this innings. Kitty's asking, will any of those matches be at night? Very, very good question, Kitty. Well, I know for a starter, and we've already announced this, so it's not a surprise, the whole ECL will go into the night. Isn't that right?
Yeah, the ECL and the ECC will both be under the night skies.
This is in the air, and it's not quite off the middle. It's a chance for the fielder, and he takes a very good catch. Mustance Rickball, the monster. Well, the monster can move, can't he? As he came around to his left, it was just a slight miss-hit, and Vinod Kumar was new to the crease, and he won't last long. He was very good in the earlier game, but this time he has to go for just a single. A fourth wicket falls, 113 for 4, and once again the catching so important. Another dangerous hitter removed from the equation. Yeah,
and there was some good communications out there. Ghulam was going back, the monster was going forward, and yeah, they had to have a good, a few little words there. Otherwise, it could have got complicated. So good poise.
You're right. The communication was there, and that's what good teams do. They work as a team. Not just a collection of random individuals. So, yeah, how well they gel, how well they communicate, so important. We see that with kind of running between the wickets, for example.
Yep.
And, yeah, keep the highlights coming. I'm trying to go through all of them. Again, this is a fast-paced game. It's not the final for nothing. Michael Daub has mentioned one. It's from Portugal, and it was the infamous Shy-Cat getting hit in the nether regions, and Corey's laughing. Well, both of us actually did break into laughter. Daskia gets this one past Rathod. Now, Rathod was the hero in the previous game. 8 overs down, 113 for 4. Because Gracia, they were 1 ball away from being eliminated from this whole tournament. They needed 3 runs off the last ball of the eliminator. And Rathod pounded it out of the ground to keep his team alive. And Rathod hasn't had too many opportunities with the bat. I think he opened once and made 20. Most of the time he's been kind of around the number 6 mark, which is where he comes in today. You can see it was an interesting start, wasn't it, with the 2 good overs, but with wickets since then. No, steady without being crazy. If I look at the last 6 overs in isolation, they've scored 73. So that's about 2 a ball. That's about par, but just slightly over par first 2 overs.
If I was to put a linear trend line on that bar chart there, I'm pretty confident for the Tigers.
Yeah,
I think Gracia needs some really big final overs here because they're having a dip.
Here's a blip or a trend. I think 140 would be an interesting score. Azif's back. He bowled well. He bowled the first, and he's going to blow up the stumps with a Yorker. Now, Siranjit Singh's got to go. And, well, you can see that he's fired up as if he got a bit of treatment, didn't he, in the first over. Came back with a big wicket of the opener, and now he dismisses Simran, who was looking good, but he gets a spicy one. And another wicket falls, 113 for 5.
That is very, very well bowled, and you can see that body language, the confidence in there of the Tigers. And I think that the Gracia is going to find it hard in these last 2 overs. It feels like there's a momentum shift there. So unless someone comes out and gets on fire early, I think that that target might be creeping back down.
It could be. Well, Kuldeep Lal was the first man.
Oh, well bowled.
Yeah, so, that's what he's done.
He rolled the fingers on it.
The whole series. Well, look, Kuldeep Lal was the first man that Mohammad Asif dismissed, and then the second man, you can see there, was Simran. And Kuldeep Lal actually is the last name on this list. It's the hat-trick list, and right now, Mohammad Asif is on a hat-trick, even though it's over 2 overs. Kuldeep Lal, he took one just yesterday.
Mr. Maximo, is this normal cricket when we're showing 3 pages of hat-tricks in a year?
We worked out how the best way to do that because there's a lot of them. Anyway, is there going to be a hat-trick in the final? Well, there won't be. Not yet, at least. As Asif gets worked away for 1. New batter coming to the crease. And getting off the mark straight away.
It's, the T10, you say it's a batter's game, but the bowlers are in the game every single ball here because the risks that are being taken by the batsmen. So,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, it creates more opportunities for the bowlers. This one would have been a wide. Rathod. It hasn't really hit the heights since that 6. And even that over, and it's already on our social media, that last over finished the eliminator.
Is it?
He swung and missed it. 2 balls there and really made himself get himself into a bit of trouble. He needed 5 off 2. He got 2 runs.
But just to all our fans out there, please do not go on social media and continue watching the live.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry. That's not going anywhere. Back pad, asked the question, but I think it's going to miss leg stump. And so, yeah, keep them coming. I'm loving these best moments of 2022. One's missing another set, but, yeah, take us down memory lane while we can. Oh, yeah, the shoe phone. Jeff's mentioned it. I think Emily might have mentioned it too. The famous shoe phone and the batter reply.
Oh.
That was the headband warrior from France, Wahid Miss hit. Bowler falls in the follow through. We're just getting one here. They say it all happens in the ninth. And, Charlie Hunt said, can't believe no one's mentioned Belgian ball. Well, I mentioned Belgian ball, Charlie. That Belgian ball was crazy. Charlie was commentating with me. It was his first ECS, and after the first innings, he said, I think par's 180. And it led to my favourite graph of the year, which was showing the actual run rate next to Charlie's prediction, and that was a bar graph. I think it turned out to be about 12 to 13, I think. It was the highest scoring series. As if last ball of his tournament, and is driven away just for one. Shrez Iqbal will take care of it. So the fight back continues. I mean, what an over that is from As if. You talked about the trend being down. Well, there's only 4 runs off that ninth over. It's 117 for 5 with an over remaining.
Yeah, fantastic over. And I am such a fan of observing body language in T10 cricket. You can always see where the momentum is by the way the batsman or the bowler is holding themselves. And just there, you could see that he was on top. He knew what he was going to execute. He was rolling his fingers across the ball, bowling his slower ones, and executed it perfectly, which has given him a great result. And I think the Tigers are on top here.
I tend to agree with you, although I think they're basically headed for what I would think is a pass score between these two teams, which I'd say it's actually about 130. I just think you look at these two batting lineups, there's still a lot of runs to chase in a final. They'll be under pressure. Mirage comes back for the last, and he's caressed over the fence down into downtown Barcelona. That one's gone, and it's not coming back. And Rothon does it again. Seis carreras.
Wow. Wow.
All right.
Speechless. When I see him flying over extra cover for 6,
while we get another
it's just
ball,
a magical sport.
Here's more random questions. Is the sponsor match going to come back? Because people love that HCL Software Cricket VIP Cricket Experience match.
It is going to come back.
Oh, yeah.
It was awesome.
This is also going and gone. And the fight back coming in the 10th from Gracia. They'll get more than 130 here now. That's 129. 4 balls remaining. Rathod goes back to back, rolls the dice, and comes up double sixes.
Vinny, I don't have any of these sayings like you do, so
it's
so hard to follow it up.
Yes, there'll be a sponsors match. And will it involve?
The sponsors match.
Will it involve a ban on extras, which I loved?
Yep.
A ban on extras. My idea, taking some of the credit.
Yep.
I think it was so great, because if you want to get people sponsoring cricket and you want to get people interested in cricket, you said don't take them to play golf, get them to play cricket, and they absolutely loved it.
There was an idea of a golf day.
They gave us some great content as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a slight miss here. I think they'll concede the one here. Questions, keep them coming during the break. Keep your reflections of the year and the tournament coming through. We're really loving the fact that you're able to
What about the golden ball in the teeming rain?
Oh, yeah, it's got to be one of mine.
France.
Belgium. Good bowling from Mirage. He's come up and done a job here. 131. This is game on. Game in the balance. This is what Gracia wanted to do, though. I feel if you offered them something in the 130s at the start of this, I think they would have taken it. There's always the risk it'll go wrong in a final, or any game, really. Rathod, he's trying to put the exclamation mark on this. He mishits. I think they're going to go for 2 here. Might as well try it on. Doesn't want to. He's running out of gas. A cool one. He'll have to face the last ball.
Well, they've got to be very, very grateful for putting on 52 in the power play, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
252.
52 for 2.
Yeah, and that gave them enormous space to work on, because the Tigers have just come back so well with their fielding and bowling execution. So
74 on the first half of the innings. At the moment, we're on 58 in the second. So they have picked it back a bit. Here's the last ball. Seatbelts on. It's going to be dropped. They'll get 1. I can't see them even trying a 2. So it will be 133 for 5. Roller coaster of emotion in the first half of the final. And to me, it's the kind of contest that the last game of the ECN season deserves. Gracia, they win the toss. They decide to bat, and they end up with 133 on the board. 134 for the Catalunya Tigers to extend their unbeaten streak to 19 on the ECN and raise the final trophy of the year. But what about this start? Yadav went absolutely crazy in the first over. And Asif didn't seem to have the answers, but Kuldeep, after hitting a boundary, holes out to deep square leg. Nice catch taken out there, Yasser Ali. He's got a good pair of hands. Hira Mahe came. He might have got a pat on the back here, but that might have just got him going, because Hira, well, He batted so well, unlucky to miss out on his 50. But how about that catch from Gulam Sawa? I mean, let's be honest, the Tigers, if they hadn't held these catches, they could have been in even more trouble, Daniel.
Yeah, I don't think they missed a trick in the field. They were fantastic. Communication between the outfielders and the infielders was working well. Made sure there's one guy going for the catch. He took them. And yeah, I'm just really, really impressed with the way they turned the game around in the second innings. Yeah, bowled well, fielded well. Couldn't ask for more.
Look at that fielding as well. I mean, Hira throws himself at the line and he's in by centimetres. But then he goes next ball. He goes for 47, the top scorer of the innings, but not quite the half century. He was really distraught that he wasn't able to go on. But then one guy that did come out and hit the ball a bit better than he has in the series so far was Simranjit Singh. 3 big Maximos, his 27. But again, the catching was good. The monster was able to get Vinod Kumar cheaply. The Tigers, well, they're a team. They eat up the pressure and they give it back. And Asif, well, that was a searing Yorker to remove Simran. And then, well, just sometimes you get a good one. And when it came down to it, in the 10th, it all broke loose, as you'd imagine. Back-to-back Maximos. And they were able to drag that score up over the 130 mark in the end. 133. For me, when I look at these two teams, I think it's about a par score. 47 for Hira Mahe off just 19 balls. Apart from that, 27 for Simran, batted well. 26 off just 9 for Yadav. 15 for Athon. Got a couple of blows late in the piece. And we're talking about basketball. Well, there were 12 Maximos in that innings. And once you get up in double digits, you know that you're going to be posting a pretty good score. Looking at that 5 avoidables in there and 4 leg byes for a total of 9 extras.
Yeah, I think you might go back and see that Mohammad Asif has bowled the most crucial over of that innings. Yeah, did a wonderful in the 9th, and that, I think, might just be the difference.
Could be the difference. Look, he ends up with 2 for 22. And you remember, he got a lot of treatment. He actually had 19 runs come off his first 5 balls. So his other 7 balls, he takes 2 for 7. But, yeah. I mean, had a bit of help there. I think none of the bowlers really bowled that badly. Wickets for Wakas Miraj as well as Shiraz Iqbal and Daskir chipped in with a wicket as well. Abbas also didn't take a wicket, but he was most economical of the bowlers over his 2 overs. He only went for 20. We'll take a break, and when we return in just a few minutes, it will be the final innings of the year. Join us for the celebration. Let the party continue. We're going to pop the champagne as well. The last innings of the year is around the corner. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Daniel Weston. We'll see you shortly for the final instalment of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona for ECS Cricket for the final time in 2022. What a year it's been. Almost 1,200 matches, so many locations, so many stories, so many players, so many highlights. We've gone through a few of them in the first innings, but also we've seen a wonderful spectacle in the first half of this final between Catalonia Tigers and Gracia. Gracia won the toss. They elected to bat first. They put 1-3-3 on the board, 1-3-4 to win. And this should be a fantastic second half. Just going through some of those highlights that we were talking about. I just looked at some during the break. Well, James Stewart and Wazza were talking about Rico's laptop getting smashed in Croatia. And yeah, he wasn't a happy chappy. And he forgot Rule 1, protect the equipment. So yeah, that was a highlight. Well, not really a highlight. It was notable. I don't think Rico would think it was a highlight. What else? Well, we had snow in Bulgaria. Yes, snow in Bulgaria, thunder in Prague, says Michael Dabb. Yeah, the snow was crazy. And we had proper snow. And I actually really enjoyed watching on the screen. Well, I didn't enjoy it, but when it said match 5 has been delayed by snow, it's the only time I've ever seen that on a cricket telecast. Apart from that, Andrew Smith was asking, was the painter this year or last year? It was last year in the Netherlands. I think it's when the painter got hit in the tush. Anyway, here we go. 134 to win. Vivo Yadav to get things going. And the first ball is hit down the ground. Simran won't get there. 4 runs. Yasser Ali off the mark with 4 runs. Dan Weston joins me for the final innings of the year. And Yasser Ali, oh, he's a player. He actually faced the first ball I ever commentated on ECN. And here he is in the last game of the year. And he's a big key to this innings.
Yeah, Yasser is a gun. He knows how to play T10. He's so much experience. Knows how to play in the power play. And this is an important one.
Yadav comes on. I think that Simran was still trying to get back on the field. So that's why they don't go through with this ball. Yeah, so some of those other highlights. Emily saying when Corey wanted to spanner, tried it out for a day and he abused the power and lost it. So that was Emily, one of Emily's highlights. Mana's talking about the Belgium-France golden ball. We talked about that earlier. Here's Yadav. Oh, good ball. Beats Yasser really. Thick inside edge. Yasser thinks about 2 and he decides to go quickly. There's no keeper anymore.
Good
so
running.
that made it easier. You see, I think the keeper, Chowan, he was about to chase the ball. That's why he's out of position. Chowan, the keeper, they call him the scientist. I found that out as well. He's had a job to do. Kuldeep Lal might do the keeping, but because he's so important with the ball, then I think they decide that they want to use Kuldeep out in the field and with the ball. Whatever. Yeah, Dave saying the dodgy weather in the golden ball game. Yep, that was a crazy one. Got completely wet. Well, how's that not hit the stumps or anything? It's been gone for 4. Well, that's a crazy amount of power from Yasser Ali, who really wanted the strike back. This seemed to kind of have a bit of a curve to it. I thought maybe hit the umpire of the stumps. And it seemed like it was going dead straight, but yeah, it certainly seemed to slice away, and the umpire did well to get out of the way.
Yeah, he sliced it beautifully. Yasser Ali always focusing on playing straight as possible. So for him to collect that along the ground and beat the fielder, you know he's timing him, you know he's in very, very good touch.
He sure is. 10 off 3. Yadav in a contest. It's on the pad. I think that's missing. Umpire walks away. Yeah, so, yeah, the Belgium-France game was crazy. France thought they were out of the tournament. They weren't. There were tears. There was rain. Is that one clearly missing? the commentary box had rain coming in sideways, and because we didn't have glass there was nowhere to protect anything. So everything was getting wet. I was trying to find somewhere to hide all the equipment. It was nuts, but it was one of those memorable nights of 2022.
It was incredibly memorable. And I think there were 2 balls left. I got the first huge raindrop on my nose. I thought, oh, that's strange.
Yeah.
Where's that coming from? Because it was too dark, couldn't
Yeah.
see the sky. Then all of a sudden it was teeming
It was a sheet
down.
of water.
Oh
The
my
next
gosh.
in 2 seconds there was a sheet of water. Yeah, I remember that. This is tucked away nicely. I think this will probably beat the field. It's a bit of a teaser, and it gets there. So, and boundary for Wazim Abbas. Now watch Wazim Abbas. This guy absolutely crunches the ball. Now that's more of a touch shot, but yeah, right now we've got a game on our hands. Yeah, so it was crazy, wasn't it, when we had like 1 drop of rain, like you said, then a sheet, and then I remember just Corey saying, Belgium win, and it's a monsoon. And everyone was running for cover. The tents were blowing around.
He said, "Take me, world, I've seen it all."
That's actually one of the quotes of the year.
Well,
Take me, world, I've seen it all. As he ripped off his shirt.
Yeah, and that's while I was running around absolutely saturated, picking up FanZone TV, FanZone TV, then trying to protect the big screen because of all the electricals behind it. It was unbelievable.
16 without loss after the first over. 60 matches without a golden ball. I gotta say, I had a tingle at halftime.
Surely not tonight.
Wouldn't that be a way to finish the season? We've had 13 golden balls this year, Dan. And yeah, I think it's a little bit under par. I think we're owed one.
Yep.
But, well, if we do get that far, we'll go further into the night. Lucky we've got the lights. And yeah, just having a look at some of these other highlights. Yeah, well, Charlie mentioned Belgian ball and Thunder. I want to say hello to you as well. Big thank you to all the moderators, everyone in the chat for creating such a great community. Well, this is horned to the leg side, and it's Adios Pelota Maximo. This is what Abbas does. If you give him length, he feasts on it, and the first ball from Trillichan disappears.
So we're talking about Belgian ball a lot, and the premise or the thought behind Belgian ball was effectively...
No, I was just going to say quickly, remember last year we had 14 golden balls. This year we've only had 13. So how can we make that 14? I'm just saying, how can we make that 14? There's only one way for this to be a golden ball. Yeah, but yeah.
But the intent was that to hit a 6 off every second ball.
Yeah.
That was essentially the batsman's intent, which is crazy. Shot.
Well, speaking of sixes, this is going to go the journey. Trillichan struggled in this matchup. Abbas seems to have his measure. Once again, he plays it off at length. His hand-eye coordination is so good. Wazim Abbas, Maximo 6 more for the Tigers.
Absolutely. He's taking full advantage there. Yeah, very, very happy to see Yasser and Abbas, they're right on top here. They just need to hold their nerve, complete this power play. If they can be around 50, 52, they're going to win this power play. And, put themselves in a really good footing to chase this down.
You'd think they could win it from here, but remember 52 in the power play. It was a pretty good one for Gracia, but they did lose 2 wickets. Trillichan, I'd say partially blocks this. Technically, this is a drop catch, but this is a nasty one. I really hope he's okay here. I don't know if you can even call that a chance, but I'm just worried as that could be anything. That could be a webbing. It could be end of a finger. It could be a broken finger. And, yes, you see Wazim, he's genuinely concerned for the bowler. A real sense of community here. But this one, it's off the end of the finger. So it had basically really snapped that first knuckle back. And let's see if Trillichan can continue here. It's his right hand. It's his bowling hand. Yeah, nasty one. Then the umpire had to get out of the way. That came so fast.
Let's just hope he's in shock. And, and there's nothing too serious there. It was absolutely drilled back at him. Good that he got the hand up. But yeah, he's in some pain just now. Hopefully that's all right.
Yeah, hopefully he's all right. This is actually how quick it happened. And it happened super quickly. Trillichan is kind of instinctively putting up his hands. And so... well, it gives us a chance to welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Dan Weston. The lights are on. The sun goes down. I think the sun actually went down 5 minutes ago, so we're going to lose the natural light. The artificial lights take over. I'm loving this kind of walk down memory lane as well, and some of the highlights of 2022. So many. Look, I go back to even in the ECL, the story of Pakai Care, but even stories within the ECL, like the Turkish team, Zayt and Bernard Zaffa, the way they were received. I know that Adil Raza, the Scottish leg spinner, recently met up in Turkey with Mesut Zaga,
Really?
who they met at the ECL, and they met and had a conversation.
That was one of my moments of the year.
Yeah.
Right, was the catch on the free hit.
Yeah, catch on the free hit. That's a good one.
The double fist pump.
And they dropped 8 catches. They hadn't taken a wicket yet, right? Or they hadn't taken the catch.
Takes the catch on the free hit, and the celebration
devastated.
was magical.
He's
and
devastated. Star CC winning in a golden ball in their only game. The only game they won is one of mine as well.
Yeah, that was great to see. Interesting data point. The ECN, since its inception, last week scored its 550,000th run.
Wow. Did you hear that? 550,000
550,000 runs were completed last week on the ECN.
Basically,
500,000 runs.
Yeah. This year, we've gone past 500,000 runs. Look, Trilichan's going to go off here. It may have, the force of that could have been anything. It could have also damaged his wrist. He isn't going to be able to continue. He's in a lot of pain here, Trilichan. If there's a positive to this, and I'm not saying that there really is, but he was in trouble in that over, and they'll get to replace him due to the injury. They've gone 6-6-1, and the one was blast. He's going to have to bowl, or someone's going to have to bowl to Yasser Ali. So I want to say a big thank you to all the viewers. We've got so many thank yous. There will be a trophy ceremony afterwards, so we'll get to give a few more thank yous there. But hopefully you guys have a happy and safe festive season and new year from everyone here at the European Cricket Network. And hopefully we see all of you, and maybe even more of you in 2023. Spread the word. And you'll miss us while we're gone. We talked a little bit last week about what if we did cricket 52 weeks a year. But I do think it's nice that you can have a closure to stop back and think and assess and have a moment in time to think about where we've come from, where we are now, and where we want to go. So I think that's what this 7 weeks is really good for.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what happens in the future. What we want to do is just keep growing cricket all we can. So, yeah, let's enjoy the pause and the break and have a cracking next year.
Cool wants the replacement bowler. He's got 3 to bowl in this over, and the first one goes to the boundary. Yasser Ali hits it through the offside. Again, power play. Very difficult to protect these boundaries, and there's another one right now. The Tigers looking good in this chase.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Let's just hope that his hand's okay. It looks like it hit him very high, almost on the wrist.
Yeah, I thought originally it hit him in the end of the fingers.
But yeah, it ended up looking more wrist.
Behind the bowler. So just a slight break to just fix something up in the background. And it just disrupts the...
It looked like it was a 4-year-old behind the bowler's arm.
Could have been. Well, not a name and shame. Here's Cool One trying to get out of this over. And this is a rare swing and a miss. Yasser Ali goes on the walk.
Yeah, these lights are taking full effect now, so it may look a little bit dark on the stream, but yeah, here it was such a great pleasure and privilege to be playing this time of the year in Europe under lights on an incredible outfield, and it's an absolute blessing, and very, very grateful to be here. Working hand in hand with the.
Well, he's bowled him. And Cool One, the replacement bowler, has bowled Yasser Ali. What a storyline here in the final. He was never even probably meant to bowl in the final. Don't think he was in the 5 bowlers, but Cool One comes on and he rips the Spanish representative. Middle stump tilted back, 33 for 1. What a moment for Cool One Singh.
Wow, how the story unfolds. Unfortunate mishap with his hand. He's come on. That is probably the ball of the day.
Comes in and just leaves Yasser a little bit. Doesn't do a lot wrong, just pays it down the wrong line. Certainly did a little bit, did just enough to beat the bat. Cool One, what a moment. And that's a very good seed. And just when the Tigers were romping away with this, a moment happens and Gracia, they get the wicket and they break that opening partnership at 33.
Yeah, but this is a great contest. You see, again, the body language of the bowler. Yeah, he's excited. He's just executed exactly what he did. But Yasser, he just got done by a good ball. He walks off confidently, and he knows that yeah, the people in the shed are ready to come out here and chase them.
You can see that we'll be back in Barcelona to start the season 30th of January, bigger and better. The two big announcements today were that the intention is to go from 4 to 5 matches every day in 2023. Also, that we are trying to eliminate almost all days off. So it's going to be crazy, but it's going to be a wild ride. We hope you can join us for it. Kuldeep's on to bowl the third. And yeah,
so
the
next year
intention to have European Cricket International Series as well, T10 International Series, maybe more T20 Cricket International Cricket as well.
Yep, more international cricket on a T10 and T20 basis. There'll be 310 days of European Cricket Network live action in a row, non-stop. 5 matches a day for the T10, and 310 days on its way.
This one's worked away, and I think it'll probably run away for 4. It's down the hill that side, and it is 4. So Mustansa Iqbal comes in now. He is a monster. We call him the monster because he hits a monster ball, and he gets off the mark immediately. Nice little touch shot. And the bowler probably just drifting a little bit too close to the pads of Mustansa Iqbal first up.
Yeah, really nice touch and good poise. They're, Gracie had won another wicket here in the power play.
Yeah, no doubt. Wow, that's close. Really close. And he says no. I mean, it's a real tight one. We'll have to have a look at this. Thing is, he did kind of take a little bit of a shimmy forward. So you have a look at this. So he takes a little shimmy forward. It's really close, to be honest, for me. I don't think that's missing. He is a little bit out of his crease. That's the only thing you'd say. You see, hits him, but umpire gets one look at it. And that's something I thought about at the time, that he has taken a little skip step here. Anyway, we'll come back to the live action. And, well, for me, I think on a second, first look, I'll be very honest, I had a slight element of doubt.
Yeah, there's doubt.
But I think you look at the replay, and I think the Mustansa's pretty lucky to be there. Because it's coming back a little bit off the seam. It's hard to envision that ball missing the stumps. But anyway, Mustansa gets a break. That's not Mustansa, pardon me. But now it is Wasim Abbas who's knocked over. Well, he finishes the job. And Kuldeep, well, like I said, it's the community. And I'll tell you what, back in Australia, if you tried that on, then I think you might be knocked into next week. But right now, Kuldeep, well, he's such a lovable character. How can you not love him? But I tell you what, Wasim Abbas is not liking the result. And a little bit like the first innings, plenty of runs, but 2 key wickets in the power play. It's 39 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, to Kuldeep, he just keeps on keeping on. Good little direction inside there. And, he's shaped that nicely in. Top of off, couldn't ask for more. And, Tigers batsmen should be looking to play straight, but that was well across the line. Just not what's required right now. That's
his game, though. I mean, he doesn't miss too many. It's Kuldeep playing with a smile on his face. Keep these memorable moments coming. I'm enjoying them. Look, here's a question for you. Now, Kulwant was never meant to bowl, I don't think. Do you bowl him out in the 4th? Because now you're probably trying to get that over back from Trilochan. His second over, which he won't be able to bowl, I assume, with his hand injury.
I think Kuldeep will leave himself to the end.
Yeah, but Kulwant that knocked over Yasser Ali last over, the last ball of the over. He only bowled 3 balls.
Yeah,
Do you bring him back or not?
Yeah, try and bowl him out.
Otherwise, they might go to someone like Mahe. This is an interesting one. I think it's a bump ball. I think he takes this, but I think this ball is a bump ball. You see, he squeezes this. He hits it on the full. Yeah, and that's a really good shot of it. So when they asked the question, but again, the replay, just making things very simple, making quick and making accurate decisions. You see Japal saying, hey, any chance that's out? Well, the short answer is no. 3 overs down, 39 for 2. And really, by any metric, Gracia win the power play because they both lost 2 important wickets. 52 to 39, the 3 over mark. Well, Marnus thinks he can feel it coming in the air tonight for Gracia. He thinks that they can break this winning streak of the Catalunya Tigers. 18 matches in a row on ECN. Tigers have won. Here's Vinod Kumar coming on. So they do make a change, and this one's out of the ground. Maximo! It's a little bit of length, and Mustansa Iqbal, he's watched it all unfold from the other end. Now he gets moving, and the first ball from Vinod disappears.
Yeah, nice shot. Rock back on it, put it where it needs to go. It's maybe these middle overs where Gracia had a bit of a dip, maybe they're the ones where the Tigers rise up.
Yeah, I wouldn't Say quick hello, and everyone, if you don't get back to your message straight away in the chats because we've got a final on our hands here. So thanks for your patience. Short and hooked and 6. That's out of here as well. Back-to-back Maximals bring up the 50 for Catalan Tigers. Well, they might have been behind after those 2 blows. I think it's still neck and neck.
Just too short. Got to pitch it up again. There's been some success hitting the guys on the toe. Yeah, a couple of LB shouts earlier. Just dropping it too short.
Big thanks to Dave. He's leaving us at the moment, but try not to leave us if you can, because there's a lot happening.
Shot.
Wow, this is banged, and this is 6 as well. Maximo! What a shot from Mustance Rickbal. He monsters this one down the ground. Kumar just cannot find his length. That's fuller, but it's still hittable for a player like Mustance Rickbal, a player that scored 2 centuries in the single series last year in 2021, and right now he's on the loose.
Wow, here we go. And he was probably expecting it to be overpitched on the full side because he's got 2 ranked short balls he's put away. He's probably thinking this guy's going to overcorrect, bowl it full, get forward, whack it straight, and perfectly executed. So pressure on the bowler right now for sure.
Really, you're thinking like a batter there. And that's often what you'll think. Hello to Chris and happy birthday to you for, I think it's tomorrow. Hello to Luke as well. I'm trying to catch him in this chat. It's crazy, but I like it. This time he has gone too far down the wicket to survive. I suppose a bit of debate about the LBW, but I suppose it doesn't really change the narrative because Wazim Abbas went soon after. So,
yeah. He came forward, he was out of his crease.
Yeah.
A bit of doubt there. We got to look at it 7 times on the replay,
exactly.
we're the lucky ones.
I've got to admit, first up, I can see where the umpire's coming from. Now this is up and it's in the air and it should be caught. Simran, he took 5 in the last game. He's not going to drop this. Shiraz Iqbal, he has a miserable day with the bat here on finals day. He goes for a duck. Simran, well, it's all business right now. This game is toing and froing. It's coming and going, and that's a 3rd wicket, 58 for 3.
Yeah, great hands again. He's unstoppable down there. You don't hit it well enough, he's going to catch you. It happens time and time again. So good hands in tough conditions. It's cold out there. This ball is hard, getting hit hard. And, wonderful catch again.
Yeah, that thing is maybe an inside edge on that LB. That's always a possibility that we might pick up. So, umpires have been really good in this series. Got to say, they've had a lot to deal with. This big program of games, 5 weeks here in Barcelona, same panel of umpires. Yep. And I think the fact that we actually haven't had to talk about them too much, that's a sign that they're doing a really good job. And I honestly think it's one of the most improved things over the last couple of years on ECN.
Yeah, absolutely, and they just keep getting better and better, and they've got an awesome opportunity to get better. Everyone out here in European cricket just has a chance now, a platform to shine and test their skills and want to get better. And the umpires we work with are phenomenal. They're really putting in lots of huge efforts to make the best decisions possible, and that's what we're here to do.
If Gracia pulled this off after being 1 ball away from elimination early in the day, maybe half of Barcelona will have their hair dyed blonde tomorrow. Kuldeep might be busy at the barber shop. Last ball of the over coming up. He's dug out. It's always Ahmed. Again, another Spanish international. Such a good crop of players on show here in this game. Vinod, he comes back well. Again, he faces adversity. That over goes 6-6-6, leg by wicket dot. So, in the end, that adds up to 19, but he does take a wicket. And always Ahmed again. Good batter, and he goes far as say Naveed Aslam is just as dangerous as any of the top order. Duskia as well hits long ball. Ilyas 7. I mean, these guys have been opening the batting. They've been managing their openers throughout this tournament, kind of rotating their openers. But well, I've got a little bit of a surprise here. I know this is technically probably not with the regulations, but we have done this on occasion. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do in a second. Right now. Get a tight single here. Well, it's going to take me a little while, so I'm not going to pop this yet, but I do have the champagne. Dan, with your permission, we'll have a little bit of a toast to the end of the season. Is that fair?
It's well deserved.
Okay, just a little bit, I think.
I'll hold the cups.
We'll have one for you. Well, I'm going to pop it after this over because I'm going to have to just make sure I'm not going to do myself an injury. Always goes leg side, and he'll get 1. Takes him up to 60, gets him off the mark. Yeah, it's just a great game. It's a really good game we've got right now. The required rate, it started at 13.4 and over. Right now, it's about 12.9, so it hasn't really gone too far. And it's just about staying at the rate. The pace, basically, is 27 per 2 overs. Now launches
That's
this.
huge.
This has got the distance. Going, gone. Maximo! And Mustanza Iqbal, he's the man. You better get him soon, because otherwise he can make any total look small. And that one he launches into the night sky, and it carries the boundary. And, well, I'm also getting quite excited, because I've got to say, never worked in a bar, but popping champagne corks seems so fun. And I used to love to pop them as high as possible and catch it. Now, I don't think with a cube that's going to work, but we'll see what we can do. And anyway, that's a cool one. Is getting another over here, by the way. Remember that he came on as a replacement for Trillichan, and he almost gets Mustanza, gets him playing down the wrong line.
I just want to thank our sponsors for these wonderful champagne glasses as well. I mean, this is the crystal of crystals that's coming out here. So
listen,
I'm
I
not
had
sure
one job, bring the champagne.
Yeah.
The glasses were someone else's problem.
I'm
There we
saying
go.
that these-
Show everyone what we got here. And it says hot drinks as well. Hey, come on. We're on a budget here. You already said we're not making a profit. That was full disclosure. Here's Cool Hunt. And this is launched over the leg side. Is it far enough? It is. Maximo, 6 more. So, well, Cool Hunt had his moment. He got rid of Yasser Ali. So, I mean, he's done his job, really, no matter what happens here. But the monster's on the loose, and they need to catch a monster here, Grathia, if they're going to stay in this contest.
All right, so
Are you getting excited? Or are you getting nervous?
Yeah, I'm getting nervous.
You should be.
You know me, I've never finished a drink in my life, so I don't know how much you're going to pour into this champagne.
I'm aware. And this one, I can tell you from the colour scheme, it's a very expensive bottle. Goes again. Where's this one going?
That's gone.
Well, it's going absolute miles. And that one might have gone into tomorrow. It might have gone into next season. It's definitely not over the grandstand. Maximo, 6 more to Mustanza Iqbal, moves into the 40s.
That ball's gone into our 7-week break, I think.
I think you're right. And look at that. Flies over the peanut gallery. It does take us to the end of the over. Score is 78 for 3. All right, here we go. Guys, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, Dan Weston founder, Vinny Sandhu, Loudmouth, let's do this. Ready? And we are... Oh, that was good because it got in my microphone. Oh, no. Quick. Save it, guys. I've got one for me, one for you. And, well, cheers, guys. On behalf of everyone here at ECN, hope you have a happy and safe festive season, and we'll see you in 2023. But don't go anywhere, because this is going to be a doozy of a finish. I can tell you that right now. And, well, excuse me, I'll be back in 2 overs.
Yeah, and
right.
Here's to you, Vinny. Yeah, congratulations on a monumental. We need to talk to Guinness at some point in time, not for the Guinness beers, but for the Guinness Book of World Records.
I thought you'd been following me to the Irish bar after work.
No,
man.
no. This is...
Anyway, start of a new over. Yeah, well, I could have used the champagne on the 2000th match, but I'd rather do it from a team perspective. So this would be interesting. So let me see where we're at in this game. 11.2 required, so brought that down a fair bit now. Slow ball from Cool Deep, and this one's launched as well. Maximo! What a shot. And look, let me tell you something about the Tigers. You know, I talked about their 18 wins in a row. Win number 3 was the ECS final last year. They were chasing 129 versus Packard Care, and they got it. And it was the Big Mac on that occasion, taking on Mohamed Kamran, Yasser Ali as well. So, I mean, they've been here before, similar kind of a target in a final. This is hit to the offside, and I think this will be 4 as well. And wow, that brings up his 50. And Mustanza Iqbal has hit 50 off 14 balls in the final. We'll stand up and applaud. What an innings this is from the monster. And he's showing no mercy to the bowling. He's only faced 14 balls. 7 have gone for 6, and there's been a 4 in there. And have a look at that. I mean, it might be a bit lopsided. I wouldn't ride your bike on it, but still, it's been effective. And this is incredible hitting. Look, 371. That's 3.7 runs the ball. And Kurdeep, well, struggling for answers. I think he's the man most likely. I think in Grathia's mind. Now, do they risk spin here as well? Hiramahe hasn't bowled yet. And I think at this stage, you've got to consider changing the rhythm. I mean, it didn't work earlier, but Hiramahe, he's certainly someone they've got up their sleeve, the captain. Kurdeep's got 2 bullets in the gun here. Always, as he likes to do, goes to mid-wicket. Simran's got to run a long way, and he gets there. They're going to go for 2, but Simran's got a good arm.
Oh.
If that hits, he's gone, but he doesn't hit, and everybody survives. Iqbal almost run out, though, at the non-striker's end. And Simran, he's just so good at getting round. And yeah, I don't know if I would have taken this run. I think it's a bit dodgy. You don't want to lose the partnership to a run out. And if that's on target, he's gone. Always, same kind of shot and same fielder.
They're in total control now. 10 and over needed. You know,
I mean, what an assault this has been from Masant Sarikbal. He's batting behind a couple of other players. He could bat anywhere, could be opening. But right now, he's got his team in a winning position. But we know how things can change quickly. 93 for 3 off 6 right now. They need 41 off the last 4 overs.
and what an absolute pleasure it is to have a big final on a Sunday night for the people to enjoy. I know there's no football on tonight. This is the cricket that's on. This is the cricket that we want to bring to you. We want it to be cricketainment so you can enjoy it. And next year, we want to do more on Sundays, more finals, Sunday evenings. And yeah, just keep bringing the entertainment to you.
Well, you know, over in the other tents, they've got more, and now everyone is sending cups over to try and get some of the champagne. We will share it, okay? I promise we'll share it. But anyway, thanks so much, guys. And a big thank you to Roberto here. He's the hardest working man in Barcelona. Here's a slower ball for Paramjit Singh. And this is 6 as well. Maximo, well, this could be finished quickly at this rate because the Tigers are on the prowl. The Tigers are out of the cage. Wow.
Vinny, you are unstoppable. Incredible amount of fun here. And the boundaries just keep raining down. Tigers in absolute control here.
Well,
and again,
that could go as well, or does it? Right back to the boundary, through the hand,
Over.
6 more. Maximo, 100 up now. And well, the Tigers, they're all up on their feet. A prowl of Tigers ready to invade if this assault continues. They've brought on Paramjit Singh. They didn't risk going to spin. They've gone for a slightly slower option. Yadav's a good fielder, but even he couldn't keep that one in the field of play.
yeah, just seeing ball and hitting ball so successfully this innings. Doing a great job.
Well, now he goes straight. This is going to be 6 more. Maximo! Oh, what a shot this is from Always Ahmed. I like it when he actually hits straighter. And this is one where he clears the front leg, makes the ball disappear. And the Tigers, well, they are non-phased by this. And right now, Gracia are searching for answers. 50 partnership up in just 16 balls.
Yeah, fantastic. Congratulations to them. Really, really executing this job well. And yeah, huge pressure on Gracia. Again, he's
Gonna try. And, well, it's actually a pretty good effort to at least slow that down. Now, we might have a run on striker's end here, but he just gets home. Again, miscommunication. Look, the standard's so high here. The batting, the fielding. I mean, the bowling, when they've got it right. I mean, this is, look, pound for pound. I've said it before. I'll say it again, Daniel. The ECN cricket is the most entertaining cricket on the planet.
yeah, well, that's what we're here for. That's what we're built for, to grow the game by entertaining people. And that's what we want to do.
Well, this is up in the air. Now, someone's got to catch this. Hiramahe's the only man that can get there, and he can't do it. Spins away from him. He'll get one, but wow, everything cutting loose here. You just got to try and pick up a wicket here. It's down to about a run of ball. Have that kind of over. A bit like, and you said it before, remember how good Mohammad Asif was in the 9th over the first innings. He really shut it down. You need something similar to stay alive in this contest.
Yeah, and I think it's change-ups. I think you got to bowl straight and change the pace on it.
Haven't seen spin. Always decides to launch on this one. It's a slog sweep into 6 more. Maximo, well, time to pop the champagne corks over there, I think. There's now only 15 required off the last 3 overs. They'll need a miracle, you think, to slow this down. It's a runaway freight train, and the score is 119 for 3. What a shot by Always.
Yeah, what a shot. He's just playing to his strength. He could play straight because we've seen him execute these straight drives, but he just knows exactly where he wants to put them, and he's making it happen.
And just a reminder to all of our wonderful viewers that we will be back on the 30th of January. So compliments of the season to everyone.
That's meant to be December. Wasn't it December? 30th of December, we're back. No?
The 30th of January.
It is January? Okay.
Oh, okay. Don't scare me. Here's Yadav. There's 15 to come. And they're going to get some here. They'll get, I think, 4. They do. And this is now a real exhibition from the Tigers. 18 in a row. It looks like they're going to make it 19 in a row. Fantastic batting again. Just plays, doesn't try to keep it down, knows there's safety over the infield and gets a boundary.
Yeah, great hands. Absolutely. They've really, really understood where the fielders are. They know their game so well. And that's that's the credit and understanding after playing so many T10 matches.
30 off the last 10 balls. This is a little inside edge. Now look, Grathia fans, I know you're going to be disappointed if this doesn't go your way, and it does seem that way, but here's the great news for Grathia fans, that we will see them in the ECL. So they're in Group E, the 13th to the 15th of March. Of course, tune in right from the beginning, 27th of February. They've got some competition though. Roma CC, the Italian summer champions, United from Bucharest, including Ramesh Sathisen, Zagreb Sokol. We've seen them recently in the ECS, and also Star CC from Luxembourg. As this is going to be gone. So he's going to chase a wide one late in the piece. You can just tell from Grathia's reaction that the sting's gone out of this game. I think they know that their fate is sealed, but always a useful 30 off just 11 balls, but he has to go, and he walks here. It's very, very sporting as well of him as he departs as 124 for 4.
Yeah, very, very good innings. And, yeah, sealed the deal for his team. So, yeah, we should be very, very proud of the performance. Gives a chance for the next guy to come out and lock it all away.
Yeah, and so, okay, what we're talking about with the continuous schedule, that's kind of for outside the major tournaments, right? So
yep.
This is one of the few days in the ECL that will actually have the day off, because the Sunday is a bit of a changeover day. But again, this is a really exciting format. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, Group E, Group F. Each one of those only 3 days, so half a week each. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday would be Group A. Thursday, Friday, Saturday is Group B. And then it'll all come together in week 4 of the championship week. Tahir Ilyas is the new batter, and he'll start with a single. And what that means, it means that a greater proportion of the games are finals. So basically, it'll be 10 group matches and then 4 finals. So in a week, you'll have 2 finals days, not just 1. And of course, it means a 7-team finals week, our championship week, which is going to be so exciting. Pack I Care and the 6 group winners. So
yeah,
that's going to be a really, really exciting way to have the ECL, which really has gotten bigger and better every time now. When you consider it just started with 8 teams back in 2019 and 17 matches, to think, you know, we're up over 100 matches, all these teams and all these cricketers in Europe, it's their dream to make that trip to Malaga and to take part in it.
Yeah, every domestic cricketer in Europe now has something huge to play for, to go to the Champions League of European cricket, just like every European footballer has the chance to go to the Champions League of football. And that's what we're trying to do, replicate what works so well for football and port it across to cricket. And yeah, I'm excited for these players who'll get the chance.
It's the end of the 8th over, just 8 to win now. The writing's on the wall. Yadav, he's frustrated, and he's not the only one on the Grathia team. Look, coming up after the final ball, there'll be a short delay. There'll be some highlights of the day, but then we will have the trophy ceremony coming up. That's our final trophy ceremony of 2022. So we hope you can join us for that. If you are sticking around, you'll hear us giving out a whole bunch of thank yous, and one of them will be to the viewers. Big thank you to the viewers. And you really make this really more deep, I think, more meaningful. I think that we have these two-way interactions. So many people have said, you know, they weren't in a great place mentally sometimes, and they found in the ECN a community that they could feel like they could belong to and call out to at any time. Anyway, time for the 9th over. It's going to be an awkward one for Yadav. Well, 8 off 12. I mean, you still just got to hope you can have the kind of over that Mohammad Asif had, but we've had a 6 outfielder situation here. So I think it might have been, yeah, it must be. So they had 3 in the circle. Yep. So, I mean, that's just really adding insult to injury. So your trophy ceremony should be great. It does look like the Tigers are going to go back-to-back here. What a performance.
Yeah, congratulations to the Tigers.
All right, let's do this quickly. Now,
it's another sore finger.
So, yeah, you got to feel for, especially some of the guys here like Simran and Jaipal and Kuldeep and Vibor that played in Kings 11 again. They just miss out. They lost the final and the right to go to the Italian Super Series. And again, looks like they're just going to come in second, which is always the hardest place to finish in sport. This is hit sideways, and this will be 1. Again, if you can somehow get this to the last over and bring the field and put the squeeze on, I mean, it's a miracle. But anytime it goes to the last over, you know, things can change.
I'd absolutely have everyone in now. Yeah, you either want to put the pressure on them or get it done fast.
Up in the air. This is a chance for Hira Mahe. He comes around to his left and he takes the catch. So Ilias goes for 2. But one thing I'm a bit curious about, we haven't seen Hiramahe, we haven't seen Jaipa, haven't seen any spin in the final. And I think when you look at the run rate at the moment, which is, it's flying away, it's over 15 and over, you'd say, look, maybe they've missed a trick there to put a bit more variety in the attack. I know that's risk involved in spin. I've got to say, this replay shows in the background the beautiful, the bright lights of Barcelona. And, Dan, this is just a very, very special place to play cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, Barcelona's the city of the world, and now it's a city of cricket. There's over 80 teams now that are in the Barcelona or the Catalonia region. And that, I mean, there's nowhere else in Europe, I think outside of the UK, that's got 80 local clubs. And that's a real credit to Cricket España and the Catalonian Cricket Federation and the ECN for combining to grow the game really fast. And as soon as we've promoted it, more people want to play, more people want to create teams and enjoy themselves. And it's really, really, it's incredible to see.
I want to say a big sorry to anyone if I haven't answered your questions. You can message me at Mr. Maximo and I'll try and do it. Right now, every ball could be the last. There's 4 to win. And in fact, this is going to do it. The Tigers are running on to celebrate. And that will be it. They do it with 8 balls to spare. What a chase and what a team. And Ghulam's the first one out there. He led his team and he leads them out to congratulate the batters at the crease. The Catalonia Tigers have done it. Back-to-back champions of the ECS here in Barcelona. And they have done it in perfect fashion, a perfect tournament, 16 games, 16 wins. Their overall streak goes to 19. They haven't lost actually since they lost to Gracia back on the 8th of March 2021. And well, Dan, I know you have to go and get ready for the ceremony, but I want to say a big thank you to you for joining us, but you must be thrilled. It was a very fitting end to a wonderful season. Yeah, thanks, Vinny. It was wonderful to be here, wonderful to see it. I've been watching so much ECN cricket all year round, but actually be here, it's really special what we do. The players really appreciate it, and we just love being part of this whole story. It's more than life itself. So well, thank you so much. Really enjoy it. Cheers, and well done on your incredible year. Thank you. You are a record breaker, not only on the development of cricket, but the numbers you put up for match after match, create this cricketainment, and that's what we're here to do. Absolutely. But you take it to a whole new level, and well done for that. Thank you so much. But right now, I mean, let's look at the players. I mean, they are thrilled. They put in a huge effort, and so the fact that they end up 16-0. It's the longest winning streak we've ever seen on ECN, and there's nothing could tame the Tigers. You've got to say, Gracia, they really fought bravely. They had to win 5 in a row. They won 4 in a row. They were within 1 ball of elimination this morning. I mean, who will forget Rathod pumping that ball out of the ground to keep Gracia's tournament alive? We will see Gracia again in just a couple of months at the ECL. But right now, it's the Tigers' moment to shine. And you can see right now they take a moment and just to be thankful for what's happened. I mean, they are a team. I've got to say that they've got a bunch of stars. It's not easy to manage them. I think they were quite clever the way they would kind of rotate their openers. They'd rotate the top 4, 5, 6, give them all opportunities. They were all making runs, and they never stopped winning despite the fact that they were kind of shuffling around. And right now, you can see the Tigers. It's a long tournament, 16 matches since they ended. And right now, they are having a great time. So they should. And well, as they go off, they'll prepare for the trophy ceremony. Please join us for that trophy ceremony, which is coming up in probably around about 10 minutes. There'll be a bit before that in the trophy ceremony where we get to thank a few people. And obviously, a lot of people, a lot of moving parts. You probably realise that after Dan spent some time in the box this afternoon. A lot goes on behind the scenes to make this happen. Well, sit down, relax, and take a breath, because that was something that was worth watching and worth celebrating. It was time to pop the cork and celebrate what was a marvellous season. And, well, really, it was all in the start, wasn't it? It was a similar kind of start for the Catalonia Tigers, who were pretty productive in the power play, but did lose a couple of key wickets. Abbas, well, poor Trillichan, at least he does get a hand on that. May have a broken hand after that, we don't know. It took him out of the contest. It was an absolute supersonic missile coming towards him. He was in intense pain, and he had to leave the field. Kulwan was the emergency replacement. Yasser Ali, he's one of the best batters in Spain, and Kulwan knocked him over. He wouldn't have even expected to bowl here in the final. And what a moment that was. Middle stump goes back, and Yasser just beaten by a good seed. But, well, Wasim Abbas went soon after. And the fact there were 2 wickets in his power play. Oh, Kuldeep having a bit of fun with the Wasim. Don't think he thought that was very fun, but really it was a pretty impressive display from Kuldeep throughout the tournament. Again, wasn't quite enough to get his team over the line in the end. Simranjit Singh, once again, he caught well, he batted well in this game as well, but he didn't get too many opportunities because the monster was out there and the monster was just sending balls out of the stadium. No one was catching them, no one on the field anyway. And you look at that innings, and look, I know it looks like a comfortable victory, but it was anything but when you're chasing something up in the 130s. And the fact that he would score 62 off 21 would really be the guiding hand for the Tigers. Someone had to step up, and he was the man that did it. And you can see the Tigers, they were all up, they were out of the dugout, they were smelling blood, and it wouldn't be too long before they could celebrate. Before that, though, always an entertaining 30 for him, as he was a consolation wicket later on Yadav. Again, he's disappointed. You can understand that. Always the bridesmaid at the moment, unfortunately, for some of these Granthia guys. Here, Mahe picked one up late, but it was Gulam Daskia that came on, and he was able to cut a boundary away, and the Tigers were on the prowl. They were perfect in this series, and a perfect end, really, to a year I think we'll all remember. The biggest and best year yet on the European Cricket Network, going next level, and we're so glad that you were able to join us for what I think is some of the most entertaining cricket on the planet. Let's have a look at the scorecard. 62 off 21 for Mustapha Iqbal. He was an absolute beast, wasn't he? He hit 7 sixes in his 62 not out, 3 boundaries and almost 3 a ball. Apart from that, 30 for Awais Ahmed. He was the other key player. But I mean, even the openers, okay, 14 and 19 respectively, but the fact that they were able to get those early runs did take some pressure off some of the other players. And as far as the bowling went, well, 2 for 26 Vinod Kumar, and 1 each for Yadav, as well as Kulwant Singh and Kuldeep Lal. But see, no one really able to stop the rot. And unfortunately for Gracia, their tournament ends on a bit of a heartbreaking note, 133, and it's overhauled with 8 balls to spare. Well, it's time to take a breath, and well, it's time to say, well, not goodbye just yet. We do have the trophy ceremony to come. It'll be after the end of day highlights, so it'll be coming up in probably 5 to 10 minutes, so we really hope you can join us for that. Look, finally, I just want to take a moment to thank a few people from the box, of course, all the Blue crew, all the local organisers as well, all of our sponsors and partners. Spring Productions, honestly, they do amazing work. You have no idea. So I know that we had a few people helping out. Elvira, Valentines, and Chris Up's here right now. But I've got to say that everyone, and Martins was pushing buttons in the first half, you know, they did so well. Big congratulations. It was a big 5 weeks. I mean, Mita got engaged, so that was exciting. We have our first ECN marriage on the cards. But yeah, all of you, thanks so much for sharing your lives with us. I think that it's something real. It's something that's different. It's something that in the beginning, a lot of people didn't quite know how to take it. But I think that those of you that know about it, I think you know that it's always there. It's kind of like your favorite blanket. You know you can come back. You know you can get warm. You know that you can get some satisfaction every time you turn on ECN. Look, finally, from the box, I just want to thank Corey for his work in the first half of this tournament, but all the people that helped out in the box today, particularly Charlie Hunt, who I think had a lot of work to do and did a very good job as well. Joe Wegasani, right back at the start of the season, he did a great job in the night series. That was the first game of the year. Here we are now at the last game of the year as well. Tyrone, of course, don't want to forget him. He did a great job every time he stepped into the box. Well, a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, to check out what's coming up, and we will have, sometime in January, the fixtures and the teams that will be involved in that series. So yeah, we can tell you the next time you see ECN on live, it will be the 30th of January, Monday the 30th of January, 7-week break, but then we'll be right back here in Barcelona to get the tournament started. I do have to mention one more person though. It's a very special person to me. Rico Full had to leave unexpectedly just a few days ago, and again, that was heartbreaking, of course, for Rico and his family, but we are thinking of them today, and of course Rico is a huge part of our coverage. We miss him a lot already. He will be back here to start the season. So it was a tough week, obviously, with Rico's father passing away unexpectedly, and then also on the same day, we lost Bully, one of our biggest supporters from Malaga. I know that both of those people will remember today in their parts of the world. Look, we will finish with some highlights of the day, but then we'll have the trophy ceremony, so stick with us. The trophy ceremony is on the way. For now, from the box, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening, a safe festive season, a safe new year as well. I'll be back here in the box. Trophy ceremony on the way, but, well, on the other side of this 7 weeks, you'll see more FanCode European Cricket Series. See you soon for the trophy ceremony. Hello and welcome to the trophy ceremony, the final trophy ceremony of the year for the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona. Thank you so much, guys. Honestly, it's been a wonderful, wonderful 5 weeks in Barcelona. And for me, it's actually my first European cricket experience that I had was right here in Barcelona. Some of you will remember at the very start of last year. And I know you had the night series here towards the end of last year. Unfortunately, I was unavailable for that because I was on ECS commitments. But I couldn't wait to come back to Barcelona. And the fact that it did become a 5-week tournament, it's actually one of the few places we could do this because of the amount of cricket here, the amount of good cricket here, the amount of good cricketers here, and the amount of entertainment that you guys can provide. So firstly, I want the first people I want to thank to be you guys, the players. I want to give you a big round of applause, honestly. And I think you all know, and maybe it's not obvious to everyone around the world, but you guys make a lot of sacrifices to be here with travel, with expenses, with the sacrifices to your family time and to your other interests and to your work and to basically make it all happen. So particularly the captains, I know that they've got a tough task trying to organise everything, but I know it's tough. And look, I'm just really thankful that you've been able to get through this schedule. Pretty grueling, 14 games plus finals, and sometimes 2 sets of finals. But you know, you guys can be very proud of yourselves. Look, I do first want to thank some of our sponsors and our partners, and a big thank you to Dream 11 and FanCode once again for their support of European cricket. I also want to thank Local Lifestyle for these fantastic trophies and medals that you guys will be receiving today. Also want to thank Kookaburra, our ball sponsor. They also provide a lot of equipment for us throughout the year. I want to thank Frederic Constant, our official timekeeper. How did you find the clock? Did you find that interesting to be on the clock the whole time? I think you guys coped really well. But yeah, I also want to thank HCL Software. They've come on board this year as well. And we're hoping to get more sponsors, more partners. And the only way we can do that is to provide an entertaining product. And that is certainly what you guys have helped us do. So quickly, let's give a quick round of applause to all of our sponsors. Thank you very much. Of course, we couldn't do this without a lot of help, and I want to thank the local organising committee in particular because it's a big effort. Obviously, we bring our crew, the cameras come in, we see the ground. It's slightly unusual, but a very beautiful place to play cricket. So I do want to thank Gulam in particular, and obviously Raja and Armgan and Rob and everybody else for your support of European cricket. So thank you so much for your help in allowing us to put this on, okay? And I have a couple of special presentations for after, but I'm not going to do it on camera because I'm going to keep it a surprise, okay? So I'm just letting you know that, all right? Because it's not easy to do and you'll know why afterwards. But I also want to thank a few gentlemen back here who have really been pioneers of the game in Barcelona, and hopefully you guys are enjoying where the game's going. I know that your businesses and you personally give a lot of support to the game here. So I want to personally thank you. Thanks for your warm welcome. I'd love to have a conversation with you, and we hope you continue your support, and hopefully you agree that the kind of attention and the eyeballs on Barcelona are just only increasing. I also want to give a big thank you to a group of people that, look, actually didn't notice them a lot of the time and actually told me that they were doing their job pretty well. And these guys, they're under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of people watching, there's technology, there's balls flying out of the ground, there's balls flying at their heads sometimes as well. But I want to say a big thank you to the umpires. I want to say the umpires did a fantastic job. Okay, and I think you'll all agree. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be right 100% of the time, but I'm going to say it. I think our umpires are some of the best going around, and I know because sometimes we get people, even that have done international games, and they kind of think umpiring on ECN will be a walk in the park. But there's actually a lot going on. There's a lot going on quickly, so big thank you. And of course, big thank you to Sir Rob Kemming for his work as tournament referee. Rob is a great guy. I'll talk a little bit more about Rob. He still will be with us next year, but I know that he's taking a little bit of a back seat to some of the ECS cricket and concentrating on mentoring some of the other tournament referees and concentrating on those Kartama tournaments. So Rob, I want to thank you for your energy, for your youthful exuberance and for your company over the past couple of years. I think it's been great, and obviously we'll miss you being around so much, but we know you're right there in the background and we look forward to seeing you in 2023. Thanks so much, Rob. Appreciate it. So look, I also want to mention a couple more people and organisations before we get to the trophy ceremony proper. One group of people I can't say enough good things about, Spring Productions and Spring Media, who are a production company, and they turn the magic out there into something which is quite amazing. I mean, you'll know if you've watched, for example, the World Cup qualifiers this year or some other cricket that is streamed, that is nothing like what Spring Productions are doing. They're actually able to now improve your playing experience with things like replays in quick time and making better decisions. And these guys, they are geniuses. It's hard for me to believe that 2.5 years ago, they had never even seen one ball of cricket, these guys. Some of them had never even seen cricket 1 year ago, but they are absolute geniuses. It's not an exaggeration. So I know Elvira's here, Chris Dapps is here, and Valentine's is here, but everyone that's helped us, not throughout just this tournament, but throughout the year. Big thank you, Benita again, and the office in Spring Media in Sweden. Thank you so much for your support this year. You have done so well. And it's a pleasure, it's an honest pleasure to work with you every day and for all the fun as well. And it's meant to be fun. When you spend so many hours doing something, it's meant to be fun. Also, I do want to thank the Blue crew, and I mean the ECN crew there. I know that Mita has been project managing. Congratulations also. Mita got engaged during the tournament. Sorry, guys. Yes, there she is. Get a nice close-up. And they do say wedding planning stresses you, and you'll probably age 3 years in the next year, but good luck with it. To Stefan, of course, who popped the question just about a week ago. But I want to thank all the Blue crew here, Sam Williams as well, our project manager, who's on his honeymoon at the moment. So it must be something about project managing. If you're single, then if you take up the project manager role, suddenly you're married. But congratulations, you guys, big year. But all of the ECN crew, again, not just here, but throughout the year. As you guys probably realise now, and you guys often do half days, they're long days, right? So to do it, getting up 6 in the morning, leaving the hotel at 7, getting back at 5, sometimes 6, sometimes 7, rain, snow, we had snow this year, everything you can imagine. I'm really, really thankful to have such an enthusiastic group of people that I work with throughout the year. So I'm not going to mention them by name because there's too many, but let's have a big round of applause for the ECN crew. Well done, guys. I also want to thank, and I know it's the last one of the year, so I have to kind of do a couple of extra ones, and we will get to the trophies. I want to thank everyone behind the scenes in the ECN office, and people that often are behind the scenes that are working just as hard, but you don't know. All the graphics you see on the screen, all the scores coming up and being right, all of these things, the fact that it's even on the internet and it's not cutting out most of the time. These are things which don't just happen. There's a lot of people, a lot of moving parts. People all over the world are making this happen. So Sports Interactive, I want to say a big thank you to them as well for their assistance. And really, there's a lot that goes into it, and we thank you. Great to have Daniel here, the ECN founder here today. Let's have Dan Wenston. Let's have a round of applause for Dan Wenston and Casper. Hello, Casper. And Casper, I tell you what, watch out in a few years when you're playing Germany, because Casper absolutely whacks them. Isn't that right? And he only plays big shots. So there you go. Look, a couple more people I want to mention. To Corey Ruckers for his company in the commentary box. Big hand for Corey. He was here in the first half. And you have to clap because he is the captain, he's the coach now of the Spanish national team, right? But also to all the commentators helped me through the year. Joe Wigasani started with me in the first part of the year. Charlie Hunt did a great job throughout the summer as well. Tyrone Peters has helped me at times as well. So big thank you to all the commentators. One person I do want to mention in particular that he can't be here today, and it is very sad, is a man who I spend more time with than actually my own family, and that is Rico Full. And yeah, so if you weren't aware, just a few days ago, Rico found out that unfortunately his father passed away, and he had to leave at short notice. So he wanted to be here. He wanted me to pass on to you guys how much he was sorry to have to leave before the end. Obviously, family comes first. He's looking forward to seeing you again in just a few short weeks, because we'll be back here to start the 2023 season. So Rico, you're one of a kind. I couldn't do it without you, and I miss you. Have a great festive season. I hope that you find the strength to get through this tough period, and you'll come back bigger and better in 2023. Thank you so much, Rico. Okay, now I think we're going to get into the bit that we've all been waiting for. Great tournament, really good tournament. 16 teams, grueling format in a way, 14 games, but it meant that we really kind of saw the cream of the crop here in Barcelona. Group A was super exciting, and yeah, good to see kind of a lot of competitiveness. I mean, FanCode, I think, finished bottom, beat Pack-I-Care. Pack-I-Care, the European champions, they were out. They didn't even make the qualification out of Group A. Really good players that we saw, and really nice to see some players from this region starting to feature a bit more in the national setup. I think you guys would be happy about that. I know I'm happy about that. You know, it's a big country, and I think everyone deserves an equal chance at these things. So make sure you get those qualification things done. Don't leave the country for too long to visit friends and family, okay? Make sure you see it, because we want to see Spanish cricket strong. Big thank you to Cricket España, by the way, as well. They've been big supporters of ECN. But thank you very much to everyone from Cricket España. So, all right, let's get into it. Now, we got to final day today. We started with 4 teams. Here is Sabadell. Well, they didn't get a medal, but wow, weren't they good? I mean, here is Sabadell. They took it right to the last ball. They almost knocked you out. I mean, you had 1 foot out the door, and Rathod was able to come up with a 6 off the last ball. Look, what a great highlight for you. And look, so unfortunately here they finished in 4th place. Barcelona Shaheen finished in 3rd place, and look, they were a really entertaining team as well. They started a little bit rusty or a little bit jaded, I think, because they had the T10 qualifiers. Of course, had to come back for, you guys were there as well, obviously. And so they didn't have a great start. They ended up all the way at the top of the table and qualified automatically. But you can see it just didn't click for them. That's the nature of the game, isn't it? And it can happen. So I want to congratulate Barcelona Shaheen. They've won the bronze medals, and well, Maxi's here from Barcelona Shaheen to pick them up.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. I'll just pick him up.
You can. Maxi's going to make off with the loot, and he's going to pass those on. Big round of applause for Maxi, everybody. Big thank you. Yeah, Barcelona Shaheen. And look, again, we've got to clip this short because my vacation starts in 5 minutes. But I will say, records, guys, records. You rewrote the record books here. That 2-2-2 score, that had stood for 3 years. You remember it. You were there in the ECL in 2019. We thought maybe one day would be broken, but Barcelona Shaheen scored 229 in a game where there was over 400 runs, 403 runs in 20 overs. So think of a T20 game. Imagine scoring 400 runs in a T20. That's what happened. We had the most 6s in a day, the most runs in a day. Almost had a chase of 192 pulled off. It was absolutely nuts. It was basketball. We were loving it. Thank you for slowing down in Group B because we were running out of balls, so we appreciate that. Thanks for leaving Gurvinder on the bench for a couple of games because he was always one to lose them. Anyway, so Barcelona Shaheen in 3rd place. 2nd place, well, these guys, I am sad for you in this moment for sure, but when you think about it, I know you're on the other side of that in the Khartoum weekend tournament, right? A last ball competition against Catalonia CC, and you won it, okay? You scrambled the last run off the last ball. I remember it so well. So congratulations for a great year, Gracia. You've got a lot to be proud of, and you've got a lot to look forward to as well. I love the fact that you're making connections, not just between each other, but between countries now. You know, you're a group of players, and it shows this is the modern world. I mean, the world's smaller than it's ever been, and the fact you can get Simran, you can get Jaipal, you can get Vibor. I mean, these people only make the competition stronger. And if it's stronger, everyone gets better. And that's what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a lot of teams and a lot of very good teams here in Barcelona. And I think, honestly, it's the most exciting place to play cricket in Europe at the moment. If I could be anywhere, I'd be right here, honestly. I'm just glad that I don't have to try and catch some of those bullets that you guys are hitting here. Anyway, so as far as this tournament went, you had to do it the hard way, kind of. You had to go through back-to-back finals days. That was tough. You had to be perfect. You almost got knocked out, of course. I mean, that's the moment when you go back and watch that. You'll really enjoy that, I'm sure. Want to say well done. I'm not going to mention anyone in particular. I think you all played great. I think you worked well as a team. It's really obvious to me that you're a tight unit, and I really look forward to seeing you. Congratulations about making the ECL in 2023. It's going to be a great experience, and you're going to love it. Okay? Hira, great job, led from the front, great innings in the final. Look, now it's time to collect your silver medals. Who's going to give out the silver medals here? Some of the VIPs. can come forward. We'd love for you guys maybe to hand out the silver medals. So congratulations, the second place team in this ECS, our Gracia Cricket Club. So there you go. So yep, the silver ones, that's right. Congratulations.
सामने देखो सामने तीन भाइयों तीन पा दियो लाला जी क्लैपिंग यार क्लैपिंग
Well done, guys. You can go this way. Go on.
इंज जांदे रहो गुलमंद भाई इंज इधरों जांदे शाबाश
Congratulations.
शाबाश
Well done, guys. Keep going for Gracia, everybody. How you doing?
Happy.
You okay, buddy?
आयो सुलेमान सर आप भी
Well done, guys.
नाल थोड़ी जी बोल दियो बेशक स्पेनिश से शुक्रिया अदा कर दियो
All good. Thank you. Thank you. Better be careful shaking hands because everyone's got sore hands. Keep the hair for ECL, man. You're going to come to ECL, right? Come on. Well done. Well done. Well done, mate. Great to see you. Well played. You're a hero, Amal. Thank you so much. Gracias, yeah. Gracias, well played. You little upstart. Well done, man. See you soon, okay? Best of luck. Big hand for Gracia, everybody. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. I can almost smell the vacation. Okay, so of course, 7 weeks, we'll be back here in Barcelona starting the new season on Monday, January 30, 2023. Wow, 2023, that sounds strange. Okay, now I've got this baby, thanks to Local Lifestyle, and I'm going to present it this time. Normally Rob would present this, and this player of the tournament, it's a great trophy, it's a big honour. Hold on a second. So Rob, you can come here next to me, okay? Stay there. All right, good. Rob, we always like to have fun together, so I thought we'd have some fun with this one. I know you like to present this, but this is a bit of a strange one. So many great performances from individuals, a lot of them, and as usual, in a 16-team tournament, you're going to have a lot of people. I'm not going to mention kind of others because I could go on and on and on and on, but you know who you are. In the end, this was being given to someone from a team that didn't actually take part today because their team was knocked out yesterday. Now this guy, he was the leading run scorer by about 500 in his team. He was also right up there like a leading wicket taker. He was an outstanding fielder. He made his international debut for Spain this year. And he was so courageous last night, despite pulling a muscle completely off the bone. He continued to bat and tried to get his team across in an individual chase of 160 plus. So I'm going to present it to you, Rob, because he's not here and you can pass it on. But the player of the tournament, the MVP, goes to Prince Deman from the Ripoll Warriors. So I'll present it to you. Okay? Give him a hand. Come on. All right. Now, Rob, that's got a tracker on it, so that cannot leave the country, okay? Make sure you pass that on. All right, now it's time to crown the champions. And what a season they had, what a series they had. Look, it's great to see teams again blend together. No Catalan UCC, obviously, in this tournament, but we know that you guys are doing a lot for cricket in the region. You love your cricket, you're very skillful. It was hard to manage your batters, for example, your top 6 or 7. Anyone could bat anywhere, but I really liked the way you seemed to be unselfish and be willing to have other players open. And I think that paid off in the end. I think the fact that everybody had a lot of batting meant that even if you lost a couple of wickets like you did early on in the final in the first couple of overs, that you never had to slow down and you really made that chase look easy. As you know, it's not easy to chase 130 plus in this form of the game, especially against such a good unit. So I want to say congratulations. You're now you're the outright record holders for the most consecutive games won on ECN, 19, including this game right here. Yes, sí. 19 partidos, campeones. Okay, now I'll invite you to come up. If you'd like to come and present the gold medals, you guys can collect your medals and make your way behind the table. Please welcome your champions of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Catalonia Tigers.
इधरों आइयो वापस
Well done, Gulam.
सामने देखो बता अबे सामने देखो तरक्की बंदे ज्यादा नहीं फिर बात
Well done. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Guys, come up the back. Come here together. Ven aquí, Gulam. All right, just finish things off now. And you can tell it's going to be a big night in Barcelona. Well done, guys. Yeah, so you can stand here. I'll give you the trophy and you can go in front of your team. Okay, but bring the whole team here.
Okay. इधर आओ यासर
Big thank you. Well done, guys. Has everyone got a medal? Has everyone got a medal there? All right. Oh, we should do. All right. Now, who's going to make this presentation? Gulam, you're going to do it. Excellent. Okay, perfect. All right, guys, one more point of business, and this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Before we do this, hey, don't touch yet. All right. I want to remind everyone we do have 7 weeks off. We will be back for more cricket on the 30th of January. This is getting a bit rowdy, so we're going to finish it now. Please welcome Gulam Sabar on behalf of Cricket Catalonia. And everyone here, Mohammed Amgan Khan, presenting the trophy, the winners of this FanCode European Cricket Series, the Catalonia Tigers. Congratulations. Well done, guys. It's been absolutely crazy here. Over 1,000, that's almost 1,200. It's hard to believe that it is time to say goodbye to another season. And well, I've got to say, it's going to be bigger and better. More games, more days, who knows, more cameras, more commentators, more everything is coming in 2023. Join us, and we hope you have a happy festive season and a safe new year. Look after those around you, look after each other, be good to each other, and I can't wait to see you again on Monday the 30th of January. For now, on behalf of Rico Full, Corey Ruckers, all of the ECN team, we hope you have a great time and miss us while it's away, but we'll be back in 2023. We'll see you next time on the 30th of January for more FanCode European Cricket Series. It's goodbye for now and see you next year.